Chapter 1 200,000 yuan bride price. Hi Chang, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chang Cohen, you're such a jerk. My brother's getting married, and you're not even willing to pay a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. Are you even a man? A woman with exquisite makeup was pointing at Chang Cohen's nose and cursing. Her name is Lu Ruyan, Chang Cohen's wife. Chang Cohen looked at her expressionlessly, his heart numb. After 3 years of marriage, he was like an ATM. I have to hand over my salary, do all the housework, and endure all kinds of weird demands from my mother-in-law's family. He thought that he could just endure it, but he didn't expect that their greed had no bottom line. This year, my brother-in-law is getting married, and the woman wants a dowry of 288,000 yuan. The mother-in-law rolled her eyes and the task of 200,000 yuan fell on his head, and she said that her family would collect the rest. But Chang Cohen's monthly salary was only 5,000 yuan, and the tens of thousands of yuan he had saved in the past few years were all taken away by Lu Ruyan under various pretexts. Either she buys health supplements for her mother or a new cell phone for her brother. Where did he get the 200,000 yuan? Even if there is, why would he come out? That's her brother, not his son. Chang Cohen rolled his eyes at Lu Ruyan and said, "You're really funny. How can I give you money if I don't have any?" No money? You're kidding. Don't you still have a premarital home? Sell it and you'll have money. Lu Ruyan pointed at Chang Cohen and roared with confidence. Lu Ruyan, that's my parents' hard-earned money. Chang Cohen laughed out of anger. That was the house his parents had bought for him with their life savings, and it was his last bottom line. Isn't your parents' money your money? Isn't your money our money? What's wrong with giving it to my brother? We are a family. Chang Cohen looked at Lu Ruyan's distorted face and suddenly felt very bored and too lazy to argue. He said angrily, "Are you going to leave or not? If not, get out." Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Then he glared at Chang Cohen. "Let's divorce." Who's afraid of who? Even if I divorce you, I can still find someone 100 times better than you. You loser, just wait to be single for the rest of your life. So the two of them walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. The procedures went smoothly and I got the divorce certificate in just a few minutes. After finishing, Lu Ruyan was still relentless and said harshly, "Chang Cohen, I'm telling you, if you walk out of this door today, don't even think about coming back to beg me again." Chang Cohen was too lazy to talk to her anymore and turned away. The moment he turned around, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host, emotional system activated successfully. Host, Chang Cohen. Function, get emotional points from the opposite sex, which can be used for lottery. Source of emotion value, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, surprise, fear, love, hate, jealousy, and all other emotional fluctuations of the opposite sex caused by the host. Lottery level, 1 point of emotion value allows for a basic lottery. 10 points allows for a low-level lottery. 100 points allows for an intermediate lottery. 1,000 points allows for an advanced lottery. Chang Cohen paused, wondering if he was too happy about the divorce and was hallucinating. System? The things in the novel actually appeared on me? Ding! Anger from Lu Ruyan, emotion value +5. Ding! Resentment from Lu Ruyan, emotion value +5. The voice in his mind rang again, causing Chang Cohen to look back subconsciously. Lu Ruyan was glaring at him viciously, as if she wanted to eat him alive. It's true, it's actually true. Chang Cohen suppressed the excitement in his heart and opened the system panel in his mind. A simple blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Chang Cohen. Emotional value, 10. Lottery, basic lottery 1 point time, low-level lottery 10 points time, intermediate lottery 100 points time, advanced lottery 1000 points time. Looking at the 10 points of emotion value, Chang Cohen was happy. This thing came at the perfect time. Divorce not only did not bring his life to the bottom, but instead opened the door to a new world? What are you looking at? Coward! Seeing that he dared to look back, Lu Ruyan scolded him even more fiercely. Ding! Anger from Lu Ruyan, emotion value +2. The corners of Chang Cohen's mouth rose slightly uncontrollably. Okay, good scolding, scold a few more times. When he looked at Lu Ruyan now, it was like looking at a walking emotional value ATM. So Chang Cohen deliberately said in a flat tone, "Lu Ruyan, we have nothing to do with each other from now on. You can take care of yourself." This indifferent attitude obviously irritated her more than arguing with her. Lu Ruyan was furious. What do you mean? Chang Kuan. Explain yourself. Ding. Anger from Lu Ruyan, emotion value +5. Ding. Lu Ruyan's frustration, emotion value +3. Chang Kuan's emotions soared when he heard this, and he was overjoyed. Nothing, literally. After saying that, he ignored the angry shouting behind him and walked straight out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, Chang Kuan felt that after the divorce, even the hottest air had become much cooler. 3 years of depression and frustration disappeared the moment I got the divorce certificate and activated the system. Now he just wants to find a place to celebrate his new life. By the way, try this so-called low-level lottery to see what kind of prizes you can get. Do you want to consume 10 points of emotion and participate in a low-level lottery? Yes. Chang Kuan muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual roulette wheel began to spin rapidly on the panel in his mind. The roulette wheel is divided into several areas, with words like cash, skills, items, etc. Chang Kuan watched the roulette wheel spinning curiously. He wanted to see what would come out. The roulette wheel slowed down, and the pointer finally slowly stopped at the cash area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's bank card account. Almost at the same time, Chang Kuan's phone vibrated. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a text message from the bank. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 100,000 renminbi at 10:35 a.m. on XXX, and the current account balance is 105,328 renminbi and 50 cents. Chang Kuan looked at the text message and his hands were shaking with excitement. 100,000 yuan. Is it that simple? You know, in the past, after deducting 5 insurances and 1 fund from his monthly salary and handing it over to Lu Ruyan, it was considered good if he could have a few hundred yuan in pocket money left. This 100,000 yuan is not a small sum of money for him. This system is awesome. Chang Kuan laughed happily. As long as he can continue to gain emotional points, can't he draw whatever he wants? Becoming rich, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reaching the peak of life are just around the corner. Chang Kuan turned off his phone, feeling much better, and his steps became lighter. He has money in his pocket now, so he is not worried. The first thing to do is to have a good meal. It must be a hard dish. Arrange for him all the big kidneys and big oysters. Make up for the damage done to your body over the past 3 years. He was happily thinking about which restaurant to go to when a slightly hesitant voice came from the side. Sister, brother-in-law? Chang Kuan looked over and saw 3 girls dressed in fancy blue, green and pink standing on the side of the road. The one who made this sound just now was one of the pink-haired girls. She had a nose stud and was wearing ripped jeans and a baggy t-shirt. Chang Kuan's mouth twitched. What the hell, a spirited little sister. Still calling him brother-in-law? He looked carefully again and found that it was Lu Ruyan's biological sister, Lu Qing. She is his nominal, ex-sister-in-law. Chapter 2, My sister-in-law is actually a mentally ill girl? On the side of the road, 3 spirited young girls were looking at Chang Kuan curiously. Why are you here alone? Where's my sister? Lu Qing blinked her eyes with exaggerated eyeliner and asked. She has always had a bad impression of her former brother-in-law. This was mainly because her mother and sister always complained at home that Chang Kuan was incompetent, couldn't make a lot of money, had a dull personality, and had no interest at all. After hearing so much, Lu Qing naturally felt that Chang Kuan was a very failed man. Chang Kuan raised the divorce certificate in his hand and smiled. I just finished the formalities with your sister. From now on, I will no longer be your brother-in-law. Ah? Lu Qing was stunned. Divorced? So suddenly? No way? Are you really getting divorced? Lu Qing's tone was full of surprise. Ding! Lu Qing's surprise, emotion value +2. Wow, this can also have emotional value? Chang Kuan's heart moved. It seemed that this system was really a treasure. Why would I lie to you? I already have the certificate. Chang Kuan put the divorce certificate in his pocket and asked in confusion, let's not talk about this anymore. How did you become like this? I didn't recognize you for a moment. In his impression, although he had not seen Lu Qing many times, her image had always been that of a good girl. It's a pity that he stopped studying after finishing junior high school, and I often heard Lu Ruyan say that he could not see anyone. But because she was already 18 years old, she and her mother didn't have any doubts. At this time, the blue-haired spirit girl next to Lu Qing spoke. Hey, uncle, what do you mean? What's wrong with us? Do I eat your rice or sleep in your bed? Who are you looking down on? Lu Qing quickly pulled her sleeve and said, Xiao, my brother-in-law didn't mean anything else. You know, I usually don't wear heavy makeup because I'm afraid my family will worry, so that's why I have this question. The blue-haired girl snorted and said nothing more. It was obvious that Lu Qing's brother-in-law was a poor bastard, not even as good as those old guys in her phone who gave her 10 yuan a day for food. Chang Cohen didn't care much about it. He wasn't that stingy. He glanced at Lu Qing and asked, Where are you going? Before Lu Qing could reply, the yellow-haired girl next to her interrupted and whispered. We're going to get something to eat. That's right, I'm going to eat too. Chang Cohen was in a good mood and looked pleasing to everyone. He waved his hand and said proudly, Come on, it's my treat. Order whatever you want. With an extra 100,000 yuan in his pocket, he is now very confident. Moreover, he wanted to try to be nicer to his former sister-in-law and get some more benefits from her. Lu Qing and her two little sisters were stunned. Dinner? Anything casual? Is this still the brother-in-law whom she thought was a stingy person? The sun rises from the west? Brother-in-law, you are not kidding, right? Lu Qing looked incredulous. Ding. Shock from Lu Qing, emotion value +3. Ding. Sun Xiaoxiao's surprise, emotion value +1. Ding. Wang Mengming's surprise, emotion value +1. Hey! Just one sentence earned you 5 points of emotion. The effect is outstanding. Chang Cohen was very happy in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. Do you think I'm joking? Let's go. It's a rare opportunity to meet someone. Let's celebrate my singleness. His reason was reasonable. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment. She was actually not familiar with Chang Cohen and they had only met a few times. But since the other party had said so, if she refused, she would lose face in front of her sisters. And she was indeed very curious about what had happened to this recently divorced brother-in-law that had caused him to change so drastically. Well, okay. Lu Qing nodded and looked back at her little sisters. The two spirited girls' eyes had already sparkled. They had originally planned to pool their money and have some spicy hot pot. Now that someone is treating me to a big dinner, how can I not be happy? Hello, Brother Cohen. Thank you, Brother Cohen. The energetic blue-haired girl changed her previous attitude and thanked Chang Cohen sweetly together with the yellow-haired girl. You're welcome. Chang Cohen smiled and asked, What do you want to eat? Hot pot? Barbecue? Or stir-fry? How about a seafood buffet? The yellow-haired girl named Wang Mengmeng mustered up the courage to suggest. She had long wanted to go to the newly opened Hai Tian Shanyan in the city center. She heard that the king crabs and Boston lobsters there were available in unlimited quantities. Unfortunately, it costs 298 per person, which she can't afford at all. Seafood buffet? Chang Kuan thought about it and nodded immediately. Okay, let's go to that Haitian feast. I also want to try it. When he was with Lu Ruyan before, let alone a 298 buffet, even if he had a 58 buffet hot pot, she would nag him for a long time and say he was a spendthrift. Now, he is free. Eat whatever you want. Wow. Really? Brother Cohen, you are so nice. Wang Mengmeng was so excited that she almost jumped up. Sun Xiaoxiao also looked excited. Only Lu Qing looked at Chang Cohen with increasingly strange eyes. She always felt that her brother-in-law today was completely different from the taciturn and timid person he used to be. He seemed to have suddenly become richer and more confident. Can divorce really transform a person? Ding. Confusion from Lu Qing, emotion value +2. Ding. Wang Mengming's excitement, emotion value +3. Ding. Sun Xiaoxiao's excitement, emotion value +3. Chang Cohen felt the emotional value in his mind constantly increasing, and his mood became more and more comfortable. This meal is worth it. Let's go and take a taxi. Chang Cohen stopped a taxi on the side of the road. The four of them got in the car and headed straight for the city center. Along the way, Lu Qing's two little sisters chattered about what they were going to eat, and their excitement was beyond words. Lu Qing seemed a little silent. From time to time, she would secretly observe Chang Kuan sitting in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. He looked relaxed, with a smile on his face. Lu Qing couldn't help but ask, "Brother-in-law, why did you and my sister get divorced?" As soon as she asked this question, the atmosphere in the car became quiet. The two little sisters also pricked up their ears curiously. Chang Kuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror and said calmly, "Your brother is getting married, and your sister asked me to sell the house to give him a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, but I didn't agree." He said it nonchalantly. This was something that had long become a thing of the past, and there was no need to be as indignant as before. Lu Qing opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. Of course, she knew what kind of people her mother and sister were, and she also knew that her brother had been spoiled since he was a child. But she really didn't expect that they would do something like asking Chang Kuan to sell his house to raise the betrothal gift for his brother. Why? My mom and the others are going too far. Lu Qing held it in for a long time before finally squeezing out these words. Her cheeks flushed and she felt embarrassed and ashamed. Ding! Guilt from Lu Qing, emotion value +5. Ding! Anger from Lu Qing, emotion value +3. Chang Kuan was a little surprised. He thought Lu Qing would speak for her sister, but he didn't expect her to be so sensible. It seems that not everyone in the Lu family is so unreasonable. It's all over. Chang Kuan smiled indifferently. For him, it was all over. Now that he was free from that woman, he felt relieved. Chapter 3, My Sister-in-Law's Change of Attitude. The taxi soon arrived downstairs of the Hai Tian Shangyan buffet restaurant. Lu Qing's two little sisters stared at the magnificent golden signboard. Chang Kuan paid the fare and walked in with the three of them. The restaurant is magnificently decorated, with a wide variety of seafood displayed on ice, emitting an attractive luster. Lively Boston lobsters, huge king crab legs, fresh and plump salmon, and all kinds of shellfish and fish that cannot be named. "Oh my god, this place is so luxurious!" Wang Mengmeng exclaimed. Sun Xiaoxiao also asked in a low voice, "Brother Kuan, are we really eating here?" Chang Kuan couldn't see what Sun Xiaoxiao was thinking. "It's okay, I told you it's my treat, just eat as much as you want," he said generously, then walked to the front desk and paid for 4 people directly. He spent more than 1,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Then the waiter led them to a seat by the window. "You guys sit down first, I'll go get some drinks." After saying that, Chang Kuan walked towards the beverage area. Looking at Chang Kuan's back, Lu Qing thought for a while, then she took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to her sister Lu Ruyan. "Sister, are you and Chang Kunzin divorced?" Lu Ruyan's message was replied almost instantly. "Divorced? That loser finally left." "Xingxing, why are you asking this?" There is a sense of pride between the lines. Lu Qing frowned and tapped his fingers on the screen. "I just ran into him on the street. He treated me and my friends to seafood." She wanted to see how Lu Ruyan would react. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan called directly. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment and pressed the answer button. "Hey! Lu Qing! Are you serious? That poor Chang Kuan, can he afford to treat you guys to seafood?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan shouted sharply. Lu Qing held the phone a little further away and said impatiently, "What are you shouting about? It's true. We are right here. Where did he get the money? Did he hide some private money from me? I knew he was not a good person. Send me the address immediately and I will come over." Lu Ruyan roared in frustration. In her opinion, Chang Kuan's money should be her money. Now Chang Kuan actually dared to use her money to treat others to a meal. This was even more painful than killing her. My biological sister? That won't work either. Sister, can you please stop making trouble? You're already divorced, and his money has nothing to do with you anymore. Lu Qing's tone turned cold. She felt that her family had gone too far with the betrothal gift, and she felt a little guilty towards Chang Kuan. Now hearing Lu Ruyan's expression, he felt even more disgusted. "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? He must have spent the joint property we got when we got married. Lu Qing, whose side are you on? Have you been bribed by him? What nonsense are you talking about? He was the one who said he was treating us to celebrate his single status. If you do this again, I'm going to die." Lu Qing also became angry. "How dare you? Lu Qing, I'm telling you, give me the address right now, and I'll be there right away." Lu Qing was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he just hung up the phone and blocked her. The world became quiet. She put her phone away and looked up to see Chang Koan walking over with a few drinks. Chang Koan placed a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice in front of her and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You don't look well." "Nothing, I just received a harassing phone call," Lu Qing said vaguely. She couldn't say that her sister was coming to kill her and cause trouble. Chang Koan didn't ask any more questions and handed the other two drinks to Sun Xiaoxiao and Wang Mengmeng. The two girls drank a few sips, but they couldn't hold back and ran directly to the seafood area to eat. "Let's go get some food too," Chang Koan said with a smile. "Yeah." Lu Qing nodded and followed him to the food pickup area. Lu Qing was dazzled for a moment when he looked at the expensive seafood that he could only see in videos. Chang Koan was quite skilled. He simply took a large plate and filled it with king crab legs and a few processed Boston lobsters. "This is delicious, try it." He handed the plate to Lu Qing. Then I took another plate to the salmon area and asked the chef to cut a large portion of thick-cut salmon for me. Soon, the table for four was piled with a variety of high-end ingredients. The two little girls, Sun Xiaoxiao and Wang Mengmeng, had their mouths full of oil after eating. "Brother Koan, you're so kind. I'll remember this meal for the rest of my life." Wang Mengmeng spoke incoherently while gnawing on a lobster claw. "That's right, from now on, Brother Koan, you are my real brother." Sun Xiaoxiao also agreed. Ding. Admiration from Wang Mengmeng, emotion value +2. Ding. Gratitude from Sun Xiaoxiao, emotion value +2. Chang Koan smiled and said nothing. He put a piece of peeled crab leg meat into Lu Qing's plate. "You should eat more too, don't just watch." Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, looking at the crab meat on the plate. A warm feeling surged in his heart. To be honest, no man except her father has ever been so considerate to her since she was a child. Even the few boyfriends she had dated were all mindful of their own things during meals. She suddenly felt that her sister might have really missed a good man. Chang Koan may not earn much money, but he has a gentle personality, is caring, and looks good. Wouldn't it be nice to have a man like this live a down-to-earth life? Why do we have to force people to sell their houses and meet unreasonable demands? Thanks. Lu Qing picked up the piece of crab meat and slowly put it into his mouth. Very fresh and sweet. Ding. Touched by Lu Qing, emotion value +5. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Chang Koan looked at the rising emotion value on the system panel, and the smile on his face never stopped. After eating and drinking, the four of them walked out of the restaurant. Chang Koan took a look and found that his emotion value had accumulated to dozens of points. Although this meal cost more than 1,000, the emotional value earned can be converted into hundreds of thousands of dollars if converted into low-level lotteries, which is definitely not a loss. "Okay, you guys go home," Chang Koan said. Lu Qing looked at him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. She wanted to ask Chang Koan about his next plans, but she felt that she was not in the right position to do so. After all, they are no longer relatives. "Brother-in-law, you..." Lu Qing finally spoke. "What are your plans for the future?" "Me?" Chang Koan thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Let's buy a car first. It's inconvenient to go anywhere without a car." After 3 years of marriage, he still doesn't have an electric car. Lu Ruyan always said that buying a car is expensive and maintaining it is even more expensive, so it would be better to use that money to buy a gold bracelet for her mother. Now, he can finally live for himself. Buy a car? Lu Qing and the other two were shocked again. The cheapest domestic car must cost tens of thousands, right? Where did he get the money? Could it be that he really won the lottery? Apart from this reason, they really couldn't think of any other explanation. Ding. Shock from Lu Qing, emotion value +3. Ding. Envy from Sun Xiaoxiao, emotion value +1. Ding. Wang Mengming's jealousy, emotion value +1. Another wave of emotional value is recorded. Chang Koan was secretly happy. It seems that appropriately showing off wealth is the best way to gain emotional value. He sent the three of them to the subway entrance and watched them go in before turning around and leaving. After that, Chang Koan did not go home. That so-called home was filled with unpleasant memories with Lu Ruyan's family, and he did not want to go back for the time being. He found a hotel nearby that looked pretty good and booked a room. Lying on the soft big bed, Chang Koan finally had time to study his system. The emotional value is already over 60 points. 6 low-level draws are available. System, conduct 6 low-level lotteries. Chang Cohen muttered in his mind. Ding. Consume 60 emotion points to conduct 6 low-level draws. Confirm? Confirm. The familiar big roulette will appear again and spun 6 times in a row. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the item reward, a bottle of macho potion effect, instantly restores all physical strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the skill reward, God-level driving skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. A series of system prompts made Chang Cohen's brain crash. 450,000 in cash. A bottle of stamina potion that looks really awesome. And God-level driving skills? Chang Cohen suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes full of ecstasy. Chapter 4, the test drive was a bit drifting. Chang Cohen's heart was pounding. The cash rewards are direct and cool. Adding the 100,000 he had won before and the little bit left in his card, he now has more than 500,000 in cash. This amount of money was a huge sum that he had never dared to imagine before. The stamina potion is a small blue bottle, which is now stored in a virtual backpack of the system. It looks similar to the small blue bottle in the game. Although Chang Cohen didn't know how strong the specific effect was, the words instantly restore all physical strength were enough to explain its value. This is a good thing to save your life. But what excited Chang Cohen the most was his God-level driving skills. A golden light flew out from the virtual panel and instantly merged into his mind. The next second, countless knowledge, skills, and experiences about driving flooded into his brain like a tide. From the most basic gear shifting and clutching to dealing with various complex road conditions. Then there are a series of difficult racing skills such as drifting, tail swinging, and launch. Everything seemed to be an instinct he was born with and had practiced for decades. He felt that even with his eyes closed, he could drive a tractor like a racing car. Awesome! This system is simply amazing. With this technology and the money in hand, buying a car can be put on the agenda immediately. He opened his phone and began searching online for various car makes and models. In the past, he could only look at pictures on the internet to satisfy his visual cravings. Now, he really wants to buy it. This feeling is completely different. If you want to buy a car for more than 500,000 yuan, there are not many choices, but Chang Cohen has higher standards now. He wants a car with a cool appearance and good performance. Finally, his eyes locked onto a black Ford Mustang. 2.3T displacement, flashy muscle car styling, cool frameless doors, and a price of around 300,000 yuan. Well, it's decided to be you. However, before buying a car tomorrow, I have to get the property certificate back. After making the plan, Chang Cohen checked out of the hotel early the next morning and took a taxi home. When I opened the door, a familiar scent of perfume hit me. Chang Cohen frowned. Their house was not big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. But they were basically filled with Lu Ruyan's things. All kinds of clothes, shoes, and bags were thrown everywhere. In the past, after get off work every day, Chang Cohen would cook and help her clean up the mess. Now looking at the mess, he just felt disgusted. He did not touch Lu Ruyan's things, but went back to his room and took out the property certificate from under the cabinet. He has always hidden this thing very well. After getting the things, he didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned around and left this place that made him feel suffocated. After going downstairs, he took a taxi directly to his 4th son. Soon the 4th son arrived, and as soon as Chang Cohen got out of the car, he saw the black Mustang that he had seen online. The real car looks more domineering than in the photo. A salesman in a shirt came up immediately. Hello, sir. Would you like to see a car? Which one do you like? Let me take a look at this Mustang. Chang Cohen pointed at the black horse. The salesperson was stunned for a moment and looked Chang Cohen up and down. Chang Cohen was dressed casually today, just an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, and didn't look like a rich man. Although the Mustang is the lowest-end entry-level sports car, it still costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and is not affordable for ordinary working-class people. The enthusiasm on the salesperson's face faded a bit, and his attitude was not as enthusiastic as before. Sir, this car is the 2.3T performance version, with a landing price of over 400,000 yuan, which is very affordable. Although his tone was still polite, the implication was that the car was very expensive, you couldn't afford it, so don't waste my time. Chang Koen didn't bother to argue with him and asked directly, "Can I try the car? Test drive?" The salesman frowned, somewhat reluctantly. "How can I know if it's suitable for me without a test drive?" Chang Koen asked back. "Well, okay." Although the salesperson was not happy, rules were rules, so he went to get the car keys. He sat in the passenger seat, having already made up his mind to let Chang Koen drive around a little to get a feel for it. But he never expected that as soon as Chang Koen got in the car, he skillfully adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, started the engine, shifted gears, and released the handbrake. The series of movements were smooth and flowing, without any awkwardness. "Hold on tight," Chang Koen said lightly and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The car let out a low roar and instantly rushed out. The powerful push on the back directly pressed the salesman firmly on the seat. "Fuck! Slow down! Slow down!" The salesman was so scared that his face turned pale and he subconsciously grabbed the handrail above his head. He wanted to shout, but the car was going too fast and the wind rushed in through the half-open window, so he couldn't even open his mouth. There was a hint of excitement on Chang Koen's face. God-level driving skills are indeed well-deserved. In his hands, the car was like an extension of his body, obeying his command wherever he pointed. There was a nearly 90-degree bend ahead, and the salesman's heart was in his throat. He had a premonition that the car was going to lose control and hit the guardrail. However, just as he closed his eyes and prepared for the impact, Chang Koen turned the steering wheel sharply, while coordinating the accelerator and brake with his feet perfectly. Squeak! The tires made a harsh friction sound against the ground, and the car passed the corner steadily with an extremely beautiful drifting action. The whole process was seamless and as smooth as a stunt in a movie. The salesman suddenly opened his eyes and was stunned by the scene rapidly receding outside the window. What kind of magical operation is this? Is this guy a professional racing driver? Ding! Shock from salesperson Xiao Wang, emotion value +10. The corners of Chang Koen's mouth curled up slightly. This is just the beginning. Wait, at the next corner, he is going to start showing off. Your name is Chang Koen? Comrade, yes, this is really the first time, I won't do it again next time. 6 points deducted, a 300 yuan fine. Go to the traffic police next week and pay the fee. If you continue driving like this, your license will be revoked, understand? Standing by the car, Chang Koen and the salesperson watched the traffic policeman ride away on his motorcycle and looked at each other. The salesman said with a sad face, "Brother, why don't we go back?" Chang Koen was also very nervous. He was just trying to be cool and happened to bump into a traffic policeman. "Oh, it seems we should pay attention to safety on the road and stop playing like this." Next, Chang Koen drove back to his fourth son. The salesman unbuckled his seatbelt. He complained furiously in his heart, but said respectfully, "Brother, why don't you order this car today? Otherwise wait. I can't explain it to my boss. Brother, if you buy this car today, I'll give you an extra 3,000 off. 325,000, you can drive away." Now he just wanted to quickly get the order from this great guy, so that this exciting day would be worthwhile. Chang Koen didn't say much. He was indeed a little too arrogant today. He was probably the first person to be fined by the traffic police for test driving. The next moment, he took out his bank card and said succinctly, "Okay, this one's the one." Swipe the card. The salesperson was overjoyed to see how straightforward he was and immediately took him to go through the paperwork. Just as Chang Koen was signing the contract, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He picked it up casually. "Hello, brother-in-law." A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "Chapter 5 Is this car yours?" "Hello, is this, brother-in-law?" Chang Koen recognized this voice immediately. It was his ex-sister-in-law, Lu Qing. "It's me, what's wrong?" Chang Koen was a little confused as to why this girl suddenly called her. He is no longer her brother-in-law, but there is no need to correct the other party if she calls him that. You said yesterday that you wanted to buy a car, is that true?" Lu Qing's voice sounded uncertain. Chang Koen was amused. It seemed that what he said yesterday had left a deep impression on her. So, he called today to confirm that this is exactly the effect he wanted. "Yes, I'm at the Fourth Sun store right now, processing the paperwork. Chang Koen said calmly. Lu Qing on the other end of the phone fell silent the moment she heard this. Chang Koen could even imagine her stunned look. Ding! Shock from Lu Qing, emotion value +5. After several seconds, Lu Qing stammered. You really bought it? What kind of car did you buy? Wild horses. Chang Koen mentioned the name of the car, but he didn't know whether Lu Qing knew about it. Wild horse? Lu Qing's voice instantly rose several degrees, full of disbelief. That Ford Mustang? A sports car? Chang Koen responded. It seems that Lu Qing is different from other girls. She even knows about this car. Ding! Extreme shock from Lu Qing, emotion value +10. Another large amount of emotional value was credited, and Chang Koen smiled even more. This feels so good. Before, in the Lu family, he was just a punching bag and anyone could step on him. Now, any random word from him could shock the Lu family beyond measure. Can I go and take a look? Lu Qing's next words were filled with curiosity. She really couldn't connect that cowardly ex-brother-in-law with a sports car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This was even more outrageous than her dinner at the Hai Tian feast yesterday. Chang Koen readily agreed. Okay, send me the location and I'll pick you up after I finish the formalities. It just so happens that after getting a new car, I need to find someone to share the joy with and gain some emotional points at the same time. After hanging up the phone, Chang Koen quickly signed the rest of the contract. The salesman Xiao Wan was smiling the whole time and his service attitude was amazing. Brother, the formalities have been completed, and the car can be driven away at any time. This is my business card. If you have any questions about the car in the future, please feel free to call me. I guarantee I will be available 24 hours a day. Okay. Chang Koen took the business card and nodded. I swiped the card and paid for it. It was 325,000 yuan, not a penny less. Seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent in the blink of an eye, Chang Koen was not panicked at all. As long as the system is there will be money. Soon, a brand new car key was handed to Chang Koen. Xiao Wang also thoughtfully helped him hang up the temporary license plate and introduced the various functions of the car in detail. Chang Koen sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel, and felt a sense of comfort when he smelled the new car smell in the car. This is the life a man should have. He ignited the engine skillfully, and it let out a charming roar. After waving to the salesman Xiao Wang, Chang Koen stepped on the accelerator and the black Mustang slowly drove out of the CSUN store. At the door of the store, he carefully looked left and right. Well, there were no traffic police, so he could drive away. Then he stepped on the accelerator and merged into the traffic flow. He opened the navigation on his phone and entered the location sent by Lu Qing. Not far away, right at the entrance of a shopping mall in the city center. 20 minutes later, the black Mustang stopped steadily in the parking area in front of the shopping mall. Chang Koen saw Lu Qing standing on the side of the road at a glance. She wasn't with those two crazy girls today, she was alone. She didn't wear the exaggerated makeup like yesterday, just a simple short-sleeved shirt and hot pants. She looked a lot fresher, a bit like the girl next door. Lu Qing obviously also saw this cool black sports car. Her eyes were fixed on the car, full of amazement and longing. Chang Koen was in a playful mood and honked the horn twice. Lu Qing was startled and a little dissatisfied. Chang Koen slowly lowered the car window and smiled at her. Get in the car, what are you looking at? Lu Qing's eyes widened instantly. She looked at the car and then at Chang Koen, her face full of shock. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen it wrong. This Mustang, this cowardly ex-brother-in-law really didn't lie to her. Ding! Subversive shock from Lu Qing, emotion value +20. Cool. So cool. Chang Koen liked to see her naive look. Why aren't you coming up yet? Chang Koen urged again. Lu Qing finally woke up from his dream and hurriedly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. After closing the car door, she still felt extremely unreal. She reached out and touched the leather of the seat, then looked at the complicated buttons and screens on the center console, feeling like she was dreaming. Brother-in-law, is this car really yours? She asked stutteringly, her voice trembling. What else? Rented it? Chang Koen was amused by her look. Where did you get so much money? This is what Lu Qing can't understand the most. He had a Haitian banquet yesterday and bought a Mustang today. Isn't the speed at which he spends money faster than a money printing machine? Did he win the lottery? And the jackpot? Secret. Chang Kuan smiled mysteriously without any explanation. Only by maintaining the sense of mystery can he continue to harvest emotional points. Seeing that Lu Qing still looked distracted, he said, "Hold on tight, I'll take you for a ride." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator without giving Lu Qing any time to react. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded again, and the powerful push on the back pressed Lu Qing tightly against the seat, just like it had pressed Xiao Wang to death. The car rushed out like a black lightning. Ah! Lu Qing screamed, subconsciously grabbed the seatbelt, and his face turned pale. Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Not so fast! Chapter 6. My sister-in-law is homeless. The wind blew in from the half-open car window, ruffling Lu Qing's hair. The scene outside the window was rapidly receding. This was the first time in Lu Qing's life that he had experienced such speed and passion. The fastest car she had ever ridden in was her father's Wuling Hongguang, which was about to fall apart. Compared with the current Mustang, it's like the difference between the tortoise and the hare. Slow down, brother-in-law." Lu Qing's voice was filled with tears and he didn't dare to look ahead. When Chang Kuan heard her scream, instead of slowing down, he sped up even more. With God-level driving skills in hand, his control over the car has reached its peak. At the intersection ahead, the red light turns green. Chang Kuan nimbly weaved through the traffic, leaving each car far behind. Lu Qing was so scared that she screamed at first, but gradually she found that although the car was going very fast, the body of the car was extremely stable. She cautiously glanced at Chang Kuan, who was driving next to her. His profile was sharp and his eyes were focused on the front. There was a confidence and calmness on his face that she had never seen before. At this moment, Chang Kuan was completely different from the dull and cowardly man in her impression. He seemed to be glowing. Lu Qing's heartbeat unknowingly quickened a little. Ding! Admiration from Lu Qing, emotion value +5. Ding! Heartbeat from Lu Qing, emotion value +3. Are you excited? When Chang Kuan heard the system prompt, he glanced at his sister-in-law next to him with some surprise. I saw that her cheeks were slightly red and she looked at me with a dazed look in her eyes. She had lost her panic a long time ago. Chang Kuan laughed inwardly. It seems that no woman can resist a man who can drive and drives a sports car. He slowed down and parked the car steadily in the parking lot of a park. How was it? Was it exciting? Chang Kuan unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around and asked her with a smile. Exciting. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his legs were still weak. She patted her chest and looked at Chang Kuan with stars in her eyes. Brother-in-law, you are such an amazing driver. Were you a racing driver before? No, I opened it randomly. Chang Kuan still used the same excuse. Lu Qing curled his lips and said, I don't believe you at all. How can you drive recklessly like this? Wouldn't a professional racer be so ashamed that he'd crawl into a hole in the ground? She now feels more and more that Chang Kuan is full of secrets. This man is like a mystery that makes her want to explore it. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious. Chang Kuan looked at the time. It was already noon. Yeah. Lu Qing nodded vigorously. Being with Chang Kuan, she is now looking forward to delicious food. Yesterday was a feast of the sea and sky, what will it be like today? Chang Kuan started the car and took Lu Qing to a high-end looking Western restaurant. The restaurant is elegantly decorated, with soft music playing in the ears and a very quiet environment. The two found a seat by the window. Chang Kuan ordered signature dishes such as Australian Wagyu beef, French foie gras, and black truffle pasta. Lu Qing was shocked when he saw the prices on the menu, which were often in the 3 or 4 figures. This meal would probably cost an average person a month's salary. She had a new understanding of Chang Kuan's financial resources. The food came up quickly. Lu Qing carefully picked up the knife and fork and imitated Chang Kuan, cutting a small piece of steak and putting it into his mouth. The meat is tender and melts in your mouth, and the rich meaty aroma instantly blooms on your taste buds. It's delicious. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. If it tastes good, eat more. Chang Kuan smiled and poured her another glass of juice. Lu Qing was very satisfied with the meal. She found that being with Chang Kuan not only allowed her to experience all kinds of excitement, but also to enjoy all kinds of delicious food. This feeling was really great. It's more enjoyable than being with her and her sisters. After all, the sisters either let her treat them or let her do the old tricks. But she didn't have much money, so she could only eat some ordinary Shasian food. After dinner, Chang Cohen drove Lu Qing to the most prosperous commercial center in the city. "Why are you here?" Lu Qing was a little confused. "I'll buy you some clothes. The way you're dressed doesn't match my car," Chang Cohen said jokingly. Lu Qing looked down at her short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, her cheeks slightly red. Although Chang Cohen was joking, she also felt that her cheap clothes looked a bit out of place sitting in this sports car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chang Cohen drove the car directly into the underground parking lot of the luxury mall, and then took Lu Qing into one brand store after another. Chanel, Dior, Gucci. These brands, which Lu Qing had only seen in magazines and on TV before, were now right in front of her. When the shopping guides in the store saw Chang Cohen, who was dressed neatly, they were all very enthusiastic. "Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. We just got some of the latest dresses of the season, which suit her temperament very well." "Brother-in-law, I." Lu Qing felt a little uneasy and pulled at the corner of Chang Cohen's clothes. She was just a young girl who had just reached adulthood and had never seen such a scene before. "It's okay, go and try." Chang Cohen gave her a reassuring look. On the recommendation of the shopping guide, Lu Qing changed into a white dress. When she walked out of the fitting room, everyone's eyes lit up. The skirt is well cut, perfectly outlining her youthful and beautiful figure, making her look pure and elegant. "It's really beautiful," Chang Cohen praised sincerely. Lu Qing felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her, and her face turned red to her ears. Ding! Shyness from Lu Qing, emotion value +5. "This is it, pack it up." Chang Cohen took out his bank card and said to the shopping guide. "Yes, sir," the salesperson smiled happily. Next, Chang Cohen took her to buy shoes and bags. In less than an hour, Lu Qing looked brand new and her hands were full of shopping bags. He was wearing all branded clothes from head to toe, which cost at least 100,000 yuan in total. Lu Qing felt like he was dreaming, everything seemed so unreal. It was getting dark when we came out of the mall. Chang Cohen parked the car by the river. The two of them enjoyed the evening breeze and watched the cruise ships coming and going on the river. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Lu Qing lowered his head shyly and said softly. Today was the most dreamy day of her life. "It's nothing." Chang Cohen leaned against the car door and looked at her. "Are you happy?" "Happy." Lu Qing nodded vigorously. "Okay, it's getting late, let me take you home," Chang Cohen said. When he heard the word "go home," the smile on Lu Qing's face suddenly froze and his eyes dimmed. Chang Cohen noticed something was wrong with her. "What's wrong?" Lu Qing hesitated for a long time before whispering, "Brother-in-law. I have nowhere to go." "What do you mean?" Chang Cohen frowned. Lu Qing's eyes suddenly turned red. "Yesterday, after I got home yesterday, my sister and I had a fight. She found out about our Haitian feast and insisted that you hid some private money. She accused me of being ungrateful and she even said she was coming to settle the score with you. I argued with her for a few words and she kicked me out. My mother also ignored me. I stayed at Xiaoxiao's house last night. Today, I don't know where to go." As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes, and she looked so pitiful. After hearing this, Chang Cohen was furious. Lu Ruyan's family is really a dog that can't change its bad habits. I'm divorced, but they still want to interfere in my affairs. Now Lu Qing has been kicked out. Looking at his sister-in-law crying bitterly, Chang Cohen sighed. "We can't really let her live on the streets, can we?" "Okay, stop crying." Chang Cohen handed over a tissue. "Get in the car first." Lu Cheng nodded while sobbing and sat back in the car. Chang Cohen thought about it and decided that it would definitely not be possible to send her home now. His own house was also filled with Lu Ruyan's things. It was as messy as a doghouse and was completely uninhabitable. The only option seems to be. Chang Cohen glanced at Lu Qing, who was still wiping tears beside him, and finally drove towards the hotel where he stayed yesterday. Chapter 7: A Man and a Woman Alone in a Room. The black Mustang traveled through the night and stopped at the door of a 5-star hotel. The doorman immediately trotted over and respectfully opened the car door for them. Lu Qing was a little dazed looking at the magnificent building in front of him. "Brother-in-law, why are we coming here? What else can we do? Get a room and sleep." Chang Koen said casually. Ah? Lu Qing's face turned red. Open, book a room? Although she has a good impression of Chang Koen, this is too fast. She is not mentally prepared yet. Seeing her shocked and embarrassed expression, Chang Koen finally realized the ambiguity in his words. He nodded her head in annoyance. What are you thinking? I can't let you sleep on the street, right? My house is a mess now, like a pigsty, I can't go back. Stay here for one night and we'll talk tomorrow. Oh. Lu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he inexplicably felt a little lost in his heart. It turns out that I was overthinking it. Chang Koen handed the car keys to the doorman to park the car, and then took Lu Qing into the hotel lobby. The crystal chandeliers in the lobby sparkled, and the shiny marble floor reflected the two figures. When I walked into the elevator, I found the space was small and the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Lu Qing lowered his head and played with his fingers, not daring to look at Chang Koen. Chang Koen also felt a little uncomfortable and could only watch the changing numbers on the elevator door. Bite. The elevator reached the 18th floor. The two walked out of the elevator one after the other and found the room. I swiped my card to open the door and the lights in the room automatically turned on. This is a luxurious suite, very large and luxuriously decorated. The living room has soft sofas and a huge LCD TV, with a small bar next to it. There is a 2-meter wide bed in the bedroom. Wow! Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was her first time staying in such a nice hotel. You sit for a while, I'm going to take a shower. Chang Koen put down the shopping bag in his hand. After driving for a whole day, he felt sticky and uncomfortable. Yeah. Lu Qing nodded obediently and sat down on the sofa stiffly. Chang Koen walked into the bathroom, and soon, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. Lu Qing was the only one left in the living room. As she listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, her cheeks felt hot and her mind began to wander. What does my brother-in-law look like? It should be pretty good, right? Bah! Lu Qing! What are you thinking about? She quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of these messy thoughts. She stood up and walked around the room. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, you can see the dazzling city night view outside, with thousands of lights shining like a dream. But she had no home to return to. Thinking of this, her mood became depressed again. After about 10 minutes, the bathroom door opened. Chang Koen came out wrapped in a bath towel, wiping his wet hair. He was shirtless, revealing his toned and well-proportioned muscles. Although he is not an exaggerated muscular man, his lines are clear and full of power. The 6 clearly visible abdominal muscles made Lu Qing stare in amazement. She didn't expect that her brother-in-law, who usually looked a little thin in clothes, actually had such a good figure. Chang Koen didn't notice her gaze. He walked to the small bar, took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and drank it down. The rolling Adam's apple and the drops of water sliding from the neck to the chest, Lu Qing felt his face burning and his heart beating as fast as a drum. Ding! Lu Qing's obsession, emotion value plus 10. Only then did Chang Koen realize that Lu Qing was looking at him stupidly. He looked down at himself before realizing what was happening. Ahem, what are you looking at, he said unnaturally, and quickly turned back to the bedroom to put on his clothes. Nothing, nothing. Lu Qing hurriedly looked away, feeling like his face was burning. Soon, Chang Koen changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and came out. You should also take a shower to relieve your fatigue, he said to Lu Qing. I didn't bring any spare clothes. Lu Qing was a little embarrassed. It's okay, the hotel has bathrobes, Chang Koen said, or you can wear mine first. Ah? Wear yours? Lu Qing's face turned even redder. Dislike it? No. No. Lu Qing waved his hands quickly. Then go ahead. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, but still walked into the bathroom holding the clean clothes Chang Koen gave her. Chang Koen sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and randomly picked a movie to watch, but his mind was not on the TV at all. The sound of water came from the bathroom again, and his mind began to uncontrollably imagine what Lu Qing looked like now. The white dress was taken off. The water washed over her young and beautiful body. Chang Koen shook his head and called himself a beast. What are you thinking? That's your ex-sister-in-law. Just then, his stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Gurgle. Only then did he remember that he had only eaten some Western food for dinner and was not very hungry at all. He picked up the service menu in the room and looked at it. Hey, Lu Qing, are you hungry? Do you want to order some midnight snack? He shouted towards the bathroom. Well, a little. Lu Qing's muffled voice came from the bathroom. What do you want to eat? Barbecue? Crayfish? It's all fine. You decide. Chang Kuan picked up the phone and ordered a large portion of spicy crayfish, some grilled skewers, and a cold beer. Not long after, the hotel's room service delivered the midnight snack. The aroma of crayfish instantly aroused Chang Kuan's appetite. Just then, the bathroom door opened. Lu Qing walked out of the bathroom. She was wearing Chang Kuan's loose white t-shirt, the hem of which just covered her thighs. Two straight, slender, and dazzlingly white thighs were revealed. Her wet hair was still dripping with water, and her innocent face was steamed pink by the heat, like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. Chang Kuan's throat couldn't help but feel dry. Was this girl doing it on purpose or unintentionally? This is really a test of a normal man's determination. Ding! Amazing response from Chang Kuan, emotional value plus 10. Wait, why is the system prompt tone reversed? Chang Kuan was stunned for a moment. That's not right. The system is bound to himself. It should be. He quickly asked the hand system. Ding! Sorry, I was stunned and sent it to the wrong person. Anyway, the mood value is plus 10. Here, Lu Qing saw Chang Kuan's gaze and felt a little unnatural. She pursed her lips and whispered. Brother-in-law, I'm done washing. Chapter 8 Brother-in-law, are you lonely? Hey, come over for a midnight snack. Chang Kuan withdrew his gaze and pointed at the delicious food on the table. Wow! Crayfish! When Lu Qing saw the food, his eyes immediately lit up and he temporarily forgot about the embarrassment. She trotted to the table, sat down, picked up a crayfish and prepared to eat. I didn't notice at all that Lei Zi's fluctuations were too large. Chang Kuan swallowed and sat down as well. He picked up a lobster, peeled a whole shrimp in no time, and then naturally put it on the plate in front of Lu Qing. Eat it! Lu Qing was stunned when he saw the shrimp on the plate, and then a warm feeling surged in his heart. This action was exactly the same as when I ate king crab at Hai Tian Feast yesterday, considerate and gentle. She suddenly felt that her sister Lu Ruyan was really blind. She doesn't want such a good man, but insists on supporting that useless brother. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lu Qing picked up the shrimp and put it into his mouth. Ding! Touched by Lu Qing, emotion value plus 5. Why are you being so polite to me? Chang Kuan smiled and started peeling the second one. He opened a bottle of beer and filled it up for himself, then asked Lu Qing, do you want some? I'm not very good at drinking. Lu Qing hesitated. It's okay, just drink a little, it'll help you sleep. Chang Kuan also poured her half a cup. Lu Qing thought about it and didn't refuse. The two of them ate crayfish and drank beer, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. After a few drinks, Lu Qing talked more and began to complain to Chang Kuan about her weird family. She talked about how her mother was patriarchal and how all the good things belonged to her brother since she was a child. She talked about how her sister was materialistic and vain, and how she only wanted to marry a rich man, but ended up marrying Chang Kuan and then thought he was incompetent. She talked about how her brother was idle and uneducated, and all he did was ask for money from the household. Chang Kuan listened quietly, peeling a lobster for her or agreeing with her from time to time. He had experienced these things a long time ago, and now when he heard them from Lu Qing's mouth, he could only sigh. As he spoke, Lu Qing's eyes turned red again. Brother-in-law, tell me, how could my mother and my sisters treat you like that? You have done the best for our family. It's all over. Chang Kuan took a sip of beer and said lightly. For him, being away from that family was a relief. I can't get over it. Lu Qing took a big sip of beer, his cheeks flushed. I just feel bad for you. Lu Qing opened up completely and became bolder. She began to ask Chang Kuan some personal questions. Brother-in-law, are you sad about divorcing my sister? I'm not sad, I just feel relaxed. Chang Kuan told the truth. So, what are your plans for the future? Make money first, then enjoy life. Then, will you find another one? When Lu Qing asked this question, he was a little hesitant to look at Chang Kuan. Chang Kuan glanced at her. Her eyes were blurry and a little drunk. It depends on fate. Chang Kuan answered ambiguously. After the midnight snack, the table was a mess. Lu Qing's face was already red from drinking, and her eyes were a little dazed. Brother-in-law. I feel so dizzy. She shook her head and her body swayed a little. You can't drink it, but you still drink so much. Chang Kuan felt helpless. He stood up and helped her lie down on the sofa. Just lie down for a while. Lu Qing's body leaned softly against him, and a girl's sweet fragrance mixed with a faint smell of alcohol kept drilling into his nose. Chang Kuan felt the fire in his body being ignited again. After he settled Lu Qing down, he was about to go back to the bedroom to watch a movie, but Lu Qing suddenly grabbed his hand. Brother-in-law. Ha! Chang Kuan turned around. Lu Qing looked up at him with her red little face, her eyes hazy. I'm not drunk. Let's play a game? What game? Truth or dare? Lu Qing said with a drunken smile. Chang Kuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even though he's so drunk, he's still playing games. Okay, go to bed. It's getting late. He wanted to pull his hand back. But Lu Qing held on even tighter. No. I just want to play. You play with me. She started to act coquettishly. Few men can resist an 18-year-old girl acting coquettishly to you in such a drunken tone. Chang Kuan sighed in his heart, well, just play with her. Okay, you can play, just 3 rounds, then go to bed. Okay. Lu Qing agreed happily. How do we play? Rock, paper, scissors? Chang Kuan asked. In the first round, Chang Kuan played scissors and Lu Qing played paper. You lose. Chang Kuan laughed, truth or dare? I choose the big adventure. Lu Qing said with his neck stiff. Chang Kuan thought for a moment and said, then, sing a song for me. This big adventure is very safe. Okay. Lu Qing cleared her throat, and then sang a very popular song on the internet with her slightly out-of-tune voice. Although his singing is not very good, his serious look is quite cute. In the second game, Lu Qing won. It's my turn. Brother-in-law, do you choose truth or dare? She asked excitedly. The truth. Chang Kuan chose the safer option. Lu Qing rolled his eyes and gave a sly smile. You and my sister have been married for 3 years. How many times have you recharged? This question is a bit sharp. Chang Kuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, what the hell, just a few times a year. This is the truth. Lu Ruyan despises him and won't let him touch her. After listening to this, Lu Qing looked at Chang Kuan with a hint of sympathy and heartache in his eyes. In the third game, Chang Kuan won again. I win again, what's your choice this time? I still choose the big adventure. Lu Qing seemed to have given it his all. Chang Kuan looked at her and suddenly had some bad thoughts. He leaned close to Lu Qing's ear and whispered, then, kiss me. Lu Qing's body froze instantly. She stared at Chang Kuan with wide eyes, as if she didn't hear clearly what he said. The warm breath sprayed on her earlobe, making her feel numb and itchy, and half of her body went limp. What's wrong? You don't dare? Chang Kuan deliberately provoked her. Who doesn't dare? Lu Qing was drunk. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and moved towards Chang Kuan's face. Soft lips gently pressed against Chang Kuan's cheek. Instantly separate. But that soft touch instantly spread throughout Chang Kuan's body like an electric current. After the kiss, Lu Qing immediately shrank back, buried her face in the sofa cushions and dared not look at him. Chang Kuan touched the cheek that was kissed and smiled. This girl is really cute. After the game ended, Chang Kuan looked at Lu Qing, who was lying on the sofa pretending to be dead, and said, okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed. He turned around and was about to go back to the bedroom, but his hand was suddenly grabbed and Lu Qing's voice came. Brother-in-law. You. Lonely? Chapter 9 Last night. I didn't feel anything. Are you lonely? Chang Kuan never thought about this problem. During the 3 years of his marriage to Liu Ruyan, he did not act like a husband, but more like a nanny and an ATM. There is no warmth at home, only endless demands and quarrels. Those days were not lonely, but just depressing and frustrating. After the divorce he gained freedom, a system, money, and respect. He just felt happy and felt that a new chapter in his life had begun. But now that Lu Qing asked him this, he realized that there seemed to be a place that was really empty deep in his heart. He is a normal man with normal physical and psychological needs. He has lived like an ascetic for the past 3 years, and now a young and beautiful girl who has a crush on him is lying on the sofa behind him. Feeling the girl's body fragrance, Chang Kuen's breathing became a little heavy. He slowly turned around and looked at Lu Qing on the sofa. She remained in that position, her face buried in the cushions, with only one red ear visible. She was waiting for his answer. Chang Kuen didn't say anything, but just reached out and gently brushed away the hair that was scattered on her cheek. Lu Qing's body trembled slightly. Chang Kuen leaned over and whispered in her ear. "A little." After saying that, he didn't give Lu Qing a chance to react and directly picked her up by the waist. "Ah!" Lu Qing screamed and subconsciously hugged his neck. What are you going to do?" she asked in panic, almost sobering up from her drunkenness. Chang Kuen didn't answer but just carried her towards the bedroom. Early the next morning, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and spilled into the room. Chang Kuen opened his eyes and felt a headache like a hangover. He rubbed his temples and sat up in a daze. After a few seconds, the memories of last night flooded into his mind like a tide. From receiving Lu Qing's call, to taking her to buy a car, eat, and go shopping. Then there was the hotel supper, truth or dare, and the final fatal question. And everything that happened after the problem. Chang Kuen's gaze shifted to his side. Lu Qing was still sleeping soundly, her black hair scattered on the pillow, revealing a peaceful and beautiful sleeping face. Chang Kuen's mood became extremely complicated. What was going on? Less than 2 days after divorcing her elder sister, she was already sleeping in the same bed with her younger sister. If Lu Ruyan and that weird mother-in-law knew about this, wouldn't there be a huge uproar? Oh, what a sinful debt. Chang Kuen sighed helplessly in his heart. But his gaze uncontrollably fell on Lu Qing's smooth shoulders. Young skin glows in the morning light. I have to say. Tender, really tender. Chang Kuen felt that the fire in his body was rising again. He quickly threw off the quilt and got out of bed. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would make another mistake. He went into the bathroom and took a cold shower, which barely suppressed the evil fire. When he came out of the bathroom, Lu Qing also woke up. She was sitting on the bed wrapped in a quilt. When she saw Chang Kuen, her little face turned red and she quickly lowered her head. Awake? Chang Kuen asked calmly. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, and neither of them knew what to say. Well, you should wash up first, I'll order some breakfast. Chang Kuen broke the silence first. Okay. Lu Qing hugged the quilt and quickly slipped into the bathroom. Chang Kuen picked up the phone and ordered the hotel's room service, and soon, a sumptuous breakfast was delivered. There is century egg and lean meat porridge, steamed dumplings, fried eggs, milk, and everything else. Lu Qing also came out of the bathroom. She had already put on the white dress that Chang Kuen bought for her yesterday, and her hair was combed neatly, but the blush on her face had not completely faded. Come and have breakfast. Chang Kuen called. The two sat facing each other and ate breakfast quietly. No one mentioned what happened last night, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. The meal ended in a silent and eerie atmosphere. Chang Kuen cleared the dishes and looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting opposite him with his head down and playing with his fingers. He felt that he had to make things clear. He cleared his throat and said, Lu Qing, what happened last night? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Lu Qing raised his head suddenly like a frightened rabbit, rushed over and covered his mouth with his hands. Stop it. Brother-in-law. Please. Her eyes were full of shyness, and her eye sockets were red as if she was about to cry. Chang Kuen felt soft-hearted when he saw her like this. Well, it seems this girl is more nervous than me. He pulled her hand down, looked into her eyes, and softened his tone. Chang Kuen looked at her cute face and suddenly had bad thoughts again. I want to say. He raised a wicked smile, leaned close to her ear, and said in a low voice. Well, I wanted to say that I was drunk last night and didn't feel anything. How about, we try again? Lu Qing's brain froze instantly. She never expected Chang Kuen to say such shameless words. Before she could react, Chang Kuen picked her up again and carried her sideways, walking towards the big bed in the bedroom. Ah! Put me down. In broad daylight. Lu Qing exclaimed and struggled in his arms. But her little bit of strength was no different from a kitten scratching its itch in front of Chang Kuen. 10 minutes later. Chang Koan lay contentedly at the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Well, it turns out that I feel clearer when I am awake. As expected, tender. Lu Qing beside him was covering his head with a quilt, wrapping himself up like a silkworm and pretending to be dead without moving. Chang Koan smiled and didn't disturb her. Just then, Lu Qing's cell phone rang. The silkworm in the quilt moved. Then a white and tender arm stretched out from the quilt and groped for the phone. Hello? Xiao Xiao. Lu Qing's voice was a little lazy and hoarse. Xing. Where have you been? Why didn't you reply to my message all night? Sun Xiaoxiao's noisy voice came from the other end of the phone. Meng and I are going shopping, are you coming? Lu Cheng stuck his head out and subconsciously glanced at Chang Kuan next to him. Chang Kuan raised an eyebrow at her. Lu Qing's face flushed again. She covered the microphone and whispered to Chang Kuan, brother-in-law, Xiao Xiao asked me to go out and play. We. Okay, let's go. I have nothing to do, so let's go together. Chang Kuan said indifferently. It's just right, I can take them out to spend some money and gain some emotional points. He has accumulated a lot of emotional value now, and it's time to consider another lottery. Chapter 10. It's really good, and it's really fast. After getting Chang Kuan's permission, Lu Qing said to the phone, come on, where are you? I'll come find you right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing crawled out from under the quilt. She looked at the messy bed and her face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to bleed. She pushed Chang Kuan next to her, hurry up and get dressed. What's the rush? Chang Kuan lazily took another puff of his cigarette, his eyes looking at her unscrupulously. Lu Qing felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, so she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Rogue. Chang Kuan smiled and took the pillow, then slowly got up. The two of them dawdled for more than half an hour before finally packing up and leaving the hotel. Lu Qing kept his head down when going downstairs, but Chang Kuan was calm and composed. Only after getting into the black Mustang did Lu Qing's mood calm down a little. She secretly glanced at Chang Kuan who was driving, feeling mixed emotions. Shy, sweet, and a little uneasy. She didn't know where her relationship with Chang Kuan would go in the future. What do they mean by this? Lover? Or, fuck buddy? She didn't dare to think further. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall where I had an appointment with Sun Xiaoxiao. The two energetic girls were stunned when they saw this cool Mustang. When he saw Lu Qing, who was dressed like a little princess, and Chang Kuan, who was wearing designer casual clothes, getting out of the car, his jaw almost dropped. Oh my god. Xing. Is this you? Wang Mengmeng circled around Lu Qing, her face full of disbelief. That dress you're wearing is Chanel, right? I just saw it in a magazine yesterday. It cost tens of thousands. And this bag. These shoes. Oh my god, are you going to rob a bank? Sun Xiaoxiao also shouted exaggeratedly. Lu Qing felt a little embarrassed by what they said and whispered, yes, my brother-in-law bought it for me. Brother Kuan? The two younger sisters' gazes simultaneously turned to Chang Kuan. His eyes were filled with shock, envy and jealousy. Ding. Jealousy from Wang Mengmeng, emotion value +5. Ding. Envy from Sun Xiaoxiao, emotion value +5. Chang Kuan was secretly happy. We just met and I've already gained 10 emotion points. Not bad, not bad. Brother Kuan. You are so awesome. Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of stars. Wow. Brother Kuan, you are really my idol. Brother Kuan, are you still looking for a pendant? The kind that can yell 88. The two little sisters instantly turned into bootlickers and surrounded Chang Kuan and praised him highly. Chang Kuan waved his hand and said, okay, stop talking nonsense. Where do you want to go? I'll pay for it today. Really? Long live Brother Kuan. How about we go play billiards? Wang Mengmeng suggested. Okay, let's go there. Chang Kuan nodded in agreement. The four of them got in the car and headed straight to the billiard club. The space in the Mustang is not big, and the three girls huddled together and chattering are quite lively. When he arrived, Chang Kuan found that this billiard club was a bit smoky. After entering, a few energetic young men and women greeted them. Hey, little bastard, are you ready to kill the old man again? Sun Xiaoxiao instantly got furious and bared her teeth as she yelled at them. Fuck you, this is Ching Snake's brother-in-law. If you have nothing to do, get out of here. Chang Koan was stunned. Little bastard? Green Snake? He looked at Lu Qing, who was also embarrassed when he saw Chang Koan's look. Ahem, brother-in-law, if you want to go out and have fun, you need a domineering nickname. 6. But he didn't say much and went straight to the front desk to recharge 20,000 yuan. Bite. Welcome new members, first deposit 20,000, get 10,000 for free. The broadcast in the billiard hall also announced Chang Koan's recharge amount. When the energetic girls who were playing basketball heard this, they all stood there in a daze, exclaiming wow. A little girl with dyed red hair said with wide eyes, "Hiss, this Green Snake's brother-in-law is quite powerful." Yeah, how about we steal her sister's girl? The green-haired guy next to her echoed with shining eyes. At this time, another energetic young man who was as thin as a bamboo pole was a little jealous and started muttering beside him, "Tisk, it's just 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Wait for us brothers to make a move tonight and we will top it up for you guys too." As he spoke, he put his hand on the red-haired girl's shoulder. Get lost, you idiot. Wait until you sell those electric scooters before you come hug me. The red-haired girl was not a pushover either. She opened the claws of the one called Dry Cowpea and snorted. Tisk, sluts. Dry Cowpea curled his lips and looked at them sarcastically, "There's no place for you. That green snake must have climbed into her brother-in-law's bed a long time ago." Of course, Chang Koan and the others couldn't hear these words. But even if I heard it, it wouldn't matter. With his current rank, would he bother with these people? But the emotional values that came out of his mind made him feel so happy. In just a short while after recharging, I had already gained nearly 50 points of emotion value. If this is converted into RMB, it would be at least several million. It's so cool. It's easy to harvest the emotional values of these energetic girls. It seems that even Lu Ruyan can't compare to them. Chang Koan also picked up a pool cue. He used to like playing billiards, but after getting married, Lu Ruyan was very strict with him. Not to mention playing billiards, even going out for dinner with colleagues requires half a day of reporting. Who will go first? Chang Koan wiped the tip of the pole and asked Lu Qing and the other two. I'll do it. Sun Xiaoxiao volunteered. The result is naturally no surprise. Chang Koan's tee shot was clean and neat. And then, nothing happened. The three girls all stared at him in amazement, as if they were looking at a monster. Is it over already? Sun Xiaoxiao asked stutteringly. Brother Koan, you are not a professional player, are you? Wang Mengming's eyes were full of admiration. Lu Qing also looked at Chang Koan in shock. Ding. Admiration from Lu Qing, emotion value plus 10. Ding. Admiration from Wang Mengmeng, emotion value plus 3. Ding. Sun Xiaoxiao's shock, emotion value plus 3. Another wave of emotional value is coming in. Chang Koan was overjoyed. It seems that I still underestimated the pleasure of showing off. It's just so. I haven't played for a long time, so my hands are a little rusty. Chang Koan said modestly. To the three girls, these words sounded like Versailles. If this is considered unfamiliarity, then people like them haven't even entered the door yet, right? Played for more than an hour. No more playing. Fighting with you is too much of a blow. Sun Xiaoxiao threw the club away and acted like a spoiled child. Chang Koan smiled and did not continue. Okay, let's go, it's time for lunch. He casually threw the membership card he had applied for at the beginning to Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao took the card and stood there in a daze. Koan, brother Koan? Chang Koan said casually, this is for you. I don't come here often anyway, so you guys can play whenever you like. What? The three girls were once again shocked by his generosity. A card worth more than 20,000 yuan, just given away for free? What is this operation? This is not the way to spend money. Ding. Extreme shock from Sun Xiaoxiao, emotion value plus 10. Ding. Incredible message from Wang Mengmeng, emotion value plus 5. Ding. Admiration from Lu Qing, emotion value plus 3. Including what happened just now, I have already saved up nearly 100 points of emotion. Chang Koan felt like he was about to go crazy. It seemed like he could try the intermediate lottery to see what good things he could get. Lu Qing looked at Chang Koan and seemed to be hesitant to speak. She felt that Chang Kuen's spending was really too exaggerated. Although it was not her money that was spent, she still felt a little distressed. Chang Kuen saw what she was thinking and said with a smile, "Money is meant to be spent. If you don't spend it, what's the difference between it and paper? You can always come over if you want to play billiards in the future." Lu Qing looked at him and felt warm in his heart. She knew that Chang Kuen gave her this card more for her face. This man, although sometimes bad, is also a bit quick. But it's really good for her. Chapter 11 Intermediate Lottery. After leaving the billiard club, Sun Xiaoxiao and Wang Mengmeng looked at Chang Kuen with admiration. "Brother Kuen, where are we going to play next?" Sun Xiaoxiao asked with anticipation, her voice becoming several shades sweeter. "Yes, Brother Kuen, we will all listen to you." Wang Mengmeng quickly agreed. Chang Kuen looked at the sky and it was still early. He thought for a moment and said, "How about going to sing?" "Great, great." The two girls immediately clapped their hands. Lu Qing had no objection, she would go wherever her brother-in-law went. So, Chang Kuen drove the car again and took the three girls to the most upscale KTV in the city. This KTV is famous for its luxury, so the consumption level is naturally top-notch. Chang Kuen directly asked for the largest and most luxurious presidential room. The room fee alone cost several thousand per night. Then he ordered a lot of imported wine, fruit plates and snacks, filling up the huge coffee table. The two girls, Sun Xiaoxiao and Wang Mengmeng, were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden when they entered the private room. Everything they saw was new to them. He took out his phone and took a lot of photos of the luxurious decoration in the room and the table full of drinks, and posted them on WeChat Moments to show off. Ding! Vanity from Wang Mengmeng, mood value +5. Ding! Show off from Sun Xiaoxiao, mood value +5. Chang Kuen was in a good mood as he looked at his rising emotional value. He randomly ordered a song and handed the microphone to Lu Qing. "You go first." Lu Qing was a little embarrassed, but still took the microphone. Her singing was still a little off tune, just like last night. But with the support of this top-level audio system, it sounds quite unique. After singing a song, Sun Xiaoxiao and Wang Mengmeng also rushed to sing. The three girls soon had a great time, singing and dancing in the private room. Chang Kuen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, drinking and looking at them with a smile. This feeling is very relaxing and comfortable. There was a time when he also longed for such a life, where he didn't have to worry about making a living, didn't have to care about other people's faces, and could do whatever he wanted. And now it's all come true. He glanced at the system panel. Host, Chang Kuen. Emotional value, 132. After a day of crazy spending and showing off, his emotional level finally broke through the 100 mark. With 100 emotion points, you can participate in an intermediate lottery. Chang Kuen's heart became hot. Even with a low-level lottery, you can win incredible things like hundreds of thousands of cash and god-level driving skills. What kind of surprise will the intermediate lottery bring him? He suppressed his excitement and did not draw the lottery immediately. "I'll study it carefully when I get back to the hotel at night." He picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the expensive foreign wine. "The taste is just so-so, not as good as the ice beer I had last night." It seems that the value of something does not entirely depend on its price. After playing until around 10 o'clock in the evening, the three girls were a little tired. Chang Kuen paid the bill and spent tens of thousands of yuan. "Okay, it's getting late, let's go home," Chang Kuen said. Sun Xiaoxiao and Wang Mengmeng both felt a little unsatisfied, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Today, they have experienced a luxurious life that they have never experienced in their lives, and they are very satisfied. "Thank you, Brother Kuen." "Goodbye, Brother Kuen." Chang Kuen first sent them both home. He and Lu Qing were the only ones left in the car, and the atmosphere became a little subtle again. Lu Qing leaned on the passenger seat, tilted his head and looked at the night scene receding outside the window, not knowing what he was thinking. "What are you thinking about?" Chang Kuen asked. Lu Qing turned around and looked at him with a complicated look in his eyes. "Brother-in-law, you spent a lot of money today, didn't you?" "Not much," Chang Kuen said indifferently. "But..." Lu Qing bit her lip, "I don't think you need to spend so much money on us." Although she enjoyed this kind of life, she always felt a little uneasy in her heart. She was afraid that Chang Kuen was just trying to show off in front of her and her friends. What if his money ran out? Chang Kuen noticed her worry and smiled. "Don't worry, this little money is nothing to me." He didn't explain too much. There are some things that she may not believe even if you explain them to her. Then you. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, but still asked, will you always be like this in the future? She was referring to this extravagant lifestyle. That's about right. Money is earned, not saved. Chang Kuan said. This is the most profound truth he realized after his divorce. In the past, he lived frugally and valued every penny more than his life. What's the result? What he got in return was the contempt and endless demands of Lu Ruyan's family. Now, he wants to live for himself. The uneasiness in Lu Qing's heart gradually disappeared. The car returned to the five-star hotel again. After last night's experience, both of them seemed much more natural this time. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Qing took the coat from Chang Kuan and hung it up for him, then ran to the bar to pour him a glass of warm water. She looks like a gentle and considerate little wife. Chang Kuan felt warm in his heart as he watched her busy figure. It feels so good to be cared for. You've been tired all day, go take a shower first. Chang Kuan said. Yeah, you too. Lu Qing blushed and nodded. The two of them tacitly walked towards the bathroom and the living room, and the other walked towards the bathroom and the bedroom. When Chang Kuan finished his shower and came out of the bedroom wearing a bathrobe, Lu Qing had just finished showering. She was still wearing Chang Kuan's loose t-shirt, and her two long snow-white legs looked particularly attractive under the light. Brother-in-law. She walked up to Chang Kuan and looked up at him with her little face raised. Are we still playing games tonight? She asked softly, with a hint of anticipation and shyness in her eyes. Chang Kuan couldn't help himself when he saw her shy and lovely appearance. He picked her up and said with a wicked smile. Let's play something more interesting. The night is still long. After some lovemaking. Lu Qing curled up in Chang Kuan's arms like a kitten and fell into a deep sleep. Chang Kuan, however, had no desire to sleep at all. He gently took Lu Qing's arm away from him and quietly got out of bed. He walked into the living room and closed the bedroom door. Then, he sat cross-legged on the sofa and took a deep breath. System, I want to conduct an intermediate lottery. Chapter 12. Buy a house. Ding. The host's emotional value is detected to be 132 points, meeting the intermediate lottery conditions 100 points time. Do you confirm the intermediate lottery? Confirm. Chang Kuan did not hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, a scene appeared before his eyes that was completely different from the previous low-level lottery. No longer that simple white turntable. It is a gorgeous roulette wheel made entirely of silver. The roulette wheel was divided into countless grids, but each grid was filled with a chaotic silver light, making it impossible to see what the prize was. Fuck, this special effect is much more advanced than the low-level lottery. Chang Kuan admired in his heart. It seems that the 100 points of emotion were well spent. Intermediate lucky draw begins. As the system prompt sounded, the roulette wheel began to spin slowly. Chang Kuan stared at the roulette wheel eagerly. A low-level lottery could win good things like hundreds of thousands of cash and god-level driving skills. What about the intermediate draw? Will I just draw a better skill? Or give tens of millions? Time passes by every second. The roulette wheel finally began to spin slower. Chang Kuan's breathing also became rapid. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 7 million yuan. 7 million? Chang Kuan's eyes widened instantly. Fuck. He couldn't hold back any longer and waved his fists excitedly. Get rich. This time I'm really fucking rich. The previous few low-level lotteries only added up to a few $100,000. Although he experienced the feeling of being a rich man, he still felt a little lacking in confidence. But it's different now. His cell phone's text message alert sounded at this moment. Ding dong. Chang Kuan quickly grabbed his phone and unlocked the screen. A deposit information from the bank was clearly displayed on the screen. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 7 million renminbi at XXXX on X month X day, and the current account balance is 7,158,321 renminbi and 50 cents. 2 days ago, Chang Kuan was still a loser who was worried about a few $1,000s in divorce fees. Now, he is already a wealthy man with a huge sum of more than 7 million. The ups and downs of life are so exciting. Call. Chang Kuan slumped on the sofa, his mind racing. After I have this money, I need to have my own home. Staying in hotels all the time is not a big deal after all. Especially now that my relationship with Lu Qing has reached this point, we will inevitably be together often in the future. You can't always come to the hotel to book a room, right? That's too tasteless. He needs a home that truly belongs to him. A spacious, comfortable, luxurious home. Buy a house. Once this thought came up, I could no longer stop it. Yes, buy a house. Just buy a large flat in the city center. It's out several hundred square meters, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the entire city at night. Thinking of this, Chang Cohen immediately became energetic. He picked up his phone, opened the real estate app, and began searching for high-end properties in the city. Real estate information with names that sounded very high-end appeared before his eyes. Tianyua Number 1, Binjiang Capital, Yunding Mansion. Looking at the prices that often reach tens of thousands per square meter, Chang Cohen didn't even have the courage to click in to take a look. But now, he just felt bored. It's so cheap. He directly raised the total price to more than 5 million in the screening conditions. In an instant, more than half of the properties on the app were gone. The rest are all pretty good mansions in this city. Chang Cohen's attention was quickly attracted by a real estate project called Guanlan Mansion. This property mainly features large flats over 200 square meters, which have a first-line river view and are known as the ceiling of luxury homes in the city. One of the top floor units has an area of 320 square meters and is priced at 8.88 million yuan. That's it. Chang Cohen felt a surge of emotion when he saw this. However, more than 8 million is still beyond his current budget. He looked at other apartment types and found a 240 square meter apartment with a total price of around 5.8 million yuan. This price is just within his affordable range. Moreover, this property is ready for immediate use and can be occupied immediately after purchase. It's perfect. Chang Cohen immediately wrote down the address of the property and the phone number of the sales office. He glanced at the time and it was already late at night. No rush. Tomorrow morning, we will go straight there and kill them. That night, Chang Cohen slept particularly soundly. The next day, he woke up at dawn. His habit of getting up early for many years made him have no intention of staying in bed. He quietly got up, washed up, and changed into an Armani casual outfit. The man in the mirror looked radiant and his eyes were full of confidence. Chang Cohen was very satisfied with his current condition. When he came out of the cloakroom, Lu Qing also woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the bedroom, still wearing his baggy t-shirt. "Brother-in-law, why are you up so early?" Her voice was lazy, as if she had just woken up, which made Chang Cohen feel itchy. "Well, I have something important to do today," Chang Cohen said with a smile. "Oh." Lu Qing nodded and went to wash up obediently. After the two of them had breakfast sent by the hotel, Chang Cohen asked, "Should I take you to your friend's place, or?" I told them that we'd go shopping today," Lu Qing said in a low voice, his eyes a little evasive. She actually wanted to stay with Chang Cohen, but was afraid of disturbing him while he was doing his work. "Okay, I'll take you there first." Chang Cohen nodded. He drove the black Mustang and first took Lu Qing to the destination. Sun Xiaoxiao and Wang Mengmeng were already waiting at the door. Seeing Chang Cohen's car, the two energetic girls exclaimed in envy again. "Goodbye, Brother Cohen. Brother-in-law, call me when you're done," Lu Qing said reluctantly before getting off the car. "Good." Chang Cohen smiled at her, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. His next destination, Guanlan Mansion Sales Center. Chapter 13 Beautiful Real Estate Consultant. The sales center of Guanlan Mansion is located in the most prosperous area in the city center. The building, which is full of modern design, is enough to demonstrate its extraordinary status. Most of the cars parked at the door are luxury cars such as Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Although Chang Cohen's Mustang is not the most expensive, its cool appearance still attracts the attention of many passers-by. He parked the car, straightened his collar, and walked into the sales center. A scent of aromatherapy hits you in the face. The sales hall is magnificently decorated with a huge crystal chandelier and a huge sand table built in a 1-to-1 ratio. All of them show the grandeur of this property to visitors. At this time, there were several groups of customers looking at houses in the hall, and several sales ladies in professional suits were explaining to them with smiles on their faces. Chang Cohen's appearance did not attract much attention. He was too young and dressed casually. He didn't look like someone who could afford a multi-million-dollar mansion. A few salesmen who looked more experienced just glanced at him and continued to do their own things. In their view, this is at most a young person who comes in to enjoy the air conditioning or to see the luxury house, and is not their target customer at all. Chang Koen was also happy to have some quiet time. He walked to the huge sand table and started studying it. The layout of the entire building was clear at a glance, and he found the building he liked at a glance. The building has an excellent location and a wide view, and it is a pretty good location in the entire community. Just as he was watching intently, a slightly nervous and hesitant voice sounded beside him. "Hello, sir, are you here to see the house?" Chang Koen turned his head. A young girl in a standard business suit was standing next to him. The girl looked to be about 22 or 23 years old, tall, and with a pretty face. But there was an unconcealable immaturity and nervousness on that pretty face. She must be a newcomer. Chang Koen's eyes scanned her inconspicuously. Very punctual. This was his first reaction. The girl wore light makeup and had delicate features, especially her eyes, which were big and bright, as if they could speak. The white shirt was filled up by her proud bust, as if the buttons would burst at any time, but her waist was extremely slender and could be held in one hand. Under the black hip skirt, there is a pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. She wore a pair of black high heels, which made her already tall figure look even more graceful. This is a woman who can get high scores from most men. Yeah, looking at the house. Chang Koen responded indifferently. My name is Su Wanwan. I'm an intern real estate consultant here. I'm happy to serve you. Seeing his response, the girl seemed relieved and quickly handed over her business card with a sweet smile on her face. Su Wanwan. The name is nice too. Chang Koen didn't take her business card, but just nodded and said straight to the point. No need to introduce these. He pointed to the conspicuous building model on the sand table. Take me to see the largest apartment in this building. If I'm satisfied, I'll buy it today. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet sales hall. In an instant, several property consultants at the front desk all looked over at him, with wonderful expressions on their faces. There was shock and suspicion. Could this kid be a hidden rich second generation? Su Wanwan, who was standing next to Chang Koen, was stunned where she was. What did he say? Buy today? Buy the biggest one in the building? That's the top unit in the building. The total price is close to 6 million. She has been interning here for almost a month and has not sold even the smallest house. I have to look at my manager's face every day and endure the exclusion of my colleagues. She even began to doubt whether she was not suitable for sales at all. If she fails to make any more orders this month, she might be fired. So, when she saw Chang Koen standing alone in front of the sand table, she mustered up the courage and went up to talk to him with a desperate attitude. But she never expected that she would catch a super big fish with just a casual scoop. Sir, you mean, you want to see the 240 square meter penthouse apartment? Su Wanwan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Yes, that's it. Chang Koen's tone was calm and nonchalant, as if what he wanted to buy was not a mansion worth nearly 6 million, but a cabbage. Okay. Sir, please follow me. Su Wanwan suppressed the ecstasy and nervousness in her heart and quickly made a pleased gesture. She knew that she must seize this opportunity. Just when she was about to take Chang Koen to see the house, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Etc. I saw a slightly fat man with a slicked back hair, who looked like a manager, walking towards me quickly. He had a false smile on his face, but his eyes were full of greed. Xiao Su, let me personally receive this distinguished guest. The man's voice was commanding. He was the sales manager here, Wang Dahai. He had just seen what happened in the hall. When he heard Chang Koen say that he wanted to buy the best unit in the building, he could no longer sit still. This is a big order, and the commission alone is enough for him to live a carefree life for half a year. How could he let a green intern like Su Wan eat such a big piece of fat? Su Wanwan felt aggrieved. The thing she was most worried about happened. Manager Wang. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. She knew that once Wang Dahai took over, this order would have nothing to do with her anymore, and her performance this month would be zero again. Being fired is almost a foregone conclusion. What? Didn't you understand what I said? Wang Dahai's face darkened and his tone became stern. Why don't you go get this gentleman a glass of water? You have no tact at all. How can you be a salesperson? He scolded Su Wanwan mercilessly and didn't take her seriously at all. Then he put on a flattering smile, turned to Chang Kuan and handed him his business card. "Hello sir, I am Wang Dahai, the sales manager here." Xiao Su is still an intern and is not familiar with many aspects of the business. "I am afraid that I will neglect you, my distinguished guest. I will be your full-time assistant during the next house viewing. I promise to give you the most favorable internal manager's price." He placed great emphasis on the word manager. In his opinion, as long as he mentioned his status and promised a little discount, no customer would refuse. After all, who can resist money? Besides, who would be willing to let an intern who knows nothing serve them? The salesmen around also showed expressions of enjoying the show. They all felt that Su Wanwan would definitely lose the order. This new girl is pretty, but unfortunately, she is too young. Having a pretty face is useless in the workplace. However, Chang Kuan didn't even look at the business card Wang Dahai handed over. He just glanced at him coldly, then turned his gaze to Su Wanwan, who was standing next to him with red eyes due to grievance. This girl reminded him of his past self. Just as humble and helpless, at the mercy of others. A nameless anger rose from the bottom of Chang Kuan's heart. What he hates most is this kind of guy who bullies others by taking advantage of his power. Wait a moment. Chapter 14. It's just a few millions. Su Wan, who was about to turn around to pour water, stopped and looked at Chang Kuan blankly. Wang Dahai was also stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Chang Kuan glanced at Wang Dahai and said disdainfully, "Who told you what manager's internal price I want? Also, who told you that I wanted you to serve?" His words were blunt and hit Wang Dahai like two loud slaps in the face. Wang Dahai was a little embarrassed and said timidly, "Sir, I didn't mean that. I'm not interested in knowing what you mean." Chang Kuan interrupted him directly. He pointed at Su Wanwan, who was completely stunned beside him, and said word by word, "I like this house today. 5,880,000, in full, not a penny less. But I only signed a contract with her. If she can't do it, or your company won't let her do it, then I'll leave now and go to Binjiang Capital across the street to have a look." Do you understand what I said? Everyone in the sales hall was shocked by Chang Kuan's domineering words. Oh shit. This is too tough. For an intern, you confront the sales manager directly? And he even said that if he didn't let the intern do it, he would just buy it from the competitor? What a fantastic client this is. Wang Dahai's face had turned the color of liver. He wanted to lose his temper, but when he thought about the nearly 6 million in sales and commission, he lost his temper. If this makes the customer angry and runs away, the boss will skin him alive. Ding. Lin Qing's shock, emotion value +5. Ding. Wang Hailin's jealousy, emotion value +7. Ding. Jealousy from Leah, emotion value +7. A series of system prompts sounded in Chang Kuan's mind, making him feel happy. Su Wanwan stared at Chang Kuan in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that this man, whom she had just met once, would go to such lengths for her. This is like a dream. An indescribable warmth surged through her body, dispelling all grievances and coldness. Her eyes were red and she could no longer control it. Ding. Su Wanwan's shock, emotion value +5. Ding. Gratitude from Su Wanwan, emotion value +10. Ding. Admiration from Su Wanwan, emotion value +10. Another wave of emotional value is coming in. Chang Kuan felt even happier. I understand. Wang Dahai squeezed out these words from between his teeth, his face flushed red, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He knew that he had lost all face today. Why don't you get out of the way? Chang Kuan snorted coldly. Yes. Wang Dahai retreated to the side in shame, not daring to say another word. The salespeople around looked at Su Wanwan with eyes full of jealousy. This new girl is so lucky. Chang Kuan no longer paid attention to those people. He looked at Su Wanwan, who was still in a daze, and his tone softened. What are you still standing there for? Take me to see the house. Huh? Oh. Okay. Su Wanwan woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and a smile appeared on her face. Sir, please come this way. Her voice was nasal and trembling. Chang Kuan looked at her like this, smiled, and followed her. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Suwon took Chang Kun and walked into the exclusive VIP elevator. Until the elevator door closed, isolating everything outside. Su Wanwan's tense body suddenly relaxed. She glanced secretly at the man beside her. He was calmly looking at the numbers jumping on the elevator, and the profile of his face looked particularly handsome under the light. This man, why would he help me like this? The elevator quickly reached the third floor, and the ground floor of the community was right outside. Then they took another elevator and reached the top floor. Su Wanwan took out the key and opened the door. Sir, this is our Guanlan Mansion's top floor unit, a 240 square meter river viewing flat. Chang Kun walked in, and the scene before him brightened his eyes. The extra-large living room is connected to a viewing balcony of nearly 20 square meters. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows present the river view and city scenery outside the window. The decoration style is modern and simple, low-key yet luxurious. All kinds of home appliances and furniture are also international first-line brands. The developer's claim of moving right into the house turned out to be true. Good. Chang Kun nodded with satisfaction. This house completely met his needs. Su Wanwan followed behind him, carefully introducing every detail of the house. Her professional knowledge is actually very solid, but she has never had the opportunity to display it before. Now, she put all her energy into this introduction. Chang Kun looked around and became more and more satisfied. Okay, that's it. He returned to the living room and sat down directly on the sofa. Go get the contract. Ah. Su Wanwan was stunned again. Is this decided? Do you want to think about it again? Or discuss the price? What? You don't want to sell it to me? Chang Kun couldn't help but teasing her when he saw her silly look. No. It's not. Suwon was so scared that she waved her hands repeatedly and her face turned red. I'll go get the contract right now. After she finished speaking, she ran out quickly like a frightened little rabbit. Looking at her back, Chang Kun's smile deepened. This girl is quite interesting. Not long after, Suwon ran back panting with a pile of documents. Behind her was Wang Dahai, whose face was ashen. Obviously, Wang Dahai still did not give up and wanted to supervise the entire signing process. Chang Kun was too lazy to pay attention to him. Under Suwon's guidance, he quickly signed all the house purchase contracts. The last step is payment. Swipe the card. Chang Kun took out his bank card and handed it to Suwon. Ding. Transaction successful. With the crisp prompt sound of the POS machine, the transaction of nearly 6 million was officially completed. Suwon held the purchase order and felt her hands trembling. She succeeded. She actually sold the house. The commission from this order alone is enough for her to pay off all the debts in her family and still have a lot of money left over. Mr. Chang. Suwon's eyes were wet again. She looked at Chang Kun and said in a choked voice. Thank you. Thank you so much, really. She was so excited that she was a little incoherent and didn't know what to say except thank you. You deserve it. Chang Kun took back the bank card, stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. Chang, please wait a moment. Suwon suddenly called him. She mustered up her courage, looked into Chang Kun's eyes and said seriously. To thank you, tonight, I want to treat you to dinner. Please give me this opportunity. Chapter 15 Su Wanwan treats me to dinner. Su Wanwan's eyes were full of determination and pleading. She must treat me to this meal. Chang Kun looked at her serious expression, thought about it, and nodded. Good. He did feel a little curious about this girl. Very good. Su Wanwan instantly smiled brightly and said happily. Then I'll contact you after get off work? She asked cautiously. Can. Chang Kun left his cell phone number and then turned and left the house. He didn't even look at Wang Dahai. To him, such a small character was not even worthy of his attention. When Su Wanwan and Wang Dahai returned to the sales office, their colleagues surrounded them and praised and envied her. Oh my god, Xiao Su, what kind of shit luck do you have? Yeah, the store opened right after one order, and it was a top seller. The commission must be hundreds of thousands, right? I'm so envious. Of course, all this contributed a lot of emotional value to Chang Kun. Wang Dahai said nothing, walked into his office with a dark face, and slammed the door. Su Wanwan responded to those hypocritical colleagues absent-mindedly. She tightly grasped the contract in her hand, recalling everything that had just happened over and over again in her mind. Mr. Chang. What kind of person is he? After leaving, Chang Cohen drove to a large supermarket and bought a lot of things. From toothbrushes and towels, to pots and pans, and even bedding sets. The Mustang's trunk and back seat, which were not big to begin with, were filled to the brim. He took out his cell phone and called Lu Qing. The call was connected quickly. Hello, brother-in-law? Lu Qing's voice sounded very happy. Where are you? How was your fun? Chang Cohen asked with a smile. We're browsing the figurine store. It's so much fun. Brother-in-law, are you done yet? It's done. So, what are your plans for tonight? There was a hint of anticipation in Lu Qing's voice. Chang Cohen hesitated. He originally wanted to celebrate the housewarming with Lu Qing. But he promised Su Wanwan again. I have something to do tonight. You haven't been home for so many days. Go back and take a look. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Oh. Lu Qing's tone was obviously a little disappointed. Okay, then be careful. Well, you guys should have fun too. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. I understand, brother-in-law. After hanging up the phone, Chang Cohen rested in the car for a while. In the evening, Su Wanwan called. Hello, Mr. Chang, I'm Su Wanwan. Do you have time now? Her voice still sounded a little nervous. Have. Then, where would be more convenient for us to meet? You decide. You can eat anything. Chang Cohen gave her the decision. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, as if he was thinking. I know a private restaurant with excellent food and a quiet environment. Would you recommend it? Sure, send me the address. Okay. Soon, Chang Cohen received the address sent by Su Wanwan on his mobile phone. He drove according to the navigation and arrived at the private restaurant. The restaurant is located in a quiet alley. It has a small storefront and is decorated in an antique style with great style. Su Wanwan was already waiting at the door. She changed out of her business suit and put on a light blue dress. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, she looks pure and gentle like a girl next door. Mr. Chang, you are here. Seeing Chang Cohen, she hurried over to him with a happy smile on her face. Have you been waiting for a long time? No, I just arrived too. The two walked into the restaurant and sat down in the reserved private room. Su Wanwan had obviously done her homework, and the dishes she ordered were all the restaurant's signature dishes. Mr. Chang, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, Su Wanwan picked up the teacup and drank tea instead of wine. I'll toast you a glass. I'll drink it. Please do as you please. After she finished speaking, she drank the tea in the cup. It's just a small favor. Chang Cohen smiled and said, You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Brother Cohen. Then, how can I be so embarrassed? Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed slightly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. As the dishes were served one by one, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Chang Cohen discovered that Su Wanwan was actually a very talkative girl. When she let go of her reserve and nervousness, her speech and behavior became graceful and elegant. During the conversation, Chang Cohen also learned some information about her indirectly. Su Wanwan was just as he had guessed, her family background was very poor. She comes from a remote rural family. Her father owed a huge debt of hundreds of thousands of yuan due to a serious illness a few years ago. The family has emptied out all their savings to treat her father's illness. As the only college student in the family, she shoulders the hopes of the entire family. After graduation, she gave up her major-related job and chose the real estate sales industry, which has a low base salary but high commissions. I just hope to make money as soon as possible to pay off my family's debts. However, the reality is cruel. It is extremely difficult for a newcomer like her with no background or experience to make a name for herself in this industry. If she hadn't met Chang Cohen today, her life might have been completely different. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Su Wanwan smiled self-deprecatingly, her eyes slightly red. Nothing to laugh at. Chang Cohen picked up a piece of food for her with chopsticks. It's not shameful to change your destiny through your own efforts. His words touched Su Wanwan's heart. She looked at Chang Cohen, and there was something different in her eyes. After dinner, Chang Cohen prepared to send Su Wanwan home. Mr. Chang. Su Wanwan suddenly called him. She bit her lip, as if she had made a great decision. How about we go get a drink? Chapter 16. Change the place and continue drinking. Chang Kuan looked at Su Wanwan. Under the dim light, her pretty face was filled with anticipation. Chang Kuan knew that she had suffered a huge shock today. This huge emotional fluctuation requires an outlet for venting, and drinking is undoubtedly the best way. Good. He didn't refuse. Su Wanwan smiled happily. I know a really good bar nearby. She seemed to have thought it through long ago. Chang Kuan had no objection. He drove and followed Su Wanwan's instructions to a bar called Night. The decoration style of this bar tends to be retro-industrial style, with dim lighting and soothing blues music. It's a great place to have a quiet drink and chat. The two found a booth by the window and sat down. What would you like to drink? Chang Kuan handed the wine list to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan took the wine list, took a look at it, and then returned it to Chang Kuan. Please give me some, I don't really understand these. Chang Kuan smiled and didn't say anything polite. He called the waiter and said directly, bring me a bottle of the most expensive wine you have. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then a professional smile appeared on his face. Sir, the most expensive item in our store is a bottle of 1982 Lafite, and the price is. No need to quote a price, just bring it over. Chang Kuan waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter looked surprised, but secretly happy. This is a big money sponsor. He almost trotted to the wine cellar to get some wine. Su Wanwan, who was sitting opposite, was completely stunned. Lafite from 1982. Although she didn't know much about wine, she had heard of the great name of this wine. That's something that only exists in legends. One bottle costs tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. He just clicked without even blinking. Brother Cohen, this is too expensive. Su Wanwan said a little uneasily. It was agreed that she would treat us, but now. I'll arrange it. Chang Kuan smiled indifferently. Just drink well today. Su Wanwan looked at him, feeling touched and a sense of indescribable emotion in her heart. Soon, the bottle of the legendary 1982 Lafite was brought up. The manager came over personally to open the wine for them and decanter them with graceful movements. The guests at the surrounding tables also looked at him with curiosity and envy. Anyone who can afford this kind of wine here must be either rich or noble. Ding. Envy from Wang Jiechi, emotion value +5. Ding. Jealousy from Li Xin, emotion value +3. In Chang Kuan's mind, sporadic emotion value prompt sounds began to ring again. He really enjoyed the feeling. The dark red wine was poured into an exquisite high-heeled glass. Su Wanwan picked up the glass nervously and shook it gently like Chang Kuan. Try it. Chang Kuan raised his glass to her. Su Wan nodded and took a sip cautiously. A mellow and complex aroma instantly filled her mouth. She didn't know how to taste wine, but she could feel that this wine was completely different from the red wine she had drunk before that cost dozens of dollars a bottle. Is it delicious? Su Wanwan nodded like a bird pecking at rice. With the help of alcohol, she began to talk more. She began to talk about her college life, her ideals, and her aspirations for the future. Chang Kuan listened quietly, clinking glasses with her from time to time. He discovered that the girl's heart was actually very pure and strong. She has a kind of unyielding tenacity that is very attractive. A bottle of Lafite was quickly finished. Su Wanwan's cheeks had turned red and her eyes began to look a little blurry. Brother Cohen. She lay on the table, looking at him with her head tilted. Tell me, am I dreaming? All of this is so unreal. Pinch me, please. Chang Kuan smiled at her cute and adorable appearance. He snapped his fingers and called the waiter. Another bottle. The waiter and Su Wanwan were both stunned. Another bottle? This is a bottle of wine that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. Just drink it like water? Are you sure, sir? Even the waiter couldn't help but confirm it again. Sure. Chang Kuan said with certainty. What is money? Money is a bastard, you can earn more by spending it. Ding. Su Wan's extreme shock, emotion value +1G. Ding. Incredible from Li Xin, emotion value +10. Ding. From He Jelly's dumbfounded expression, emotion value +8. Another large wave of emotional value is recorded. Chang Koen felt like he was about to reach heaven. The second bottle of Lafite was soon brought up. This time, almost all the guests near their table focused their attention on their table. Everyone wanted to see who this person was and why he was so generous. Chang Koen didn't care. He poured wine for Su Wanwan on his own. Su Wanwan has given up thinking, and now she has only one thought in her mind. That is, to get drunk with the man in front of you. I drank more than half of the second bottle of wine. Su Wan was extremely drunk. She lay on the table motionless, muttering something to herself. Chang Koen also drank a lot, but his alcohol tolerance was much better than Su Wanwan's. Just feeling a little tipsy. He glanced at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. It's time to go back. He paid the bill, 2 bottles of wine, plus some snacks. The total cost was more than 300,000 yuan. He helped the drunk Su Wan up and prepared to take her home. Where do you live? He patted Su Wan's face. Su Wan opened her eyes drowsily, looked at him, and smiled foolishly. Then, she suddenly leaned close to Chang Koen's ear and whispered in a tone full of temptation and suggestion. I don't want to go home. How about, we go somewhere else and continue drinking? The warm breath blew on Chang Koen's earlobe, making it numb and itchy. Chang Koen's body stiffened slightly. He looked at the woman in his arms with charming eyes and a rosy face. She no longer had any of the youthfulness and restraint she had during the day. Alcohol is the best catalyst. It can remove all disguises and expose the most primitive desires. Where are you going? Chang Koen's voice was a little hoarse. He knew too well what was going to happen next. Su Wanwan didn't say anything. She simply stretched out her slender arms to hook them around Chang Koen's neck, then pressed her hot cheek against his chest. The answer is self-evident. Chang Koen didn't ask any more questions and just picked her up by the waist. Ah! Su Wanwan let out a low cry of surprise and subconsciously hugged him tighter. In the bar, all the men who saw this scene showed envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes. They watched as Chang Koen, holding this stunning beauty, walked out of the bar under the respectful gazes of the waiters. Don't drive after drinking, and don't drive after drinking. Coincidentally, there is a 5-star hotel opposite the bar. After completing the formalities, swipe your card to enter. Chang Koen held Su Wanwan in his arms and walked directly to the Simmons bed in the room. He laid her gently on the bed. Su Wanwan was like a beautiful snake, stretching out her graceful body on the soft mattress. The light blue dress was pulled up a lot because of her movement. A large area of snow-white and smooth skin was exposed, emitting an alluring luster under the light in the room. Chang Koen's breathing became a little heavy. Su Wanwan looked at Chang Koen with a dazed look. He stretched out his hands and began to unbutton his chest one by one. The movements were slow and seductive. Chang Koen's Adam's apple rolled. He knew that he would probably die here tonight. He no longer hesitated, leaned down, and kissed the red lips that he had longed for. The night is still long. The temperature in the room continued to rise. A hearty primitive war has begun. From the living room to the bedroom, from the carpet to the bed, there were traces of their battle. Su Wanwan's enthusiasm and initiative exceeded Chang Koen's imagination. She seemed to want to completely release the energy she had accumulated for more than 20 years in this night. Chang Koen was not to be outdone and drank the macho potion he got from the system. He wanted to let her know that he was not only rich but also powerful. After a long time, the wind and rain finally stopped. Su Wanwan curled up in Chang Koen's arms like a lazy kitten and fell into a deep sleep. Chang Koen, however, had no desire to sleep at all. He lit a cigarette, leaned against the head of the bed, and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. It's completely different from the feeling when I was with Lu Qing. He had an inexplicable desire to vent his anger towards Lu Qing. But for Su Wanwan, it was a pleasure of conquest and pity. Chang Koen gently took Su Wanwan's arm away from his body, then quietly got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. Took a shower and put on a bathrobe. He walked over to the bar in the living room and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He needed to think about his relationship with these two women. Lu Qing is my former sister-in-law. Now, she has become his woman. And Su Wan? Just a passerby? Or a lover who could develop into a long-term relationship? Chang Koen had a headache. He found that when a man has money, his biggest worry is not having no money to spend. But I don't know how to deal with this damn charm that has nowhere to go. Only kids do multiple choice questions. I want them all. Chang Koen drank the whiskey in the glass in one gulp. Next, Chang Koen opened the system panel. Host, Chang Koen. Emotional value, 245. Today's harvest is more than the total of the previous few days. Just buying a house contributed nearly 100 points to him. Plus the passers-by in the bar. This emotional value is like it was picked up for free. With more than 200 emotion points, you can participate in 2 intermediate lotteries. Chang Koen's heart became hot again. The first mid-level lottery gave him 7 million in cash. So what kind of surprises will the next 2 times bring him? Is it more money? Or is it a heaven-defying skill like God-level driving skills? Or maybe something else unexpected? System, give me another intermediate lottery. He couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 17 God-level fighting skills. System, give me another intermediate lottery. Chang Koen suppressed his inner excitement and gave instructions to the system in his mind. Ding! The host's emotional value is detected at 245 points. Consume 100 emotional points to proceed to the intermediate lottery. Confirm? Confirm. The familiar roulette will appear in front of Chang Koen again. The roulette will spun rapidly, and Chang Koen's heart began to rise. What will it be this time? Would you rather have a few million more cash or a superpower? He stared at the roulette wheel intently, and finally, the speed of the roulette wheel slowed down. The pointer slowly moved across mysterious areas. Finally, it stopped in a dazzling light. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level skill, God-level fighting technique. God-level fighting skills? Chang Koen was stunned for a moment. Not cash? There was a slight sense of loss in his heart. After all, simple and crude cash rewards have the most direct impact. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. God-level skills sounds awesome too. God-level fighting skills, the host will instantly master the fighting skills of all schools in the world and integrate them to reach the pinnacle of human fighting ability. Whether it is Muay Thai, Karate, Judo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, or ancient Chinese martial arts, the host will know it all and use it with ease. The introduction of this system is simple and domineering. The next second, Chang Koen felt a huge stream of information rushing into his mind frantically. Countless little figures were practicing all kinds of bizarre fighting moves in his mind. Kick, hit, throw, grab, joint techniques, ground techniques. In an instant, he completely mastered the essentials of various techniques, the tricks of exerting force, and the application in actual combat. At the same time, a warm and powerful force began to flow through his limbs and bones. His muscles, his bones, and his nerve reaction speed were all rapidly strengthened in an incredible way. This feeling only lasted for a few seconds, when everything subsided. Chang Koen felt like he had been reborn. He clenched his fists gently, and an unprecedented sense of power came from his palms. He has a strong self-confidence. Now, let alone 3 or 5 strong men, even if a reinforced platoon came, he could easily knock them down. Holy crap! This is awesome. Chang Koen couldn't help but swear, and the excitement on his face was beyond words. Money is important, but the most fundamental thing for a man is his own strength. His God-level driving skills gave him the confidence to control speed. And the God-level fighting skills gave him the confidence to control absolute power. From today on, no one can threaten him with force. This strong sense of security that radiates from the inside out cannot be bought with any amount of money. Cool. Chang Koen walked to the center of the living room and casually threw a series of punches. The fist whistled with the sound of breaking through the air. The movements are smooth and flowing, full of power and beauty. If there were a fighting expert here at this moment, he would be shocked. Because every move of Chang Koen is textbook level perfect. After testing his new ability, Chang Koen returned to the bar with satisfaction. He glanced at the system panel. Emotional value, 145. Enough for one intermediate lottery draw. Come on, let's do it in one go. Chang Koen is now full of confidence. He felt that he was the son of destiny and was possessed by the emperor of luck. System, another intermediate lottery. Ding. Consume 100 emotion points to enter the intermediate lottery. The roulette wheel spins for the second time. Chang Koen was no longer as nervous as he had been the previous 2 times. He is a bit Buddhist now. Give money, very good. Give skills and make a lot of money. He is happy to accept anything you give him. The pointer slowly stopped. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Charming Perfume Enhanced Edition X1. Charm perfume? What is this? A strange expression appeared on Chang Koen's face. He took out the so-called charming perfume from the system space. A very delicately designed glass bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle is filled with light golden liquid, which sparkles charmingly under the light. Charming Perfume Enhanced Edition. After use, the host's personal charm value will increase by 500% within 24 hours. The attraction to the opposite sex will reach a fatal level. Whether it is an innocent girl or a mature lady, they will have an irresistible affection for the host. Note, this product has a strong effect. Please use it with caution, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. Looking at the introduction of the system, Chang Koen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Isn't this just a walking hormone? It's an enhanced version. Charm value increased by 500%? Fatal attraction to the opposite sex? Chang Koen no longer dared to imagine what would happen after he used this thing. Just by spending money, he has already made two top beauties, Lu Qing and Su Wanwan, fall into his arms. If I use the charm perfume again, wouldn't it be that wherever he goes, women there will pounce on him like crazy? You will bear the consequences. Chang Koen shuddered as he looked at the system's final prompt. He had no doubt that the consequence might be that he would be drained alive by a group of women. Don't use this thing for the time being. Chang Koen quickly put the perfume back into the system space. This thing is even more dangerous than god-level fighting techniques. It is a strategic-level weapon and should never be used unless absolutely necessary. 2 intermediate draws, with great rewards. God-level fighting skills, and a bottle of charming perfume with incredible effects. Chang Koen glanced at the time and it was already past 3 in the morning. He returned to the bedroom and glanced at Su Wanwan, who was still sleeping soundly. Then, he lay down beside her and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chang Koen woke up to a burst of fragrance. He opened his eyes and found Su Wanwan lying on his chest, blinking her bright big eyes at him. Woke up? Chang Koen asked with a smile. A touching blush appeared on Su Wanwan's cheeks. After the hangover, she lost the wildness and boldness of last night and regained some of her purity and shyness. I didn't do anything excessive to you last night, did I? She asked a little embarrassedly. Chang Koen raised his eyebrows and said with a wicked smile. What do you think? You bullied me from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Su Wan's face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. She covered her face and buried her head in the quilt. Stop talking. You hooligan. Chang Koen burst into laughter. He liked to see her shy and lovely look. The two played around in bed for a while before getting up to wash. Su Wanwan put on her clothes, but the dress had become wrinkled. Let me take you shopping for some clothes. Chang Koen said. No, it's too much trouble for you. Su Wanwan waved her hands repeatedly. She has already received so much from Chang Koen. I dare not ask for anything more. No trouble, let's go. Chang Koen didn't allow her to refuse. He took her hand and walked out of the hotel. He took Su Wanwan to the most upscale luxury goods mall in the city center. Walked straight into a Chanel store. Take out all the latest skirts in your store and let her try them on. Chang Koen said to the shopping guide. Seeing Chang Koen's demeanor in Su Wan's beauty, the shopping guide dared not neglect them and quickly brought out all the new models. Su Wanwan looked at the scary series of zeros on the tags, feeling a bit helpless. She tugged at Chang Koen's clothes. Brother Koen, the clothes here are too expensive. Let's go. Is it expensive? Chang Koen smiled and said, I think it's okay. He picked up a white dress at random. Go try this one. Under Chang Koen's encouraging gaze, Su Wanwan reluctantly walked into the fitting room. A few minutes later, when she came out again, the entire store seemed to light up, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. So beautiful. The white dress makes her look like a fairy who is not of this world. Pure, noble, yet with a hint of sexiness. This is it. Chang Koen was very satisfied. And this, and that, wrap them all up. He casually pointed to a few more items. Yes, sir. The shopping guide couldn't stop smiling. Finally, Chang Koen matched her with a matching bag and high heels. When it came time to pay the bill, hundreds of thousands more were spent. Su Wanwan followed behind, feeling like she was dreaming. She never thought in her life that she could wear such expensive clothes. Come on, I'll take you home. Walking out of the mall, Chang Kuan said to Su Wanwan. I. Su Wan's eyes were a little complicated. She looked at Chang Kuan, hesitated for a long time, and then asked in a low voice. Can we meet again in the future? Chapter 18. Wang Dahai is looking for trouble. When Su Wanwan asked this question, her heart was filled with anxiety. She didn't know what she meant to Chang Kuan. Is he just a one-night stand? Or a long-term lover? She didn't dare ask for too much, she just hoped to maintain a vague connection with him. Chang Kuan smiled at her cautious look. Certainly. He reached out and gently scratched the tip of Su Wanwan's upturned nose. You can see me anytime you want. After saying that, he took out a bank card from his wallet and put it in Su Wan's hand. There's some money in here, take it first. The password is 6/8. Pay off your family's debt, and the rest will be your pocket money. Su Wanwan looked down and saw that it was a black bank card that looked very high-end. She was startled and quickly wanted to return it to Chang Kuan. No. I can't have this. Here. Chang Kuan said without a doubt. Just keep what I give you. Don't make me think that I slept with a woman who needs to worry about money. His words were a little vulgar, but they were domineering. Su Wanwan's eyes instantly turned red. She knew that the money in this card was definitely not a small amount. This man not only changed her destiny, but also helped her solve all her worries. What else could she say? Apart from giving herself to him, she has no other way to repay him. Thank you. She clutched the card tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Fool. Chang Kuan ruffled her hair. Okay, go back quickly, and call me if you need anything. He sent Su Wan to the gate of the community where she rented. I watched her wearing all the designer clothes and carrying lots of bags as she walked into the dilapidated residential building. Chang Kuan felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. The feeling of picking up a girl from the dust with your own hands. Very cool. After seeing Su Wanwan off, Chang Kuan drove to his new home. Guanlan Prefecture. The large flat of more than 300 square meters was empty, with only him. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city. He thought of Lu Qing. He took out his cell phone and called her. Hello? Brother-in-law? Lu Qing's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Where is it? I'm at home. Well, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll take you out. Chang Kuan said in a soft tone. Really? That's great. Lu Qing cheered happily. I want to eat hot pot. Shall we go eat hot pot? Okay, I'll do as you say. Evening. Chang Kuan drove to pick up Lu Qing. After not seeing each other for a day, Lu Qing seemed to be more dependent on him. As soon as I got in the car, I started chattering with him about the interesting things that happened during yesterday's shopping trip. Soon, the two arrived at one of the most famous hot pot restaurants in the city. It was dinner time, the store was bustling with people and business was booming. Chang Kuan asked for a private room and ordered a large table of dishes. The boiling red oil at the bottom of the pot exudes an enticing aroma. Brother-in-law, is your work going well? Lu Qing asked curiously while eating tripe. Smoothly. Chang Kuan nodded and said, I bought a house. Puff. Lu Qing almost spit out the sour plum soup he had just taken. Bought a house? She opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Well, we don't have to stay in hotels anymore. Chang Kuan spoke calmly, but Lu Qing's heart was in turmoil. Buy a house. How much does that cost? How rich is her brother-in-law now? She felt that her brain was no longer enough. Then shall we go to the new house tonight? She asked in a low voice, blushing. Certainly. After eating hot pot, Chang Kuan drove Lu Qing back to Guanlan Mansion. When Lu Qing stood in the luxuriously decorated large flat overlooking the entire city's night view, completely shocked. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful house in her life. Brother-in-law, is this really what you bought? She asked in disbelief. Right. Chang Kuan hugged Lu Qing from behind. Do you like it? Lu Qing nodded heavily. She leaned in Chang Cohen's warm embrace, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of security. Just as Chang Cohen and Lu Qing were enjoying the warmth and sweetness of their new home. On the other side, Su Wanwan encountered trouble. When she returned to her rented house, the first thing she did was to check the card that Chang Cohen gave her. When she saw the long list of balances, she was completely numb. 1 million. A full 1 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. She held the card, her hands shaking. She knew that with this money and the commission from selling the house, she could not only pay off her family's debts but also provide her parents with a good life. Her gratitude to Chang Cohen could no longer be expressed in words. The next day, Su Wanwan went to the sales office to prepare for her resignation. She doesn't want to be in sales anymore. She wanted to use the money Chang Cohen gave her to do something she liked. But as soon as she entered the sales office, she was blocked by Wang Dahai. Su Wanwan, stop right there. Wang Dahai's face was terribly gloomy. Behind him were 2 security guards from the company. Manager Wang, what can I do for you? Su Wanwan's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. What's the matter? Wang Dahai sneered. Let me ask you, did that client yesterday give you any benefits? Did you reach some kind of agreement with him privately, asking him to deliberately embarrass me? Your behavior has seriously damaged the company's interests and reputation. Today, on behalf of the company, I will settle this account with you. Wang Dahai's voice was full of resentment. He was severely humiliated by Chang Cohen in front of all his colleagues the day before yesterday, and he was completely embarrassed. Naturally, he would put Su Wanwan on the score. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this must be Su Wanwan's doing. This little bitch must have used some seductive tricks to hook up with that rich second generation, and then deliberately embarrassed him. He couldn't swallow this. Today, he will make Su Wanwan pay the price. Su Wanwan was so angry that she trembled all over because of his distortion of right and wrong. Manager Wang. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. It was Mr. Chang himself. You still dare to quibble. Wang Dahai didn't listen to her explanation at all and just waved his hand. Take her to the conference room. If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving the company. The 2 security guards behind him immediately approached Su Wanwan with fierce looks on their faces. What are you doing? You are illegally detaining me. Su Wanwan was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, her face full of horror. The other colleagues in the sales department just watched coldly, and no one stood up to speak for her. There were even quite a few people who showed expressions of gloating. They had long been jealous of Su Wanwan's good luck. Now that I see her in trouble, I feel so happy. I saw 2 security guards were about to catch me. In desperation, Su Wan thought of someone. Chang Cohen. She hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag and dialed Chang Cohen's number. Chapter 19. Asking for help, Chang Cohen was furious. Guanlan Prefecture. Chang Cohen and Lu Qing were watching a movie on the sofa when their cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Wanwan calling. He frowned and pressed the answer button. Hello? Cohen, brother Cohen. Save me. On the other end of the phone, there was Su Wanwan's crying cry for help and the scolding of several men. Don't move. Give me the phone. Let me go. Ah. The phone was abruptly hung up. Chang Cohen's face darkened instantly. Lu Qing, who was standing next to him, was startled by his sudden change. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Fine. Chang Cohen stood up, his eyes turning cold. I'm going out for a while. You stay home and don't go anywhere. He didn't even have time to explain anything more to Lu Qing. Dare to touch his woman? Court death. He grabbed his car keys and rushed out the door. The black Mustang let out an angry roar in the underground garage, and then rushed to the ground like a black lightning. He brought his god-level driving skills to the extreme. The car was like a swimming fish in the traffic, constantly weaving in and overtaking. The thrilling and precise drifts left other drivers on the road stunned. The journey would have taken him more than half an hour, but he arrived at the sales center of Guanlan Mansion in less than 10 minutes. Squeak! The harsh sound of brakes was heard at the entrance of the sales office. Chang Cohen pushed open the car door and rushed in. In the hall, several salesmen were shocked when they saw his murderous look. Sir, you. Where's Su Wanwan? Chang Cohen's voice was cold, and he was extremely angry at the moment. Su Wan Wan, she's in the conference room. A timid salesperson was so frightened that he stammered and pointed upstairs. Chang Kuan rushed to the stairs without saying a word. In the conference room, Suwon was held by two security guards, one on each side, and could not move. Her cell phone had been smashed into pieces by Wang Dahai. Little bitch, you still dare to ask for help? Wang Dahai slapped Suwon hard in the face. Bang! 5 clear fingerprints instantly appeared on Suwon's face, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. I'm telling you, no one can save you today. Wang Dahai roared with a ferocious look on his face, or, you can just give me half of the benefits you got from that rich second generation. Otherwise, I will completely ruin your reputation in this industry. You. Suwon was angry and scared, and tears flowed down her face. Just then. Bang! The door of the conference room was kicked open from the outside, and the loud noise startled everyone. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Chang Kuan standing at the door. When his eyes fell on the slap mark on Suwon's face, the temperature in the entire conference room seemed to have suddenly dropped several degrees. Mr. Chang, Mr. Chang? When Wang Dahai saw Chang Kuan, he was stunned at first, and then an inexplicable panic surged in his heart. But he relied on the fact that this was his territory and still said forcefully, You, what do you want to do? This is a private place. If you don't get out, I'm calling the police. Chang Kuan's eyes flashed with ferocity as he walked towards Wang Dahai step by step. You dare to touch my people? You, your people? Wang Dahai hadn't finished speaking yet. Chang Kuan's fist had already hit his face. No one could see Chang Kuan's movements clearly. All they heard was a dull thud. Then, Wang Dahai's body weighing more than 180 pounds flew out like a broken sack and hit the wall of the conference room. Puff! Wang Dahai's face was red and swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood foam mixed with a few teeth. He curled up on the ground, twitching constantly. The two security guards were frightened and subconsciously let go of Su Wanwan's hands. They looked at Chang Kuan and thought about what would happen if that punch had hit them. Given their frail bodies, they might have already gone to see the king of hell. Chang Kuan didn't even look at Wang Dahai lying on the ground. He walked up to Su Wanwan and looked at the injuries on her face, his eyes full of heartache and self-blame. He took off his coat and put it on her trembling shoulders. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. His voice was so gentle that water could drip out of it, completely different from the man who had just knocked Wang Dahai away with just one punch. Suwon couldn't hold back any longer, and she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Chang Kuan patted her back gently to comfort her. Then he raised his head and swept his cold eyes over the two frightened security guards. Which hand did you use to hit her just now? The two security guards were so scared that they knelt on the ground. No. It's not me. It's not me. The two of them scrambled to distance themselves from the matter, shaking their heads like rattles. They are regretting their decision now. If they had known that this girl had such a strong background, they wouldn't dare to touch her even if they were given 1 million each. Not you? Chang Kuan smiled cruelly and said, So that's him? His gaze turned to Wang Dahai, who was still groaning on the ground. Yes, that's right, he was the one who hit me. Then, he looked at the two security guards kneeling on the ground and ordered. Drag him here. The two security guards were stunned for a moment, and then they felt as if they had been pardoned. They crawled to Wang Dahai's side and dragged the almost unconscious Wang Dahai to Chang Kuan's feet like a dead dog. Mr. Chang, please spare my life. Wang Dahai lay on the ground and begged in tears. He was really scared. This young man came in without saying anything and just punched him, killing him half to death. Chang Kuan ignored Wang Dahai's pleas for mercy. He just lowered his head and looked at Suwon, who was still sobbing in his arms, and asked softly. He was the one who hit you just now, wasn't he? Su Wanwan raised her head, her red eyes filled with hatred, and nodded heavily. Good. Chang Kuan got the answer. He let go of Su Wanwan and asked her to stand aside. Then, he looked at Wang Dahai, whose feet were like a puddle of mud. Which hand did you hit? Wang Dahai was so frightened that he dared not say a word. Chang Kuan didn't need his answer and reached out to grab Wang Dahai's right wrist. Crack! A crisp, scalp-numbing sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Ah! Wang Dahai let out a shrill scream, his body suddenly arched up, and then he fainted from the pain. His right hand was twisted at a strange angle. The bones in his wrist had been crushed by Chang Koan. Hiss. The two security guards were so scared that they peed their pants and a foul smell came from their crotches. They were actually scared to death. Too cruel. This method is too fucking cruel. Just throw it away without blinking an eye. Su-won was also shocked. She covered her mouth and looked at the scene in disbelief. She knew Chang Koan would stand up for her, but she didn't expect it to be in such a violent and direct way. Chang Koan stood up, took out a wet tissue from his pocket, and wiped his hands carefully. Then, he threw the tissue on Wang Dahai's face. He turned around and his cold gaze fell on the two security guards again. You touched her too. One person, leaving behind an arm. Do it yourself, or should I help you? The two security guards were almost scared to death when they heard this. They were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Master. We were wrong. We were really wrong. We are blind and ignorant, we are beasts. Please be magnanimous and let us go. We won't dare to do that again. They cried so hard that they looked extremely miserable. Chang Koan looked at their cowardly appearance with eyes full of contempt. Trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He thought about it and finally decided not to do it again. It's not worth getting your hands dirty with this kind of crap. Roll. He spat out a word coldly. The two security guards rushed out of the meeting room as if they heard heavenly music, not daring to stay for even a second. The only people left in the entire conference room were Chang Koan, Su-won, and the unconscious Wang Dahai on the ground. Chang Koan walked to Su-won's side and reached out to touch her red and swollen cheek. Does it still hurt? Su-won shook her head and wiped away her tears. From now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Chang Koan looked into her eyes and promised seriously. I promise. Su-won could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. After a long time, Su-won's emotions gradually calmed down. What do we do now? She looked at Wang Dahai who was unconscious on the ground and asked with some concern. Will he call the police? Call the police? Chang Koan sneered disdainfully. Let him report it. Even if he reports this to the emperor, I can still make him spend the rest of his life in jail. Ding. Extreme admiration from Su-won, emotion value plus 20. Chapter 20 Find a lawyer. Su-won looked at Chang Koan silently. This man was domineering and strong, and he was also cruel and ruthless today. But this cruelty was all for her. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with emotion and dependence. Ding. Deep dependence from Su-won, emotion value plus 30. Ding. Su-won strong admiration, emotion value plus 30. Chang Koan glanced at his system panel. Emotional value, 95. When Su-won beat up Wang Dahai just now, she also contributed 20 emotional points to him, and now she has contributed another 60. Su-bai was very satisfied. He took Su-won's hand and prepared to leave. Let's go. Where are you going? Su-won asked subconsciously. I'll take you to treat the wound on your face, and then put an end to this matter once and for all. Su-bai pulled Su-won out of the conference room and went down to the first floor. The sales staff saw the two of them coming down. Everyone was as scared as a quail, lowering their heads and not daring to even breathe. They had just clearly heard Wang Dahai's pig slaughtering screams upstairs. This man is simply a devil. Chang Koan's eyes swept over them coldly. Those female salespeople who were gloating at first now felt like they had thorns in their backs and were cold all over. They were afraid that Chang Koan would cause trouble for them. Fortunately, Chang Koan's gaze did not linger on them. He just wanted to deal with Su-won's affairs as soon as possible. He took Su-won's hand and walked directly out of the sales center. Only after getting into the car did Su-won's mood calm down a little. Brother Koan, thank you. Thousands of words finally come down to this one sentence. Fool. Chang Koan started the car and used one hand to ruffle her hair. Didn't I tell you, you're mine? From now on, if anyone dares to touch you, I will make him regret coming into this world. Su-won's eyes turned red again. She nodded vigorously and leaned her head on Chang Koan's shoulder. At this moment, she felt that even if she was asked to die, she would be willing to do so. Chang Koan drove Su-won to a private clinic. The doctor here is called Wang Hao, whom Chang Koan met when he often came to get medicine. Wang Hao was tidying up the bed left by the previous patient. He turned around and saw Chang Koen coming in with a girl with red and swollen cheeks. He was a little surprised and immediately arranged for treatment. Wang Hao used an ice pack to reduce Su Wanwan's swelling and applied the best imported ointment to her. Don't worry, Mr. Chang. Miss Su only has a superficial wound. It looks scary, but within 2 days, I guarantee there won't be any trace left. The doctor said respectfully. Chang Koen nodded and took out a wad of cash from his wallet and handed it over. Thank you. You're very kind. Wang Hao waved his hands quickly, not daring to take it. Here. Only then did Wang Hao reluctantly accept it. After coming out of the clinic, the redness and swelling on Su Wanwan's face had subsided a lot, and it was not very obvious unless you looked closely. What do we do now? Su Wanwan asked in a low voice. Chang Koen had already thought about his next step when he was in the clinic. He touched Su Wanwan's head and said softly. I said, we have to resolve this matter once and for all. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Chang Koen, it's been a while since we last contacted each other. You're not calling me to borrow money, are you? Ha ha. A woman's teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. This woman is Zhang Wei, a lawyer at the largest Green Forest law firm in the city. She was also a very good classmate of Chang Koen in college. When Zhang Wei was interning in her senior year at the university, she had already fought many lawsuits. She has strong professional skills and is also very beautiful. In college, she was nicknamed the most beautiful girl in the law department. Lawyer Zhang, you're joking. I just have a small matter I want to consult you about. When Chang Koen heard Zhang Wei joking, he also joked along. Okay, Master Chang, just say it. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to be able to do something for you. Zhang Wei said with a smile. At the Guanlan Mansion Sales Center, there's a sales manager named Wang Dahai. Chang Koen said concisely. He just had bad intentions towards a friend of mine and even hit him. Zhang Wei on the other end of the phone understood instantly. Well, did the other side call the police? Zhang Wei stopped laughing and asked seriously. Not yet. Mainly because I made a move, so he probably hasn't woken up yet. Chang Koen said with a frown. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Zhang Wei asked again, what is your main demand? Chang Koen had already thought about it and said in a cold voice. I want him to lose his job, and I also want you to investigate all his details, such as whether he has embezzled public funds, taken business kickbacks, and this incident. This constitutes workplace sexual harassment. If there's even a hint of dirt on his bottom, I want him to spend the rest of his life in jail. Zhang Wei was extremely surprised after hearing this. This old classmate was so gentle in college. Although I heard that the last part wasn't very good, the change in his character is quite big, isn't it? Checking other people's background all the time and putting them in jail for life? She thought for a moment and said directly, Chang Koen, we are a law firm, not a detective agency. Unless you have so-called evidence to submit to us for prosecution, we have no right to investigate others. After hearing this, Chang Koen also realized that he was overthinking it, and then said apologetically, yes, I may be too impatient. He then continued, however, sexual harassment and assault in the workplace definitely do occur. Besides, I also took action, and the police will be involved, so I would like to entrust you to be my lawyer to handle these matters. Money is absolutely not a problem, just give me a price. Don't worry about this. It's not a big problem. After hearing this, Zhang Wei thought about the logic of the matter in her mind, and then spoke confidently. As for the price, let's meet and talk. Zhang Wei had been very curious since Chang Koen first mentioned this matter, as her old classmate was so arrogant. She also wanted to see if there were any changes in Chang Koen. Okay, then I'll call you this afternoon or when I come over tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Chang Koen hung up the phone. He turned his head and smiled at Su Wanwan. Did you hear that? Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter, don't worry. Su Wanwan nodded obediently and reached out to hug Chang Koen's waist. She pressed her face against Chang Koen's broad back, feeling the masculine scent coming from him. Brother Koen. I really don't know how to thank you. This man has done so much for her. Chang Koen turned around and hugged Su Wanwan in his arms. He looked down at her charming face and smiled. I've already said that you are my woman. I should do anything for you. You don't need to thank me. He reached out and gently pinched her smooth face. But He changed the subject, a hint of amusement in his eyes. If you really want to repay me, there are ways. What method? Su Wanwan raised her head and looked at him puzzledly. As long as I can do it, anything is fine. Really anything? Chang Kuen's smile turned a little evil. Su Wanwan nodded heavily, her eyes firm. Okay then. Chang Kuen smiled evilly and said, then use yourself to repay me well. Su Wanwan was a little confused. It took her 5 seconds to realize what Chang Kuen meant, and her face turned red. She didn't expect Chang Kuen to make such a straightforward and embarrassing request. Good. Su Wanwan whispered shyly. Chapter 21. Give the car to Su Wanwan. Then from the afternoon to the evening, we had dinner, stayed in the hotel, swiped the credit card, and went through a storm, all in one go. Until the wind stopped and the rain stopped, Su Wanwan curled up in Chang Kuen's arms like a lazy kitten, not wanting to move even a finger. Her face was still flushed with satisfaction and her eyes were blurred. Chang Kuen leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. Looking at the stunning beauty in his arms, his heart was filled with joy. He glanced at the system panel. The emotional value has accumulated to more than 100, and there is another chance for intermediate lottery. In his mind, he gave the system the instructions to draw the lottery. Ding! Consume 100 emotion points to enter the intermediate lottery. Confirm? Confirm. The familiar roulette wheel appeared before his eyes again. What good stuff will it be this time? Cash or skills? Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have won a cash reward of 9 million. 9 million. Chang Kuen's eyes lit up instantly. Simple, rough and direct. He likes it. Cool. Chang Kuen stretched lazily with satisfaction. The feeling of rapidly growing strength and wealth is truly wonderful. He lowered his head and glanced at Su Wanwan in his arms. The girl had fallen asleep, obviously exhausted. Chang Kuen smiled and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Then, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chang Kuen opened his eyes. He felt refreshed and full of energy. Su Wanwan in his arms also slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Chang Kuen's handsome face close to her. Good morning, brother Kuen. Her voice had a hint of laziness, as if she had just woken up, and sounded particularly seductive. Morning. Chang Kuen responded with a smile. Their eyes met, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air again. Su Wanwan thought of the madness of yesterday, and her body couldn't help but become weak. Still tired? Chang Kuen asked knowingly, his hands already wandering dishonestly on her smooth back. Su Wanwan hummed softly. Then, do you want to do it again? Chang Kuen whispered wickedly in her ear. No, no more. Su Wanwan was startled and shook her head quickly. I'm falling apart. Yesterday, she had already been tortured enough by Chang Kuen. This man is not a human being at all, he is just an energetic bull. She now feels like her body is not her own. Really? Chang Kuen raised his eyebrows and his hand movements became even more excessive. He still has some macho potion left, it would be a waste if he didn't use it. Don't. Su Wanwan's breathing gradually became rapid, and her body honestly gave a reaction that was completely opposite to what her mouth said. Chang Kuen laughed out loud at her shy look of saying one thing and thinking another. He turned over and said, I think you seem to want it very much. Su Wanwan buried her face in the pillow out of shame, not daring to look at him again. Soon, that blushing voice was heard again in the room. Another round of lovemaking. When everything calmed down again, it was already past 10 in the morning. Su Wanwan couldn't get up at all this time. She lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, without even the strength to lift a finger. She looked towards the bathroom, her eyes full of resentment. How come this man has endless physical strength? Chang Kuen finished taking a shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel. He looked at the little woman on the bed who was looking at him resentfully, and he felt in a good mood. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He sat down on the bed and pinched her cheek. Do you think that I, your man, am particularly powerful? Su Wanwan rolled her eyes at him and said weakly. You're a pervert. Ha ha ha. Chang Kuen was amused by her appearance. Okay, get up quickly. I ordered the hotel's room service. Eat something and replenish your energy. I can't get up, Su Wanwan said aggrievedly. Then I'll carry you there. Chang Cohen didn't say anything and directly carried her out of the bed and walked towards the bathroom. Ah! Hooligan! Put me down! In the bathroom, Su Wanwan's exclamations and laughter were soon heard. After lunch, the two finally packed up and left the hotel. Where are we going now? Su Wanwan took Chang Cohen's arm and asked softly. After 2 days of close contact, she has become dependent on Chang Cohen. Now, she just wanted to be a kitten beside him, without having to think about anything or do anything, and just follow his arrangements. What are your plans next? Chang Cohen asked. You definitely can't go back to the sales office. Su Wanwan nodded. I was planning to resign, too. She paused and said a little embarrassedly. Brother Cohen, you gave me so much money. I want to use this money to do something I like. For example? Chang Cohen became interested in what he said. I want to open a flower shop. There was a glimmer of longing in Su Wanwan's eyes. I have loved flowers and plants since I was a child. I would be very happy if I could stay with them every day. Flower shop? Chang Cohen smiled. That's a good idea. Well, opening a store requires choosing a location, decorating, and purchasing goods. These are all very troublesome. Besides, it's not convenient for you, a girl, to go out and do things without a car. As he spoke, he took out the Mustang's car keys from his pocket and stuffed them into Su Wanwan's hand. Brother Cohen, what are you doing? Su Wanwan looked at the car key with the Mustang logo in her hand and was stunned. What does it mean that he gave me the key? This car will be yours from now on. Chang Cohen's tone was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You can take it and drive it. It will be more convenient for you to go out and do things in the future. Ah? Su Wanwan was stunned. Give a car? He wants to give this Ford Mustang worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to himself? This is too exaggerated. No. This is absolutely not possible. Brother Cohen, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Su Wanwan came to her senses and as if she had been electrocuted, she hurriedly tried to return the key to Chang Cohen. They gave money, brand name clothes and bags, and now, they even gave away sports cars. For this man, is spending money as easy as drinking water? I said, here you go, just take it. Chang Cohen's face darkened and his tone became a little angry. What? My woman, is there a problem with driving my car? Or do you think this car is not worthy of you? After hearing what he said, Su Wanwan no longer dared to refute. After spending these few days together, she has already figured out Chang Cohen's temper. When it comes to money, he doesn't allow others to refuse his decisions. She could only hold the car key tightly, her palms full of sweat. This man is so good to her. Chapter 22. A man must have a Mercedes-Benz in his life. But I don't dare to drive such a nice car. Su Wanwan whispered a lame excuse. Don't dare to open it? Chang Cohen smiled. Why not? If it gets bumped or dented, just get it repaired. If it can't be repaired, just buy a new one. It's no big deal. He said this lightly. Su Wanwan was frightened when she heard this. This is a sports car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why does it look like a toy in his mouth? If it's bumped or dented, repair it. If it can't be repaired, replace it? How rich must one be to dare to say such arrogant words? She was completely speechless. She knew that if she refused again, she would be ungrateful. Then, what about you, Brother Cohen? She asked cautiously. You gave me the car, what are you driving? Chang Cohen raised an eyebrow. I'll just go buy another one. It just so happens that I'm tired of driving this Mustang and want to buy a better one. Su Wanwan. She no longer knew what words to use to describe her feelings at the moment. Tired of driving. I want to change. This Versailles is so fresh and refined. Ding. Su Wanwan is deeply impressed, emotion value plus 40. Ding. Su Wanwan's unwavering devotion, emotion value plus 60. The system prompt sounded again in Chang Cohen's mind. Current emotion value, 115. Cool. Chang Cohen felt extremely happy to see that he could win another intermediate lottery. Then, he pulled Su Wanwan, who was still a little dizzy, and walked towards the parking lot. Come on, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the car first, and then I'll go to the dealership to take a look. Oh, okay. Su Wanwan followed him obediently like a puppet. The two came to the hotel's underground parking lot. Chang Kuan opened the car door and let Su Wanwan sit in the driver's seat. Come, I'll teach you. He was very patient and explained to Su Wanwan the various functions and operations of the car. Although Su Wanwan has a driver's license, she is a novice after all, and this is her first time driving a sports car, so she is very nervous. With Chang Kuan's encouragement and guidance, she finally dared to start the car and drove carefully at a snail's pace in the parking lot. Yes, that's it. Don't be nervous, take it slow. Chang Kuan sat in the passenger seat and kept encouraging her. After more than 10 minutes, Su Wanwan finally got used to it a little. Although it still drives crookedly, at least it can drive normally. Okay, that's it for today. Find a place where there's no one around and practice more. Chang Kuan said. Su Wanwan nodded heavily, looking at the prancing horse logo on the steering wheel, her heart filled with a sense of unreality. From today on, she also owns a sports car. And all of this was given to her by the man beside her. Then I'll go first. Please drive carefully. Chang Kuan said this and prepared to get off the car. Brother Kuan. Su Wanwan suddenly grabbed his hand. What's wrong? Chang Kuan turned around. I saw Su Wanwan unbuckled her seatbelt and came over suddenly. She kissed him hard on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Kuan. Chang Kuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He reached out and pinched Su Wanwan's face. Fool. After saying that, he opened the car door and got out. Looking at Chang Kuan's graceful back as he left, Su Wanwan felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. After leaving the hotel, Chang Kuan took a taxi directly to the largest car market in the city. Since he was going to give the Mustang to Su Wanwan, he naturally had to change to a better one. As a man, you must own a luxury car in your life. Especially now, he has no shortage of money. In the car city, luxury cars gather. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini. There are 4S stores of various top brands. Chang Kuan's goal is clear. He walked directly to the Mercedes-Benz Four Sons store located in the center of the auto city. Compared to those overly flashy supercars, he still prefers a brand like Mercedes-Benz, which combines luxury, comfort, and performance. In particular, Mercedes-Benz's S-Class is hailed as the benchmark for luxury cars. And his goal today is to achieve a top-level existence even higher than S-level. Maybach. As soon as I walked into the magnificently decorated lobby of the 4S store, a tall female salesperson in a professional suit came to greet me. Hello sir, welcome to Mercedes-Benz, how may I help you? The female salesperson was very enthusiastic and had a sweet voice. Chang Kuan looked at the female salesperson in front of him and his eyes lit up. Very beautiful. She has an oval face, big eyes, fair skin, and long, shiny black hair tied up behind her head, making her look capable and elegant. A well-tailored black professional suit perfectly outlines her curvy and sexy figure. Especially the amazing curve of the chest, which seems to be about to burst out and makes people unable to take their eyes off it. Chang Kuan took a quick look. This scale must be at least E. I'm just taking a look. Chang Kuan said calmly, he did not show any strangeness because of the other person's beauty. Okay, sir, my name is Lei Zi, and I'm a sales consultant here. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. The saleswoman, Lei Zi, smiled and handed over her business card. Although she still had a smile on her face, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. The young man in front of me is very handsome and has a good temperament. But his words and actions don't seem like those of a rich man at all. He probably just came in to take a look and satisfy his eyes. However, her good professional ethics still allows her to maintain her enthusiasm. Sir, do you want to see a sedan or an SUV? She asked patiently. Chang Kuan's gaze swept across the hall and finally landed on the black car with the most powerful aura in the center of the exhibition hall. Show me that one. He pointed at the car and said. Lei Zi looked in the direction of Chang Kuan's finger. When she saw the car, her heart skipped a beat. That is Maybach S680. Chapter 23, Buying a Maybach in 10 minutes. Inhumane. Maybach S680 is the undisputed king in the Mercedes-Benz sedan series. It is the most expensive and top-notch treasure in their 4S store. The bare car price is as high as more than $3 million. If you add optional extras, the cost will easily exceed 4 million. As soon as this young man opened his mouth, he wanted to see the car? Does he know how much the car costs? A trace of doubt flashed through Lei Zi's mind. She had seen too many losers who pretended to know everything and ran in to point at the most expensive car just to show off and take a few photos to post on their moments. Could this young man in front of me be this kind of person? Well, sir, you have good taste. This is the Mercedes-Maybach S680, our current highest-end flagship sedan. As she spoke, she guided Chang Kuan to the huge black machine. This Maybach S680 has a body length of nearly 5.5 meters and is painted in classic obsidian black. It exudes a deep luster under the light. The huge vertical waterfall-style air intake grille, combined with the three-dimensional three-pointed star emblem, highlights its unparalleled noble status. This car is equipped with a 6.0-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum horsepower of 612 and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 4.7 seconds. Its interior features top-quality Nappa leather and solid wood trim, and the rear seats are equipped with first-class independent executive seats with ventilation, heating, and massage functions. Lei Zi began to talk incessantly, introducing the various configurations and highlights of the car. Her professional skills are excellent, her voice is sweet, her pronunciation is clear, and she can use various professional terms with ease, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to her. Chang Kuan listened quietly and nodded from time to time. He walked around the car and then opened the back door. A luxurious and noble atmosphere comes to your face. He sat in, his body sinking into the soft and wide leather seat. An incomparable feeling of comfort and envelopment made him couldn't help but sigh deeply. This is the real enjoyment. In comparison, the back seat of his Mustang was like a small bench. How do you feel, sir? Lei Zi leaned over and got into the car, asking with a smile. With this movement, her amazingly full breasts were almost touching Chang Kuan's face through a thin white shirt. A faint and charming scent of perfume and woman's body fragrance entered Chang Kuan's nose. Chang Kuan's eyes subconsciously swept across the deep ravine. Lei Zi seemed to have noticed his gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not straighten up immediately. Instead, she moved forward. There was a hint of teasing and suggestion in his eyes. She was testing. Test Chang Kuan to see if he really has the ability to buy a car or is just a pervert who is obsessed with seeing things. If he was just a poor loser, his reaction now would probably be to be at a loss or to avoid looking. But Chang Kuan's reaction was very calm. He retracted his gaze and asked calmly, "How much does it cost to get this car?" Lei Zi was a little surprised. She didn't see any trace of nervousness in Chang Kuan's eyes. Could it be that this young man in ordinary clothes is a hidden top billionaire? When he thought of this, Lei Zi's heart became hot. If she could close this deal, the commission alone would be enough for her to work hard for several years. More importantly, if I could take this opportunity to hook up with such a young and wealthy super-rich man, then wouldn't her life just take off? Lei Zi's mind instantly became active. The smile on her face became charming. "Sir, the official suggested retail price for this S680 is 3.298 million. Ours is a ready-made car, with the optional two-tone body, 21-inch large wheels, a rear entertainment system and a small table. The total price is 3.86 million. If you can decide today, I can ask our manager to give you the best discount. If the full payment is made, it will be around 4.2 million. She quoted a price. Then, a pair of big watery eyes stared at Chang Kuan closely, observing his reaction. 4,200,000. This number is enough to discourage 99.9% of the people in this city. However, Chang Kuan just nodded after listening. Yeah, it's okay. It's not expensive. No. Not expensive? Lei Zi felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. 4,200,000, he said it's not expensive? Oh my God. Who on earth is this person? She is now 90% sure that Chang Kuan is a rich man. Her breathing became a little rapid, and she asked tentatively. So, what do you mean, sir? Chang Kuan walked out from the back seat and closed the car door. He walked up to Lei Zi, looked at her pretty face and smiled. This is it. Swipe the card. Ah. Lei Zi opened his mouth wide and stood there in a daze. Bought it? Buy it now? All in all, it took less than 10 minutes. Didn't even bargain. He just made the decision to buy a Maybach worth more than 4 million yuan just like buying vegetables? This is too arrogant. Lei Zi has been selling cars at Mercedes-Benz for several years, and the number of wealthy customers he has served is at least 80, if not 100. But this was the first time she had seen someone as straightforward and inhumane as Chang Koen. What's wrong? Chang Koen looked at her stunned expression and raised his eyebrows. Can't you pay by credit card here? Ah. No. No. Yes. Of course. Lei Zi woke up as if from a dream, and waved his hands quickly, so excited that he could hardly speak clearly. Sir. You, please follow me. I'll go and process your formalities right away. Her voice was trembling, happiness came too suddenly. She hurriedly led the way, guiding Chang Koen to the VIP lounge. The other salespeople around were all shocked when they saw this scene. Holy crap! What's going on? Lei Zi sold that S680 in just 10 minutes? No? That young man? Is this true? That's a car worth over 4 million. Lei Zi is going to be rich now. The commission from this order must be over 100,000 yuan, right? Damn, what a lucky bastard. How could she have run into such a rich guy? For a moment, all colleagues were filled with envy and jealousy. Ding. Lu Feng's shock, emotion value +5. Ding. Zhang Lia's shock, emotion value +5. Ding. Heartbeat from Zhang Yujie, emotion value +7. Ding. From Chapter 20 for the beautiful Lady Lei's active invitation. In the VIP customer lounge. Lei Zi personally brewed a cup of dahongpo for Chang Koen. Mr. Chang, please have some tea. She already knew Chang Koen's name from his ID card. When she placed the teacup in front of Chang Koen, she leaned forward slightly, and the proud curve of her chest swayed in front of Chang Koen's eyes again, intentionally or unintentionally. This time, she even quietly unbuttoned the third button of her shirt. That deep, snow-white ravine is full of fatal temptation. Chang Koen picked up the teacup without saying a word, but just looked at Lei Zi with a half-smile. Of course he knew what this woman was thinking. However, he did not object. A beautiful woman comes to your door, and she is such a hot and sexy queen. You should not miss her. Lei Zi felt a little nervous when he looked at her, and her cheeks turned hot. But she still mustered up the courage, met Chang Koen's gaze, and took the initiative to speak. Mr. Chang, what kind of business are you in? You're so successful at such a young age, it's amazing. Her voice was soft and sticky, with just the right amount of admiration and compliments. It's just a small business, it can't be considered a success. Chang Koen said lightly. The more nonchalant he was, the more unfathomable Lei Zi felt he was. In her opinion, this is the demeanor that a real big man should have. Low-key, introverted, and hidden. Unlike the nouveau riche she had seen before, who would lift their noses to the sky just to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mr. Chang, you are too modest. Lei Zi's smile became sweeter. A good man like you must have a lot of girls chasing after you, right? She began to hint at Chang Koen's emotional state. It's okay. Chang Koen smiled noncommittally. Just then, the manager walked in with a POS machine and a car purchase contract. Hello, Mr. Chang. I'm Wang Xiaoming, the sales manager of this store. Manager Wang smiled and handed over the POS machine with both hands. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Fine. Chang Koen took the POS machine and entered the password. Drop. A soft sound. Payment successful. Manager Wang and Lei Zi's eyes widened. 4,200,000, just spent it without even blinking an eye. Manager Wang was very excited and started to flatter him. Mr. Chang. You are so generous. You are our store's most generous and distinguished customer this year. This is the car purchase contract. Please take a look. If there are no problems, you can sign it. Chang Koen didn't even look at it, he just picked up the pen and signed his name on the last page. Okay. He handed the contract back. Manager Wang and Lei Zi were once again shocked by Chang Koen's decisiveness. A contract worth over 4 million, and you signed it without even reading it? What courage and trust this shows. Okay. Okay. Mr. Chang, please wait a moment. We will go and handle the car pickup procedures for you right away. Manager Wang held the contract in his hands as if it were a treasure, turned around and ran out, as if he was afraid that Chang Koen would go back on his word. Chang Kuan and Lei Zi were the only ones left in the lounge. Lei Zi looked at Chang Kuan, her beautiful eyes full of charm. She knew that now was the best time for her to take the initiative. If she missed this opportunity, she would miss it forever. She took a deep breath and walked to Chang Kuan with graceful steps. Then, she made an extremely bold move. She sat directly on the armrest of the sofa next to Chang Kuan, and her long leg in black stockings was touching Chang Kuan's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Mr. Chang. Her voice was very low, full of magnetism and temptation. To thank you for your support of our work and to celebrate your purchase of your favorite car. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you to dinner tonight? As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently hooked the palm of Chang Kuan's hand with the tips of her fingers painted with red nail polish. That feeling was like an electric current that instantly spread throughout Chang Kuan's body. This woman is a witch. A fairy who knows how to bring out her charm to the fullest. A fire started rising in Chang Kuan's heart. He turned his head, looked at the charming face so close to him, smiled and said, "Okay. But I'll treat you." When Lei Zi heard Chang Kuan's agreement, he felt delighted. Success! She successfully took the first step. How can I be so embarrassed? She said it coyly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Chang Kuan reached out and held her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Lei Zi's body suddenly stiffened. But then she softened and leaned into Chang Kuan's arms. Chang Kuan felt the soft and elastic touch in his arms, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Tonight, you can eat whatever you want. After dinner, we can do something more interesting. The warm breath blew on Lei Zi's sensitive earlobe, making her tremble all over. Of course she knew what Chang Kuan meant by the more interesting thing. Her heart was beating fast, she buried her head in Chang Kuan's arms and responded softly. Half an hour later, all the procedures for picking up the car were completed. The brand new Maybach S680, with a temporary license plate, was parked in front of the 4S store. Mr. Chang, your car is ready. Manager Wang handed the car keys to Chang Kuan personally with a respectful attitude. If you have any questions about the car in the future, please feel free to contact me or Xiao Lei. We are at your service 24 hours a day. Chang Kuan nodded. He turned his head and looked at Lei Zi beside him. Get in the car, Miss Lei. Okay, Mr. Chang. Manager Wang, I'm leaving get off work early today. Lei Zi smiled sweetly, greeted Manager Wang, and took the initiative to open the driver's door for Chang Kuan. Then, he sat in the passenger seat gracefully. All the sales staff in the 4S store looked at him with envy and jealousy. The black Maybach made a low and pleasant engine roar and quickly drove away from the 4S store. Inside the car, Lei Zi felt the stability and comfort brought by this top-of-the-line luxury car, and was secretly delighted. Finally caught a rich guy. I must use all my skills tonight to make this man unable to leave me anymore. Chapter 25. The battle is fierce. Chang Kuan drove the brand new Maybach S680 and took Lei Zi to one of the city's top French restaurants. This restaurant, located on the riverside in the city center, has an excellent viewing location. The average per capita consumption is as high as several thousand yuan, making it a dating destination that countless couples dream of. When the powerful black Maybach stopped at the door of the restaurant, a doorman immediately came running over and respectfully opened the door for them. Good evening, sir, madam, and welcome. Chang Kuan casually threw the car keys to the doorman, then extended his hand to Lei Zi very gentlemanly. Lei Zi smiled and put his hand into Chang Kuan's palm. The two walked into the restaurant side by side. When the restaurant manager saw Chang Kuan's demeanor and Lei Zi's stunning beauty, he immediately came forward to greet them personally. Good evening, distinguished guests. Do you have a reservation? No. Chang Kuan said lightly. Find us a spot with a good view. Okay, no problem. The manager nodded quickly. There's only one window view seat left. I'll arrange it for you right away. Soon, the two of them sat down in a great spot overlooking the entire river. Mr. Chang, the scenery here is so beautiful. Lei Zi sighed while looking out the window. Before, she had only seen pictures of this place in magazines and on WeChat moments. This was the first time she sat here in person. As long as you like it. Chang Kuan smiled and handed her the menu. Order whatever you want. Lei Zi took the menu and looked at the prices that often amounted to hundreds or thousands of yuan, and was secretly shocked. However, she did not show any embarrassment. She elegantly ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes, and then a bottle of expensive Romane Conti red wine. She knew very well that she couldn't save money for a man at a time like this. The more reserved you act and the more you consider him, the more he will feel that you are not presentable. On the contrary, the more comfortable you feel about spending his money, the more he will feel that you are worthy of his worth. Sure enough, when Chang Cohen saw what she ordered, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This woman is very smart. Soon, exquisite dishes and fragrant red wine were served. The two of them chatted while enjoying the food, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lei Zi is a woman who is very good at chatting. She knows everything from astronomy to geography, and can talk about everything from luxury goods to art, from finance to philosophy. There was almost nothing she didn't understand. Moreover, she always managed to bring up topics at just the right time, showing off her erudition without making Chang Cohen feel bored. More importantly, she knows exactly how to compliment a man. Every word she said, every look she gave, silently satisfied Chang Cohen's vanity and desire to conquer. Chang Cohen had to admit that it was very comfortable to be with this woman. She is like a book with rich content and beautiful binding, which makes people want to read it page by page. The meal took more than 3 hours. I also drank 2 bottles of red wine. Lei Zi's face turned a charming red due to the effect of alcohol, and his eyes became watery and full of charm. Mr. Chang, I seem to have drunk a little too much. She supported her forehead with her hand, her body swaying slightly, looking like she was drunk. Chang Cohen looked at her charming appearance and felt something in his heart. He knew that the real show was about to begin. Yeah? He smiled, stood up and walked to Lei Zi's side. Then let me help you get some rest. As he spoke, he naturally picked up Lei Zi from his seat and carried him sideways. Ah! Lei Zi let out a cry of surprise and subconsciously hooked his arms around Chang Cohen's neck. The other guests in the restaurant saw this scene and cast their eyes over. Damn, the delicious food was eaten by the pig again. Chang Cohen held Lei Zi in his arms and walked out of the restaurant as the manager and waiters watched. Instead of driving, he carried her directly into the city's most luxurious 5-star hotel next to the restaurant. Another presidential suite. The moment the door closed, Lei Zi's originally blurred eyes instantly regained clarity. How could she be drunk? With her alcohol tolerance, she won tea fall down even if she drinks 2 more bottles. She was just acting, just to give Chang Cohen a reason to take her to get a room. Mr. Chang. Chang Cohen placed her on the soft big bed, staring at him intently. What do you want to do to me? She asked knowingly, her voice full of teasing. Chang Cohen looked at her and smiled. This woman was truly a natural-born fairy. He didn't say anything, but answered her question directly with his actions. He leaned over and kissed her tempting red lips fiercely. Lei Zi struggled symbolically for a few times, then responded enthusiastically. A fierce battle is about to break out. The two of them moved from the bed to the carpet, and from the carpet to the jacuzzi in the bathroom. The whole room became their crazy battlefield. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely and preparing for the final sprint, a rapid cell phone ring rang at an inopportune time. Chang Cohen paused abruptly, frowned, and picked up the phone on the bedside table with some dissatisfaction. The caller ID shows Lu Qing. He hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button. After all, Lu Qing was alone at home, and he was still a little worried. Hello? Qing, what's wrong? He tried to make his voice sound normal. Brother-in-law. Where are you? From the other end of the phone came Lu Qing's anxious voice with a hint of tears. My sister just called me. She said she couldn't contact you and her phone was turned off. She knew we were in contact, so she came to me. Brother-in-law, she seems very angry and she said she would come to find you. Think of a solution quickly. Lu Qing's words made Chang Cohen's face darken instantly. His so-called ex-wife? What does she want from me? Chang Cohen felt irritated. In his eyes, the woman was no different from a stranger. New. He replied coldly with 2 words. Brother-in-law, then we. I have something to do here, I'll hang up first. Chang Cohen didn't give Lu Qing any chance to speak and just hung up the phone. Then he threw his phone aside. A mere woman wants to disturb his good deeds? It's ridiculous. He looked at Lei Zi, who had a puzzled look under him, and a smile appeared on his face again. Baby, let's continue. He lowered his head and kissed her again. This time, his movements became wilder and more aggressive, as if he wanted to vent all his frustration at being interrupted just now. Lei Zi was caught off guard by his sudden change, but soon she was once again immersed in this violent passion. I don't know how long it took. When everything finally calmed down, Lei Zi had completely collapsed on the bed, unable to move even a finger. She felt like she had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake and her whole body was about to fall apart. She looked at the man lying beside her and smoking with a satisfied look on his face, her eyes full of shock. This man. Is he still human? This physical strength, this endurance, this persistence. This is simply not the level a human being should have. She felt like she had died at least 7 or 8 times tonight. Later she even began to cry and beg for mercy. But this man seemed to know no fatigue at all, and brought her to the clouds again and again. Pervert, you big pervert. She weakly punched Chang Kuan's chest and said coquettishly. Chang Kuan burst into laughter. He reached out and held the beauty who had been completely conquered by him in his arms. Why? Unsatisfied? Humph. Who's dissatisfied? Lei Zi rolled her eyes at him, then leaned obediently against his chest like a kitten. My legs are weak. Tomorrow, I probably won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Her voice was filled with resentment. That's perfect. Chang Kuan said with a wicked smile, tomorrow, we'll fight another 300 rounds. Ah. No. Lei Zi was frightened out of his wits. I was wrong, I was really wrong, please, let me go, I won't dare to do it again. She began to act coquettishly and beg for mercy. Chang Kuan looked at her pitiful appearance and laughed again. Lei Zi also leaned in his arms and laughed. She knew she had successfully embraced this thick and strong super thigh. Although the process is very hard. Even a little bit deadly. But it's all worth it. Chapter 26 Lei Zi. The next morning. The sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite onto the messy big bed, and Lei Zi slowly woke up. She moved and felt her whole body aching as if it had been run over by a truck. Especially my legs were so weak that I couldn't exert any strength at all. She subconsciously reached out and touched her side, and it was cold. Chang Kuan has left. On the bedside table, there was a black card and a note. Lei Zi struggled to sit up and picked up the card and note. The card is an exclusive membership card for the presidential suite of this super 5-star hotel. The note was left by Chang Kuan, saying that he had something else to do and would not wait for her to wake up. If there was anything, he could contact her directly by phone. Lei Zi knew that his bet was right. Since this man left a card and a note, he was not a ruthless man. She endured the discomfort in her body, washed up and changed her clothes. After packing up, she walked out of the hotel with difficulty and took a taxi. Half an hour later, a dilapidated residential building. Lei Zi opened the door and was greeted by an unpleasant smell of instant noodles and cigarettes. In the living room, a man wearing big shorts and with greasy hair was typing frantically on the keyboard with headphones on. This man is her boyfriend, Li Wei. Oh my god. Team fight. Team fight. Where's the support? Protect me. Idiot. Do you know how to play? Li Wei was cursing and didn't notice that Lei Zi had returned. Lei Zi looked at the scene in front of him and his stomach churned. The floor was littered with cigarette butts and takeout boxes, and there was still soup left in the instant noodle bucket on the table. The whole room is a mess like a garbage dump. She remembered the top French restaurant last night, the luxurious presidential suite, and Chang Kuan who took out millions with a wave of his hand. She looked at the hopeless man in front of her again, and an unprecedented feeling of nausea and disgust surged in her heart. Li Wei. She spoke coldly. Li Wei seemed not to hear and was still immersed in his game world. Lei Zi walked forward and took off the man's headphones. Oh my god. Who is it? Li Wei suddenly turned his head angrily, and when he saw that it was Lei Zi, his face instantly showed impatience. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm in a team fight? This is a promotion match. Do you know how important it is? Also, where did you go last night? Did you work overtime at the company again? Lei Zi laughed angrily. Besides games, is there anything else in your life? I just didn't come home for one night, and look at what a mess you've made of this house. How long has it been since you took a shower? How long has it been since you cleaned the house? I work hard outside to earn money, and you just play games at home? Li Wei felt a little guilty after hearing what she said, but he refused to give in. What's wrong with me playing games? I'm just relaxing. Besides, isn't housework supposed to be done by women? You're a grown man, you stay at home every day, eating my food and using my things, and you still have the nerve to say such things? Lei Zi was so angry that he exploded. I'm telling you, Li Wei, I've had enough. Let's break up. She took out the key and threw it at Li Wei. Just play your game slowly. After saying that, she turned and left. Li Wei was stunned. He didn't expect that Lei Zi would suddenly go crazy after returning home. Hey! Lei Zi! What do you mean? He chased to the door and looked at Lei Zi's resolute back. Isn't it just a game? What's the big deal? I'm currently playing in a group. He hesitated, looked at the door, and then looked at the computer screen. Finally, he turned around and sat back in front of the computer, muttering, "This is really baffling. I'll try to comfort him after I finish this game." Lei Zi was standing downstairs of the residential building. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed. Li Wei did not chase after him. There was not the slightest movement. Her heart sank bit by bit. Lei Zi knew that the man had chosen his game again. The last bit of fantasy was completely shattered, and she laughed at herself, laughing at her blindness and stupidity for so many years. Tears finally flowed down my face uncontrollably, and I felt that my youth and efforts over the years were not worth it. After crying for a long time, she gradually calmed down. Wiping away her tears, she walked to the side of the road and hailed a taxi. She is now homeless and the only place she can think of going is her parents' home. Although she didn't want to go back, it was better than living on the streets. An hour later, the car stopped downstairs of another equally old residential complex. The environment of Lei Zi's parents' home is not much different from the house she rented before. Her mood had improved a little and she went upstairs. As soon as I reached the door of my house, I heard the noisy sounds of mahjong and women's complaints coming from inside. It's a mess. All the same, give me money. Oh, why are you so lucky today? You chose the right card. Let me tell you, that bastard from our family came back drunk again last night, reeking of alcohol. It was so annoying. Lei Zi frowned and opened the door. The living room was filled with smoke. 4 people were sitting around a mahjong table, playing a mahjong game fiercely. One of them is her father. Her mother stood beside her with a plate of fruit, chattering about family matters. Seeing Lei Zi coming back, her mother just glanced at him. Hey, why are you back today? There was no trace of concern in his tone, but instead it was full of sarcasm. Lei Zi's heart sank again, and he said hesitantly. I broke up with Li Wei and have nowhere to stay for the time being, so I came back to stay for a few days. Break up? Her mother's voice suddenly rose. What's going on? Why did you break up for no reason? How old are you? And you're still so picky. I'm telling you, women over 30 are worthless. What kind of woman do you want to find? Everyone at the mahjong table stopped what they were doing and looked at Lei Zi in unison. Lei Zi's father pushed the cards aside and glared at her impatiently. What are you arguing about? Can't you see I'm playing cards here? It's a breakup, it's no big deal. Just come back and live here. Stop being an eyesore here. Lei Zi felt like an outsider and felt very sad. At this moment, a man who looked to be in his 50s, with a greasy face and a lewd look in his eyes, sitting opposite her father, spoke with a grin. Hey, Lao Lei, is this your beautiful daughter? Seeing is believing. It's quite beautiful. Xiao Zi, right? Since you've broken up and you're feeling down, why don't you come over and play a few rounds of mahjong with Uncle Wang? As the man spoke, he glanced back and forth at Lei Zi's curvy body with a sticky look. I won't. Lei Zi felt sickened by his gaze and refused coldly. A trace of displeasure flashed across the man's face. At this time, Lei Zi's father saw her attitude and felt that he had lost face in front of his fellow card players, and his face instantly darkened. What's your attitude? Your Uncle Wang is talking to you. It's not like you don't know how to play, so what's wrong with playing a few rounds with him? You don't know any rules. I raised you for nothing. Lei Zi looked at the father in front of him who, for the sake of face, was willing to let his daughter accompany an old pervert. Then I looked at the mother who only knew how to complain and make fun of me. Then I think of Li Wei, who is addicted to games and is a hopeless case. A huge sadness and anger emerged from the bottom of my heart. This is her family. This is her life. She couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough. She screamed, turned around and ran out. You kid! You're rebelling. Behind me came the angry roar of my father and the scolding of my mother. 10 minutes later, Lei Zi walked aimlessly on the street and unknowingly came to the river. The evening breeze blew her long hair, she looked at the bright lights on the other side of the river, and remembered everything that happened last night. Lei Zi's eyes gradually became firm. She's really had enough of this kind of life. Now that a man who can change everything for her has appeared, she must hold on to him tightly. Chapter 27, The School Beauty Barrister. It was already noon when Chang Kuan returned home. He pushed open the door and found the house empty. Lu Qing was not there. He took out his cell phone and called Lu Qing. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and Lu Qing's low, tearful voice came from the other end. Hello, brother-in-law. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Chang Kuan frowned, thinking the sound was not right. Brother-in-law, I was locked up by my mother. Lu Qing's voice was full of grievance and helplessness. As soon as I got home today, my mom and sister started asking me where the clothes came from. I told them I bought it with my own money, but they didn't believe me at all. They insisted I had done something shameful outside. They wouldn't let me go out and locked me up at home. Hearing this, Chang Kuan's face darkened. It's her ex-wife Lu Ruyan again. This woman is really haunting her. Brother-in-law, you must be careful recently. Lu Qing said anxiously. My sister seems to know that you are rich now. I heard her talking to my mom and she said she wants to find you and make you spit out all the money. She said you left home with nothing, and now you suddenly have so much money, you must have hidden a lot of private money. Brother-in-law, you better be careful these days. My sister is capable of anything. No. Chang Kuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. He is no longer the coward who was bullied by others. If Lu Ruyan dared to come, he would settle all the old and new accounts with her. Brother-in-law, you don't take it lightly. Lu Qing became even more anxious. I'm really worried that you'll suffer. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Chang Kuan comforted her. Take care of yourself and don't confront them. I'll pick you up after I finish dealing with things here. Lu Qing responded with a sob on the other end. Brother-in-law, I'm going to hang up first. I'm afraid they'll find out. Good. After hanging up the phone, Chang Kuan's eyes turned cold. Lu Ruyan. Now that this vicious woman sees that she is rich, she wants to get a piece of the pie? That's ridiculous. Just then, his cell phone rang again. Chang Kuan casually pressed the answer button. Hello. Hey. Master Chang. A clear and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Zhang Wei, why are you calling me? You are such a forgetful person. Have you forgotten what we talked about the day before yesterday? The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with a hint of anger. Of course Chang Kuan remembered it, but he was too busy in the past 2 days and didn't think about it for a while. I remember, are you free this afternoon? I'll go to the law firm and we can discuss the details in person. Chang Kuan looked at the time. He had nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. Okay, I'll send you the address. We'll be at work at 2 o'clock. Okay. See you then. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei's address was sent to me soon. Juncheng Law Firm. After lunch, Chang Kuan changed his clothes and drove to the law firm where Zhang Wei worked. In addition to Su Wanwan's affairs, he was also a little curious about what the former school beauty had become like after not seeing her for a few years. Juncheng Law Firm is located in the most prosperous CBD area in the city center and occupies an entire floor of an office building. The grand glass doors, the bright reception desk, and the lawyers coming and going in professional attire all demonstrate the strength and professionalism of this law firm. After Chang Kuan gave his name and made his appointment, the receptionist politely led him to the door of a separate office. Lawyer Zhang, Mr. Chang is here. Come in. A familiar and clear voice was heard in the office. Chang Kuan pushed the door open and walked in. The office is large and decorated in a simple yet modern style. Behind a large desk sat a woman in a white lady's suit. She looked up and saw Chang Kuan, a bright smile appeared on her face. Hey, Master Chang. You're finally here. Come, sit down. Chang Kuan's gaze fell on her face, and he was stunned for a moment. The Zhang Wei in front of me has become more mature and intellectual than when she was in college. The exquisite makeup perfectly highlights her already outstanding facial features. Her neat short hair makes her look capable yet feminine. The white suit skirt perfectly shows off her tall and well-proportioned figure. She is worthy of being the beauty of the school back then. After a few years, she is still as charming as ever, even better than before. Lawyer, your office is really impressive. Chang Koan walked over with a smile and sat down on the chair opposite her. It's okay, how about you? Are you going to be the boss? As Zhang Wei spoke, she stood up and personally poured a glass of water for Chang Koan. She placed the water cup in front of Chang Koan and looked at him with interest with her bright eyes. In fact, she had been observing Chang Koan since the moment he walked in. The Chang Koan in front of her was completely different from the young boy in her memory during her college days. Although he was dressed simply, he exuded a calm and composed demeanor that could not be faked. Especially his eyes, which are deep and calm, making it difficult to see through. Zhang Wei was actually very surprised. After graduation, classmates are more or less in touch with each other. She had also heard people talk about Chang Koan's recent situation, saying that he was living a very unhappy life and was like a gigolo. When she saw him today, she realized that the gap between rumors and reality was too huge. How could this man look even slightly down and out? I'm not some boss. Chang Koan took a sip of water and said. As for you, Lawyer Zhang, I heard from my classmates that you became a partner in a law firm at such a young age. That's truly impressive. Zhang Wei waved her hand modestly, but the pride in her eyes could not be hidden. Hey, what partner? I just got lucky and got a few good cases. She sat back in her seat and brought the topic back on track. Okay, old classmates, stop bragging about business. Let's talk about Su Wanwan first. Let me confirm again. That man called Wang Dahai not only beat her, but also sexually harassed her, correct? When it came to business, Chang Koan's expression became serious. That's right. He briefly recounted what happened that day. That Wang Dahai is the sales manager of Su Wanwan's company. I bought a house that day. Then he thought Su Wanwan was behind this, so he called 2 security guards to drag her into the conference room, slapped her, and said a lot of insulting things. While listening, Zhang Wei quickly took notes in her notebook. Her expression became more and more serious. Intentionally harming others and openly insulting them in public constitutes provoking trouble. If there is solid evidence of sexual harassment, we can also sue him for forced molestation. The combined punishment for multiple crimes is enough to keep him in prison for several years. Zhang Wei's tone was very professional and confident. However, in cases like this, evidence collection is key. Especially sexual harassment, if there is no direct evidence, such as audio or video, it is difficult to determine. Don't worry about that. Chang Koan said, there was a surveillance camera in the sales office at the time, and you could see him and the security guard forcibly dragging Su Wanwan in. As for evidence, I believe we can always find it as long as we are willing to spend money. When Zhang Wei heard Chang Koan say, as long as you are willing to spend money, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She raised her head and looked at Chang Koan deeply. This old classmate seems to be really different from before. Rich and powerful. This is her most intuitive feeling about Chang Koan now. Good. Zhang Wei nodded. Now that there is surveillance, things will be much easier. Next, I will contact the developer and Wang Dahai himself as a lawyer and send them a lawyer's letter to express our position. If they are willing to reconcile, compensate and apologize, then we can consider settling the matter privately. If they insist on taking a tough stance, we will directly take legal action and file a lawsuit. I don't want reconciliation. Chang Koan interrupted her directly. I have only one request, make Wang Dahai pay the most painful price. Let him be disgraced and spend the rest of his life in prison. As for the money, just tell me how much you need. Chang Koan's tone was firm and unquestionable. Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. She felt a strong determination and a ruthlessness at all costs from Chang Koan's words. She suddenly felt that this case might be more interesting than she had imagined. I see. She looked at Chang Koan and nodded. Now that you say that, I know what to do. I'll take this case. Chapter 28. This car is yours? Then I'll leave this case to you. As for the attorney's fees, you see. Hey, look at what you said. We are old classmates, why talk about money? Zhang Wei smiled and waved her hand. Consider this case a gift from me to you. It's like doing a favor for an old classmate. It's free. She spoke generously, but actually she had her own plans in mind. I had originally decided to charge a fee these past 2 days, but after seeing Chang Kuan's demeanor today, I changed my mind temporarily. She wanted to take this opportunity to reconnect with this old classmate who seemed to be very wealthy. A man who can casually say money is not a problem will be of great help to her future business. She is still willing to make this little investment out of favor. However, Chang Kuan shook his head. One thing at a time. Even brothers have to settle accounts, let alone things like this. Name your price. I don't want to take advantage of you. He doesn't like to owe favors to others, especially women. Zhang Wei also saw Chang Kuan's firm attitude, and her evaluation of Chang Kuan in her heart increased a few points. Then she stopped insisting. This man has principles and knows his limits. She thought for a moment and said, "Okay, since you said so, I won't be polite to you." According to our law firm's fee standards, the agency fee for this type of criminal case generally starts at 100,000 yuan. Considering that you might need some additional evidence collection and public relations expenses, I suggest you prepare between 500,000 and 1 million yuan. She quoted a high price, wanting to see Chang Kuan's reaction. In her opinion, 1 million is not a small amount of money for anyone. When Chang Kuan heard the price, he would probably hesitate or bargain. However, Chang Kuan's reaction once again surprised her. 1 million? Chang Kuan just raised an eyebrow. Too little. I'll transfer 2 million to you first. If it's not enough, tell me anytime. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone to transfer the money. 2 million? Zhang Wei was a little confused and thought she had heard it wrong. Just for a dispute over a slap, he asked for 2 million in legal fees? What is this concept? This is too exaggerated. She had seen wealthy clients, but she had never seen anyone spend so much money. Why? Too little? Chang Kuan asked, looking at her stunned expression. No. That's enough. That's absolutely enough. Zhang Wei came to her senses and waved her hands quickly. Her heart was beating fast, and her eyes were full of surprise when she looked at Chang Kuan. This is no longer just about being rich, this is simply about being inhumane. She is now 100% sure that all the rumors about Chang Kuan are bullshit. What is marrying into the wife's family? What is living off the wife's family? Could someone who can spend 2 million on a lawsuit without blinking be a gigolo? What a joke. Then give me your account number. Chang Kuan said. Oh, okay. Zhang Wei mechanically gave out her bank card number. Soon, she received a bank text message on her mobile phone. Your account was transferred 2 million renminbi at XXXXXX on XXXXXX. The current balance is... Looking at the long string of numbers, Zhang Wei felt that her breathing was a little difficult. I received the money. Chang Kuan, don't worry, I will handle this case clearly for you. I guarantee that Wang Dahai will regret coming into this world. She looked at Chang Kuan with a very firm tone. With these 2 million, the resources and means she can mobilize will be completely different. She is confident that she can make this case an ironclad one. Well, I believe in your professional ability. Chang Kuan nodded. After the serious business was discussed, the atmosphere in the office became relaxed. Zhang Wei looked at her watch and it was almost time to get off work. Her heart moved and an idea came to her mind. Chang Kuan, it's already dinner time. To celebrate our reunion after many years, and to thank you for being such a great customer. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? She was now filled with endless curiosity about Chang Kuan. She wanted to know what this once ordinary old classmate had become. What has happened over the years to cause such earth-shaking changes? You invited me? Chang Kuan smiled. I should be the one inviting you. Let's go, you can choose the place and eat whatever you want. Then I won't be polite. Seeing Chang Kuan agreed, Zhang Wei also laughed. She quickly packed her things and picked up her bag. Let's go. I know a new private kitchen that's really delicious, but it's a little out of the way and hard to find. It's okay, I'll drive. Chang Kuan said. You drive? Great, then you have to be my driver. Zhang Wei said with a smile. The two walked out of the law firm side by side and came to the underground parking lot of the office building. The parking lot is filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Zhang Wei was about to ask where Chang Kuan parked his car when she saw Chang Kuan walking straight towards a parking space not far away. Parked in that parking space was a black car with an extremely powerful aura. When Chang Kuan took out the car key and pressed it, the black car's headlights flashed twice, and a crisp unlocking sound was heard. Zhang Wei's footsteps suddenly stopped. She stared at the car with her eyes wide open and her mouth open. That sleek and imposing body, that huge waterfall-style air intake grille, and that incomparably noble logo on the grille. Maybach? Moreover, looking at the model, it is the top of the line S680. She had only seen this car in car magazines and on TV. The landing price is over 4 million. Zhang Wei turned her head and looked at Chang Kuan as if he were a monster. This car, is yours? Her voice was trembling. Chapter 29 Zhang Wei's Little Thoughts. Yes, I just bought it. Chang Kuan opened the car door and said casually. What's wrong? Is there a problem? He looked at Zhang Wei's stunned expression and found it a little funny. Isn't it just a car? Why such a big reaction? Question. This is a huge problem. Zhang Wei stood there, looking at the black Maybach S680, her brain seemed to stop thinking. This is a Maybach. The top luxury car standing at the top of the pyramid. It is the ultimate car that countless men dream of. And her old classmate not only bought it, but also talked about it so casually, as if he was saying that he had a bowl of noodles for lunch today. And he just said, just bought it? What on earth did this guy do? Did you rob a bank? Zhang Wei's heart was in turmoil. She had previously thought that Chang Kuan was at most a nouveau riche with a little money. But now it seems that she was extremely wrong. For someone who can use the Maybach S680 as a means of transportation, it is more than just being rich. This is a real, top-tier rich man. What are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Chang Kuan had already sat in the driver's seat. Seeing Zhang Wei still standing there stupidly, he urged her. Oh. Okay. Zhang Wei woke up as if from a dream, and quickly opened the passenger door and got in. Fasten your seatbelts. Chang Kuan reminded. Oh. Zhang Wei hurriedly fastened her seatbelt, and her eyes couldn't help but look around the car. The Maybach emitted a low and pleasant engine roar and drove out of the underground parking lot. As the car drove along the busy streets, it immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The drivers in the surrounding vehicles and the pedestrians on the roadside all looked at him in amazement and envy. Zhang Wei sat in the car, feeling all this, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She even had an illusion that she was the owner of this luxury car. Where is the private restaurant you mentioned? Chang Kuan asked, breaking the silence in the car. In Qingshi Lane in the south of the city. I'll send you the address. Zhang Wei quickly took out her cell phone, opened the navigation, and shared the address with Chang Kuan. Chang Kuan glanced at the navigation and nodded. The atmosphere in the car fell into silence again. Zhang Wei wanted to speak several times and ask Chang Kuan what had happened over the years. But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. She didn't know how to start. She felt as if there was an invisible gap between her and Chang Kuan. He is no longer the old schoolmate who can joke around at will. This realization made her feel a little uncomfortable. Chang Kuan seemed to have noticed her awkwardness and took the initiative to ask, I haven't seen you much since graduating from college. How have you been these years? His tone was casual, like a casual chat between old friends. Zhang Wei felt a little relieved. That's it. I'm busy dealing with all kinds of cases every day. I have no time to rest. She smiled and said. But you, Chang Kuan, you really are a hidden talent. She finally couldn't help herself and asked tentatively. Chang Kuan smiled. I have nothing to hide. I'm just an ordinary person. Here we go again. That nonchalant tone again. Zhang Wei was going crazy. He drives a Maybach worth several million, casually takes out 2 million to fight a lawsuit, and still calls himself an ordinary person? Are you being Versailles, or are you insulting the word ordinary people? She decided to try a different approach. By the way, Chang Kuan, what kind of business are you in now? It's so profitable. She took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag and asked casually while drinking it. This is what she cares most about. Chang Kuan glanced at her and smiled mysteriously. I didn't do anything. It's just that a while ago, I got lucky and won a few $100 million in the lottery. Puff. Zhang Wei almost spit out a mouthful of water. Win the lottery? A few 100 million more? You are kidding. Of course she didn't believe it. It was obvious that Chang Kuan was just trying to fool her and didn't want to tell her the truth. However, she also heard another meaning in this sentence. That is, his money came from a legitimate source and he suddenly got it recently. That explains it. Why are there such a big discrepancy between the rumors about him and his current situation? Zhang Wei's mind instantly became active. A top billionaire who has just become rich and has no connection with his past circle. This is simply an untapped goldmine. The look in her eyes when she looked at Chang Kuan became a little hot. More than half an hour later, the Maybach stopped at the entrance of an ancient alley. This is it. Zhang Wei pointed to a courtyard gate with red lanterns hanging on it deep in the alley and said, "It looks pretty chic." Chang Kuan parked the car and the two got out together. This private restaurant has no signboard, only a quaint courtyard gate, and looks very low-key. But for someone as knowledgeable as Zhang Wei to recommend him, he must have some outstanding qualities. As the two walked into the yard, a waiter wearing a cheongsam immediately came up to greet them with a smile. "Lawyer Zhang, you're here. Are you still in your old seat?" "Yes, the old seat." Zhang Wei nodded familiarly. The waiter led them to a private seat by the window. The environment here is really good, quiet and elegant, with an antique charm that makes people feel relaxed and happy. The dishes here are made by the descendants of the city's most famous Tan family cuisine. We only accept 10 tables of guests a day, and reservations must be made in advance. Zhang Wei introduced Chang Kuan while pouring tea for him. "It seems I'm in for a treat today." Chang Kuan smiled. Soon, the exquisite dishes were served one by one. Buddha jumps over the wall, braised black sea cucumber, braised shark's fin. Every dish is delicious and made with the finest ingredients, and it's obvious that they are worth a lot of money. "Come on, Boss Chang, try this." It's their signature dish. Zhang Wei picked up a piece of shark fin and put it in Chang Kuan's bowl. Her attitude was obviously much more enthusiastic and proactive than when she was in the law firm. Calling him Boss Chang is so easy. Chang Kuan knew that this was due to the Maybach and the 2 million in legal fees. He did not point it out and calmly enjoyed the enthusiastic service of the beautiful lawyer. "It tastes really good." He took a bite and nodded. "As long as you like it." Zhang Wei smiled with her eyes curved. "By the way, Chang Kuan, I have a preliminary idea about Wanwan's case." After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Zhang Wei took the initiative to talk about work. "Oh? Tell me about it." Chang Kuan put down his chopsticks and looked at her with interest. "In addition to pursuing legal action to bring him to justice, we can also influence public opinion. Let him be ruined." Zhang Wei analyzed with a shrewd glint in her eyes. "Find the best PR team and make this thing a huge hit online. Nail Wang Dahai to the pillar of shame." I have to say that Zhang Wei is indeed an excellent lawyer. Her thinking is very clear and her methods are ruthless enough. That's a good idea. Chang Kuan agreed. But to achieve this, the money needed is probably not a small amount. PR, online influencers, buying trending searches, all of these things cost money. Money is not an issue. Chang Kuan said calmly, "The 2 million I gave you just now is for this. If it's not enough, I'll add more." When Zhang Wei heard this, she felt excited again. Having such a financial sponsor who supports you regardless of the cost is what every lawyer dreams of. She felt full of energy. "Don't worry." She picked up the wine glass and said it with confidence. "I promise to handle this case beautifully for you. I toast to you and wish us a happy cooperation and a successful start." "Good." Chang Kuan also raised his glass and clinked it with hers. They both drank it in one gulp. Putting down her wineglass, Zhang Wei seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "By the way, Chang Kuan, I was just at the law firm and transferred 1 million of your 2 million to our firm's public account as a special fund for this case. I've temporarily stored the remaining 1 million in my personal account, so I can access it at any time to handle some, well, expenses that aren't convenient to pay with official funds. Is this arrangement okay?" She looked at Chang Kuan with a nervous look in her eyes. Although this is a common practice in the industry, it is a huge sum of 1 million after all, so she still needs to seek the consent of the sponsor. Chang Kuan smiled when he heard this. Of course he knew what Zhang Wei meant. When litigating, you often need to use some unconventional tactics. Naturally, these expenses cannot be charged to the company's accounts. The fact that Zhang Wei took the initiative to tell him this shows that she is very honest and smart. No problem. Chang Kuan said very straightforwardly, you have full authority over how to spend this money. You don't need to report everything to me. I just want results. After getting Chang Kuan's permission, Zhang Wei was completely relieved. This man is not only rich, but also knows how to delegate power and trust. It was so comfortable working with him. Chang Kuan, you are truly the most generous client I have ever met. Zhang Wei sighed sincerely, if you have any legal issues in the future, feel free to contact me. I promise to handle it for you perfectly. She was taking the initiative to show goodwill, hoping to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Chang Kuan. No problem. Chang Kuan raised his glass, clinked it with Zhang Wei's, and drank it all. Chapter 30 Class Reunion Invitation. The atmosphere at the dinner party became increasingly lively. Zhang Wei is obviously a person who is very good at livening up the atmosphere. She keeps finding various topics to talk about, from interesting things in college to current hot topics in society. Chang Kuan was also happy to cooperate and occasionally said a few words. He found that chatting with Zhang Wei was a very pleasant experience. She is smart, beautiful, and knowledgeable, very similar to Lei Zi. She is a woman who never makes people feel noisy or boring. Waiter, add a few more dishes. Zhang Wei was chatting excitedly and waved to call the waiter. Give me a few more of your restaurant's signature dishes. Okay, Lawyer Zhang. The waiter responded respectfully. Chang Kuan was a little surprised when he saw the table was almost full of dishes. Can you still eat? Certainly. Zhang Wei patted her flat belly and said with a smile. Don't look at me because I'm thin. I can eat a lot. Today, since you are such a rich man and I am treating us, I have to let go of my stomach and give you a good meal. She said half-jokingly. Chang Kuan smiled and said nothing more. Soon, several new dishes were served. Dongpa pork elbow, stir-fried chicken, braised prawns. Each dish is generous in portion. Chang Kuan looked at Zhang Wei, thinking that she was just lighting it for fun to save face. But the next scene surprised him. Zhang Wei picked up the chopsticks and started eating without any manner of manner. She ate very quickly, but her movements were not rough, but rather had an inexplicable beauty. She finished half of a huge piece of dongpa pork elbow in just a few bites. She peeled a bunch of shrimp shells for a plate of braised prawns in no time. Chang Kuan looked at her small body, then at the pile of empty plates on the table, his eyes full of surprise. This appetite is too amazing, right? She can eat more than a grown man like me. Little did he know that Zhang Wei was under a lot of pressure at work, and her only way to relieve stress was through delicious food. She is a typical gourmet and a hidden glutton. But in order to maintain her figure, she usually controls herself. Today, in front of her financial sponsor Chang Kuan, she completely let herself go. On the one hand, it was because he was in a good mood, and on the other hand, he also wanted to get closer to Chang Kuan in this way. After all, it is easier to win others' favor by being genuine and unpretentious at the dinner table. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman eat? Zhang Wei noticed Chang Kuan's gaze and spoke incoherently with her mouth full of food. I've never seen a beauty who can eat as much as you. Chang Kuan said sincerely. Humph, that's nothing. Zhang Wei raised her chin proudly. Chang Kuan was convinced and picked up his chopsticks to join the battle. To be honest, he had consumed a lot of food tonight and was indeed hungry. The two of them swept away the food on the table like a whirlwind as if they were competing. In the end, there was no soup left. Belch. Zhang Wei leaned back in her chair, burped without any manner, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Comfortable. She touched her slightly bulging belly and sighed happily. Chang Kuan couldn't help laughing when he saw her lazy and cute appearance. He found that this woman was quite interesting. Sometimes she is smart and capable like a queen. Sometimes he looks like a greedy kitten, real and cute. Pay the bill. Chang Kuan waved. The waiter came over with the bill. Hello, sir. The total consumption is 18,800 yuan. Swipe the card. Chang Kuan took out his bank card and handed it over. Zhang Wei was listening at the side and was secretly shocked. One meal cost almost 20,000 yuan. This guy really doesn't take spending money seriously. But it feels so good. After paying the bill, the two walked out of the private restaurant together. It was completely dark outside. The evening breeze blows, bringing a hint of coolness. Zhang Wei drank some wine, her cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were a little blurry. Chang Kuan, today, thank you for your hospitality today. She stood by the car and looked at Chang Kuan and said sincerely. This meal is the happiest one I've had in the past few months. You're welcome. Chang Kuan smiled. Get in the car, I'll take you home. Zhang Wei nodded obediently and sat in the passenger seat. Chang Kuan didn't drink today, so he could drive, and he got into the driver's seat. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was much more harmonious and ambiguous than when we came. Zhang Wei became bolder under the influence of alcohol. She turned her head, and her big watery eyes stared at Chang Kuan, who was driving without blinking. Chang Kuan, can I ask you a personal question? Ask. What kind of girls do you like? She asked bravely under the influence of alcohol. This question is asked directly and explicitly. Chang Kuan laughed. This woman really didn't know how to hide her thoughts. However, he didn't dislike her. I like smart, pretty, good-looking, and a good eater. He said this with a hint of meaning. Zhang Wei's face turned red in an instant. Isn't this talking about her? Smart, pretty, good figure. Although she is a bit narcissistic, she feels that these words are quite appropriate when used to describe herself. As for being particularly edible, she had just shown off her amazing appetite in front of him. Is he hinting at himself? Zhang Wei's heart was pounding and her cheeks were burning, and she couldn't even speak. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little ambiguous. Chang Kuan looked at her shy appearance and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. He really enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything, of making a smart and capable woman become a young girl in front of him. Soon, the car arrived downstairs of Zhang Wei's residential complex. Arrive. Chang Kuan stopped the car. Oh, okay. Zhang Wei still hasn't recovered from her previous emotions. She unbuckled her seatbelt but didn't get out of the car immediately. She suddenly remembered and turned to Chang Kuan and said, by the way, Chang Kuan, there is something I forgot to tell you. What's up? This Saturday, the classmates are going to have a class reunion. Right in the heart of the city at the Imperial Hotel. Are you going? Class reunion? Chang Kuan raised his eyebrows. He used to be most disdainful of attending such occasions. It's nothing more than a group of people getting together to brag, compare, and show off. But now, he suddenly thought that it would be interesting to go and take a look. He also wanted to see what expressions those old classmates who looked down on him would have when they saw him appear in a Maybach. It will definitely be exciting, right? Okay. He nodded. When the time comes, please send me the specific time and place. Very good. Seeing Chang Kuan agreed, Zhang Wei showed a surprised smile on her face. Then I'll pick you up on Saturday? No, I can go there by myself. Chang Kuan said. Well, okay then. Although Zhang Wei was a little disappointed, she was still very happy. As long as Chang Kuan is willing to go, she will have a chance. Then I'll go up first. She opened the car door and got out. Be careful on the road. Yeah. Chang Kuan nodded. Zhang Wei stood by the roadside and watched the black Maybach disappear into the night before turning around and walking into the community. She had an uncontrollable smile on her face. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to their small group of classmates. Great news! Classmates, I just contacted Chang Kuan. He agreed to come to our class reunion on Saturday. This message, like a bomb, instantly exploded in the silent group. What? Chang Kuan? Hasn't there been any news from him in a while? Zhang Wei, are you kidding? He's coming to the class reunion? Yeah, I heard he was living a miserable life before. Why is he here? Is he here to eat for free? Everyone in the group was talking at once, and every word was filled with ridicule towards Chang Kuan. Zhang Wei looked at the information and sneered. A bunch of short-sighted guys. You can laugh all you want now. Wait until Saturday, then you will be shocked. She could already foresee the scene where everyone's jaws would drop when Chang Kuan showed up at the class reunion driving the Maybach S680. She is looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Chapter 31 Lei Ziya's teasing and Lu Ruyan's call. Chang Kuan was driving on the way home. He was still thinking about the class reunion that Zhang Wei had just mentioned. To be honest, he has no feelings for those so-called old classmates. During the 4 years of college, there are very few people who can truly be called friends, and most people are just acquaintances. After graduation, we went our separate ways and never contacted each other again. The reason he agreed to go was simply because he wanted to see the excitement and, by the way, slap some people in the face. For example, his ex-girlfriend who dumped him because he was poor and then turned around and fell into the arms of a rich second-generation man. For example, the roommate who relied on his family's little money to target him everywhere in the dormitory and treated him like a follower. He really wanted to see what those people were like now. What wonderful expressions will they have when they see their current achievements? Thinking of this, Chang Koen felt inexplicably happy. It seems that people's mentality really changes after they have money. Things that I used to disdain now seem full of fun. After returning home, Chang Koen took a shower and lay on the bed. He took out his cell phone and checked his moments out of habit. Then, he saw a new circle of friends post from Lei Zifa. The photo is a photo of the interior of the car. The distinguished Maybach logo on the steering wheel is extremely clear. The caption reads, "A new beginning, thank you for the noble people I met in my life." Chang Koen smiled. This woman is really not low-key at all. But he likes it. His things were meant for her to show off. The more ostentatious she was, the more his vanity was satisfied. He casually gave a like to this circle of friends. 10 seconds after he liked the post, Lei Zi's WeChat message came. It's a shy expression. Then came another voice message. The voice was soft and charming, full of teasing. "Mr. Chang, you haven't slept yet? I'm alone in an empty room, I'm so scared." Chang Koen almost got goosebumps when he heard the sound of the clip. This woman is truly a natural-born fairy. "What's up?" He replied with 2 concise words. "Can I chat with you if I have nothing to do?" Lei Zi sent another voice message, his tone full of grievance. "Today, I dumped my disappointing boyfriend. Now I'm homeless and my parents kicked me out. I'm so pitiful." She started to play the victim. Of course Chang Koen knew that she was acting. The woman's purpose was simple, she wanted him to take her in. Chang Koen naturally would not refuse such a beauty that came to his doorstep. However, he didn't want her to succeed so easily. Got to whet her appetite. "Oh, really? Then you're pretty miserable," he replied calmly. And then, nothing happened. Lei Zi waited on the other end for a long time, but there was no response from Chang Koen. She was a little anxious. Why doesn't this man play by the rules? When a normal man hears that a beautiful woman is in such a miserable state, shouldn't he immediately show sympathy and offer to help? Why did he just reply, "You're pretty miserable," and that was it? She gritted her teeth and decided to be more proactive. "Mr. Chang, I'm downstairs in the hotel right now. Can I come up to see you? I promise I'll only stay for a short while and won't disturb your rest." Her voice was full of pitiful meaning. As Chang Koen looked at the message, the curve of his mouth became more and more obvious. "Finally can't bear it anymore? I'm at home, not in a hotel," he replied. "Ah." Lei Zi was stunned. Then where is your home? I can come to see you, okay?" She was determined to rely on Chang Koen. Inconvenient. Chang Koen refused again. Just kidding, although Lu Qing has returned home temporarily, who knows when he will come back. He didn't want these two women to run into each other. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel dizzy. Lei Zi was now completely helpless. She has used up all the tricks she could use. But this man remained unmoved and refused to listen. She was a little discouraged, but more of a reluctant person. How come this man is so fickle? Just when Chang Koen was about to put down his phone and go to sleep, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was her ex-wife, Ruyan Lu. He frowned and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Chang Koen, where are you?" A cold and arrogant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Chang Koen also became annoyed. "What? You still think of me as your husband?" Then he said in a cold and unceremonious voice, "What's the matter?" "Chang Koen, let's talk." Lu Ruyan sounded as if she was giving Chang Koen an order. Her tone was aggressive and she had no self-awareness at all. "I'll meet you at Starbucks downtown at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope you arrive on time." After saying that, she didn't even give Chang Koen a chance to speak and hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Chang Koen was stunned. Is this woman crazy? They're divorced, but she still orders him around like before. Do you really think that you are still the same coward who can let her bully you? Chang Koen was unhappy, so he didn't bother to care about Lu Ruyan. He put down his phone and prepared to go to bed. But as soon as he lay down, he suddenly thought of Lu Qing. Hiss. It seems that if this matter is not resolved, Lu Qing will be put in solitary confinement forever. Although Chang Koen knew that it would take at most a month for Lu Qing to resolve this issue by herself crying. But Chang Koen couldn't wait. Lei Zi and Su Wanwan are good friends, but they are not as exciting as Lu Qing, who has a mysterious and forbidden aura. Besides, it should be a little more tender. Chang Koen suddenly sat up from the bed and began to think. No, this matter must be resolved quickly. We must fight for our brother's happiness. He decided that he would go find Lu Ruyan tomorrow. He wanted to see what tricks this woman was up to. Chapter 32: The Strange Lu Ruyan. The next morning, at 9:50. Starbucks in the city center. Chang Koen sat alone by the window, drinking coffee leisurely. He was dressed casually today, in a white t-shirt and casual pants, looking like a boy next door. But his calm and composed aura made him seem a little out of place with his surroundings. He glanced at his watch and saw that there were still 10 minutes left until the agreed time with Lu Ruyan. He wanted to see what this woman was up to. 10 o'clock sharp. A red Porsche 718 did a beautiful drift and stopped in front of Starbucks. The car door opened, and a woman wearing a Chanel suit, sunglasses, and covered in jewels got out of the car. It was Lu Ruyan. She locked her car and walked straight into Starbucks in her high heels. She saw Chang Koen sitting by the window at a glance. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. The Chang Koen in front of her was completely different from the timid and evasive man she had always remembered. However, this surprise was quickly replaced by her inherent pride. In her opinion, no matter how much Chang Koen changed, he was still a waste that she would kick out. She walked to the opposite side of Chang Koen, sat down directly, and placed the Hermes bag in her hand in a conspicuous place on the table. I thought you were afraid to come. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a face with delicate makeup but a somewhat mean look. Her tone was full of contempt. Chang Koen didn't even look at her and continued drinking his coffee. If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to fart, fart it. My time is precious and I don't have time to waste it with you. Lu Ruyan's face darkened instantly. She didn't expect Chang Koen to dare to talk to her in such an attitude. Chang Koen, what do you mean? Do you think that just because you're divorced, you can ignore me? I'm telling you, even if we get divorced, don't even think about writing on my head. Her words were sharp and sarcastic, full of arrogance. Chang Koen raised his head, looked at her and smiled. That smile was full of sarcasm and disdain. Lu Ruyan, did you make a mistake? When you asked me to pay your brother's betrothal gift, you didn't have this attitude. As Voldemort, what qualifications do you have to act so condescending in front of me? Chang Koen's words were like a sharp knife, piercing Lu Ruyan's heart. What she hated most was others mentioning the word Voldemort. In her opinion, this is the biggest stain in her life. You. She was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at Chang Koen and couldn't say a word for a long time. Me what? Chang Koen's eyes turned cold. I didn't come here today to listen to your nonsense. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lu Ruyan swallowed her anger and told herself that she couldn't bother with this loser. She came here today to discuss serious matters. Okay, Chang Koen, let's talk business. She took out a document from her bag and threw it in front of Chang Koen. This is the divorce agreement we signed earlier. It's clearly written above. You are leaving the house with nothing. That means you can't keep a single cent. Chang Koen didn't even glance at the document. So what? So, I want to ask you. There was a hint of greed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Where did you get the money to buy those luxury goods for Lu Qing? Also, I heard that you've been spending money quite generously lately. He bought a sports car and lived in a presidential suite. Chang Koen, tell me honestly, have you been hiding some private money from me? She finally told him the purpose of her visit today. It turned out that she came to call for punishment. She suspected that Chang Koen's money was private money that he had secretly hidden before his divorce. That's half of her. Maybe if I can get some back, it will be enough for my brother's betrothal gift. When Chang Koen heard this, he was almost laughing out of anger. This woman's train of thought is really unique. Chang Kuan said bluntly, Lu Ruyan, are you sick? I advise you to go to the hospital to check your brain. I use my own money, what's it to you? You. Lu Ruyan was enraged again. She slammed the table and screamed sharply. Chang Kuan. Don't be so ungrateful. I came here today to give you a chance. Hand over all the money you have right now, right now. Then, kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll call the police and sue you for secretly hiding marital wealth and send you to jail. Lu Ruyan's voice was so loud that the guests around her gave her strange looks. Chang Kuan looked at her hysterical expression and shook his head. This woman is beyond redemption. He stood up, his eyes full of pity. Lu Ruyan, listen carefully. First of all, my money is mine. It has nothing to do with you. Second, if you want to call the police, go ahead. I'm always here for you. Third. He paused, leaned forward slightly, and spoke coldly in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Don't bother me anymore. Otherwise, I will tell your relatives and the community that I'm dating your sister. Don't you care about face the most? The elder sister of the Lu family is divorced, and the younger sister-in-law is with her brother-in-law, ha ha ha. Then you will become the biggest laughingstock of your neighbors. After saying that, Chang Kuan stood up, turned around, and left. Lu Ruyan was left standing there alone, her face pale and trembling all over. Her eyes changed from initial fear to resentment, and she stared at Chang Kuan's departing back. Chapter 33 Class Reunion. Saturday, evening. The Imperial Hotel, in front of the magnificent revolving door. A black Maybach slowly stopped. Chang Kuan got out of the driver's seat. He was dressed very low-key today, wearing an ordinary black jacket and a pair of jeans, the kind that you wouldn't be able to find in a crowd. He wasn't pretending to be poor on purpose, he simply felt it was unnecessary. He looked up at the landmark building in the city center. Once upon a time, he didn't even have the courage to take a second look when passing by here. Any meal here could be worth several months' salary to him. And now, he can say without exaggeration that buying this hotel, well, it will take a few more draws. At this time, a doorman ran over to him respectfully and said, Sir, do you need help parking your car? Chang Kuan casually threw the car keys over and said, There's 1,000 cash in the armrest box after parking. Consider it a tip. After saying that, he walked straight into the hotel lobby. Ah. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. The doorman was stunned, and then he bowed and thanked Chang Kuan repeatedly in ecstasy. According to the message sent by Zhang Wei, the private room for the party is in the Peony Hall on the 3rd floor. Chang Kuan took the elevator to the 3rd floor. When the elevator door opened, Zhang Wei was already waiting at the door. She dressed up carefully today, with delicate light makeup on her face and a burgundy tight long skirt that perfectly showed off her curvy figure. When she saw Chang Kuan, her eyes lit up and she quickly walked towards him. Chang Kuan, you're finally here. Most of the classmates are here now. Zhang Wei walked beside him naturally, leading the way while whispering, You better be careful later, Wang Hao is here too. Wang Hao? Chang Kuan thought for a moment before he remembered the name. The guy who slept on the bunk above him in college was a rich second generation whose family owned a small factory. He was also the person in the dormitory who liked to treat him like a follower and targeted him everywhere. Chang Kuan smiled playfully, Is he still the same? It's even worse than before. Zhang Wei curled her lips. After graduation, his factory was doing quite well. Now he's acting like he's worth 2.5 million, and he wants to step on everyone he sees. Especially you. He kept talking about you in the box just now. There was an obvious reminder in Zhang Wei's words. Chang Kuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. Wang Hao had been pursuing Zhang Wei since college, but Zhang Wei ignored him. If he sees me and Zhang Wei getting so close later, it would be strange if that guy feels comfortable. New. As they talked, they arrived at the door of the reserved box. Zhang Wei pushed open the heavy door of the box, and the bustling noise inside instantly hit her. There were already more than 20 people sitting around a huge round table, men and women talking loudly. It was quite lively. Hey everyone, look who's here. As soon as Zhang Wei entered the room, she raised her voice. Everyone's eyes were cast over at once. When they saw Chang Kuan following behind Zhang Wei, most of them showed more or less surprise on their faces. Hey, isn't this Chang Kuan? A harsh voice came from the main seat. The person who spoke was a young man wearing an Armani suit, a gold Rolex watch on his wrist, with a slicked back hair and an arrogant look on his face. He looked at Chang Cohen with a forced smile, his eyes full of undisguised contempt. "You're such a rare visitor. I thought you disappeared from the world after graduation. Why? Are you free to attend the class reunion today?" His words were sarcastic and full of provocation. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became a little subtle. Many people were waiting to see how Chang Cohen would respond. After all, they all saw how Wang Hao bullied Chang Cohen back then. Zhang Wei frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. She was about to say something, but Chang Cohen smiled first. "Yeah, I heard there was a fool treating us, so I came over to have a meal." He pulled out an empty chair next to Zhang Wei and sat down without hesitation. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. No one expected that Chang Cohen, who was always timid back then, would actually dare to speak to Wang Hao like this today. Wang Hao's face instantly turned the color of liver. "Chang Cohen, who the hell are you calling a fool?" He slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Chang Cohen's nose and cursed. "Whoever answers will be the one to tell." Chang Cohen picked up the teacup in front of him and retorted without showing any weakness. "You!" Wang Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over. If he hadn't taken into consideration the presence of so many classmates, he would have rushed forward long ago. Brother Hao, calm down, calm down." A classmate who looked like a follower nearby quickly grabbed him. "Why bother getting angry with such a poor guy? It's not worth it." "That's right, today we have a class reunion, and having fun is the most important thing." Several people talked at once to persuade him. Wang Hao then suppressed his anger, glared at Chang Cohen fiercely, and sat down again. But the look he gave Chang Cohen was even more unfriendly. He turned to look at Zhang Wei and said in a sour tone, "Miss Zhang, why did you invite someone like this to come with you? I remember when we were in school, he couldn't even afford to buy you a cup of milk tea, right? Now you're sitting here like a decent man. You better be careful and don't be fooled by him. People like him will do anything for money." This was a very unpleasant thing to say, almost pointing at Chang Cohen's nose and scolding him. Zhang Wei's face turned cold. "Wang Hao, watch your words. Chang Cohen is my guest and also my friend. If you keep acting so sarcastic, I don't think there's any point in having this meal." She didn't expect Wang Hao to be so excessive and not give her any face in front of so many people. Seeing that Zhang Wei was really angry, Wang Hao's attitude became a little more restrained. He still had feelings for Zhang Wei and didn't want to make the relationship too awkward. Okay, Wei, don't be angry. Is it not okay if I don't talk about him?" He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "However, I must remind you that people's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. You can only know a person's face but not his heart." He looked at Chang Cohen meaningfully, as if to say, "Just wait, we are not done yet." Chang Cohen didn't say anything. He just sat there quietly drinking tea, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. This feeling of being completely ignored made Wang Hao feel like he had punched cotton, and he felt extremely depressed. Damn, this loser, how come he has become so pretentious after not seeing him for a few years? Do you really think you are someone important? Okay, let us see how long you can keep pretending. Chapter 34: An Unexpected Encounter in the Bathroom. Come on, stop standing there and order some food." In order to ease the atmosphere and show off his financial strength, Wang Hao picked up the menu and waved his hand. "I'm the host today, so feel free to order whatever you want. Don't be polite." He emphasized the words "I'll be your host" and glanced at Chang Cohen provocatively. "The meaning is clear, see? I'm rich, and you poor bastard, just wait to eat for free." Brother Hao is so generous. As expected of Mr. Wang, he's so open and honest. The classmates at the table immediately started to flatter him. "Waiter, bring me one portion of your most expensive dishes, the Australian lobster and king crab." Wang Hao enjoyed the feeling of being sought after and acted bossy towards the waiter. "Also, 2 more bottles of 1982 Lafite." He snapped his fingers with great style. Chang Cohen looked at his nouveau riche face and laughed in his heart. With just this little bit of talent, are you qualified to show off in front of him? That's ridiculous. Soon, dishes of delicacies from land and sea were served on the table. The atmosphere became lively again. Everyone clinked glasses and started talking about their development after graduation. Some people entered the system and became small clerks. Some people joined big companies and became white-collar workers. Some people also started their own business and opened a small company. Everyone is showing off their achievements intentionally or unintentionally, and their words are full of comparison. The center of the topic is naturally inseparable from today's protagonist, Wang Hao. Brother Hao, I heard that your factory is going to expand its production line this year? A classmate asked in a flattering tone, holding up a wine glass. Hey, it's just a small fight. Wang Hao waved his hand modestly, but he couldn't hide the pride on his face. It's mainly about responding to the country's call and making more contributions to society. I just recently closed a deal worth tens of millions with a major foreign client. I can't help it. I'm too busy. He picked up the red wine glass and shook it gently, looking like a successful man. Wow! An order worth tens of millions. Brother Hao is awesome. Mr. Wang is truly a young and promising man. Among all of us classmates, you are the one who has done the best. You must support us old classmates in the future. For a moment, flattery came like a tide. Wang Hao was flattered and felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He took a sip of red wine and his eyes fell on Chang Kuan, who was silent in the corner again. The evil fire in my heart came out again. He just wanted to let Chang Kuan see how big the gap between them was. He wanted to let Chang Kuan know that some people are born to be superior to others, while some people can only be mud all their lives. Oh, by the way, Chang Kuan. Wang Hao suddenly spoke, and everyone's attention was focused again. We've been talking for a long time, isn't it your turn to talk about yourself? After so many years of graduation, where are you now? He asked knowingly, his tone full of joking. Everyone knows that after graduating from Changkoin University, he became a live-in son-in-law and lived a very miserable life. Now that Wang Hao asked this, it was clear that he wanted to humiliate him in public. Zhang Wei's brows were furrowed. She was about to speak up to help, but was stopped by Chang Kuan's look. Chang Kuan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said calmly, I'm not employed anywhere. I'm just an unemployed vagrant. He answered frankly without any embarrassment. Puff. A follower next to Wang Hao laughed out loud. Homeless? That sounds nice, isn't it? It just means unemployed. Chang Kuan, I remember you were married, right? What happened? Was your wife kicking you out? Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter in the box. The eyes of those classmates were full of contempt and ridicule. In their eyes, Chang Kuan had completely become a joke. Zhang Wei's face looked a little ugly. She felt that these people were really going too far. She looked at Chang Kuan, who had a calm face beside her, and suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation and confusion in her heart. What the hell is this guy doing? He drives a Maybach worth several million, but he can easily take out 2 million to sue. Why should we behave so low-key in front of these jumping clowns and allow them to humiliate us? What is he thinking? Just then, a slightly fat boy wearing glasses stood up. He is Li Jian, one of Chang Kuan's few friends at university, and the only one in the dormitory who did not join Wang Hao in bullying Chang Kuan. Wang Hao, that's enough. Li Jian blushed and pointed at Wang Hao. We are all classmates, is it necessary to be so aggressive? What does it have to do with you whether Chang Kuan is doing well or not? You have to expose my scars here, is that interesting? Wang Hao didn't expect Li Jian to dare to stand up and speak for Chang Kuan, and his face darkened. Li Jian, do you have the right to speak here? What the hell is it to you if I talk to Chang Kuan? Why? You want to stand up for him? He sneered and his eyes turned unfriendly. Do you believe that I can make you unable to stay in the company with just one word? Li Jian is now working as a programmer in a medium-sized company, and the boss of that company happens to have business dealings with Wang Hao's family. Wang Hao's words were a naked threat. Li Jian's face turned pale in an instant, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He is just an ordinary worker with a mortgage and a car loan, and he doesn't dare to joke about his future. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. Wang Hao snorted disdainfully and turned his gaze back to Chang Kuan. Chang Kuan, look, this is your friend. At the critical moment, it's useless. As I said before, in this society, if you don't have money, you are trash. Chang Kuan was a little angry when he saw Li Jian being humiliated because of him. He ignored Wang Hao's sarcasm and raised his glass to Li Jian. Jianzi, thanks bro. Don't leave after dinner, let's talk. Li Jian also raised his glass to signal, nodded, and sat back in his seat with a wry smile. At this moment, Chang Kuan suddenly felt the urge to urinate, but he ignored Wang Hao's fiery eyes staring at him. Said to Zhang Wei beside him, "I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, he stood up, opened the door and walked out. Walking out of the private room, Chang Kuan breathed a sigh of relief. The air outside is much fresher than the air inside. He walked slowly towards the bathroom, thinking in his mind how to act more naturally later. The faces of these classmates were even uglier than he had imagined. But it's okay this way. It will feel even better when you slap them in the face later. Just as I was washing my hands after using the toilet, bursts of suppressed vomiting sounds came from the women's restroom next door. Then, a staggering figure rushed out from inside, holding onto the sink and retching continuously. The woman was wearing a well-cut black professional suit, which highlighted her exquisite devil figure. Her curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and even in such a disheveled state, she still exuded a mature and charming aura. Chang Kuan's eyes paused. This side face. Lei Zi? Holy shit, can I even encounter this? The woman dry heaved for a while, and then she stood up, as if there was really nothing left in her stomach to vomit. She turned on the faucet, scooped up a handful of cold water, and splashed it hard on her face. When she raised her head, Chang Kuan was stunned when he saw the face reflected in the mirror. At this moment, her face was pale, her eyes were red, and her delicate makeup was a little smudged. She looked pitiful, completely different from the confident and proactive queen she was that day. At this time, Lei Zi also saw Chang Kuan standing behind her through the mirror. Her body suddenly stiffened. It's him! Mr. Chang! Am I dreaming? Then, she turned her head sharply with an ecstatic look and looked at Chang Kuan. Mr. Chang, Mr. Chang? What a coincidence! Chang Kuan looked at her and smiled. It's a small world indeed. Yes, what a coincidence. Lei Zi was a little at a loss and subconsciously tidied up his messy hair and clothes. She didn't want him to see her in such a miserable state. What's wrong with you? Are you drunk? Chang Kuan asked, looking at her pale face. When mentioning this, Lei Zi's eyes turned red. Grievance, anger, disgust, all kinds of emotions flooded my heart in an instant. She couldn't bear it anymore. Mr. Chang. Her voice was filled with tears and grievances. I was bullied. As she spoke, she walked a few steps to Chang Kuan and threw herself into his arms. The warm and soft body suddenly crashed into his arms. Chang Kuan stroked Lei Zi's smooth back. He could clearly feel the trembling of the delicate body in his arms, and the faint smell of perfume mixed with the smell of alcohol. This woman is still so proactive. He patted her back gently and asked softly, "What's the matter? Tell me slowly." Lei Zi's emotions seemed to have found an outlet. She sobbed and recounted what had happened. It turned out that she was asked by their sales manager to have dinner with a big client tonight. The client was the boss of a large enterprise in the city. His surname was Liu. We are planning to purchase a batch of Mercedes-Benz cars as benefits for the company's executives, a total of 20 cars, which is a big order. It was supposed to be a normal business social interaction, but from the moment Mr. Liu sat down at the table, his lustful eyes never left her body. At the dinner, he even took advantage of his drunkenness to touch her and speak frivolously to her. What he meant was that as long as she was willing to accompany him tonight, the order for the 20 cars would be signed immediately. Her manager not only did not help, but also encouraged her to drink and kept urging her to accompany Mr. Liu. Although Lei Zi has been in the workplace for many years and understands the ways of the world, she also has a bottom line. She can drink with clients and say nice things, but she will never sell her body. She endured the nausea and pretended to be nice for a long time, but finally she couldn't stand it anymore, so she ran out on the pretext of going to the bathroom and hid here to vomit. She originally wanted to slip away directly, at worst she would get scolded tomorrow. But unexpectedly, I met Chang Kuan here. After listening to her story, Chang Kuan was a little speechless. It's another piece of trash who does whatever he wants just because he has a few bucks. Okay, come with me. He reached out and held Lei Zi's hand. Lei Zi was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Chang Kuan said with a smile, "I am here today to attend the class reunion, you come with me. When your manager asks you where you've been, just say you went home." Lei Zi's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Okay. She nodded quickly, held Chang Kuan's arm tightly, and pressed her plump upper body against him. The soft touch made Chang Kuan's heart flutter. This woman is truly a charmer, radiating charm all the time. Ding. Joy value from Lei Zi plus 15. The prompt sound in his mind made Chang Kuan smile even more. He had originally planned to go back and slap his face, but now with the addition of a prop like Lei Zi, it seemed that the play would become even more exciting. Okay, let's go. Chang Kuan nodded. Well. Wait a minute. Lei Zi showed a sly smile on his face and looked around. Chang Kuan was a little confused, but before he could say anything. Don't. Hiss. Ha. Call. 2 minutes later. Chang Kuan was smoking at the bathroom door, sighing in his heart. This demon is so lawless. But, exciting. Afterwards, Lei Zi put on her makeup again, walked out and put her arm around Chang Kuan. Okay, Mr. Chang, let's go. Chapter 35. Your friend is so beautiful. Inside the peony hall. After Chang Kuan left, the atmosphere became even more lively. Wang Hao was like a victorious rooster, proudly holding a wineglass and walking around the table, continuing his personal performance. Honestly, Chang Kuan is a man who only cares about face and suffers. Wang Hao took a sip of wine and said loudly. If you're not doing well, just say it. We're all classmates, how can you laugh at him? Why do you have to pretend to be calm and collected? Who are you trying to impress? That's right. The other students immediately echoed, their voices sarcastically. That was the case in school back then. Even though I was poor, I still liked to act noble. Now that he's out in society, he's still like this. He hasn't improved at all. You think he just went out? Did he sneak away? Someone speculated, looking at him like that, I was afraid it would be awkward when I had to pay the bill later, so I made an excuse and ran away. Ha ha, it's possible. It's so possible. He could do it. In the private room, a burst of unbridled laughter suddenly rang out. Zhang Wei sat aside, listening to the dirty words, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. She quietly clenched her hands into fists under the table. These guys really judge people by their appearance. A bunch of frogs in a well. Several times, she wanted to speak up and tell the truth about Chang Kuan and slap these people in the face. But reason told her that she couldn't do that. This is Chang Kuan's own business, and she has no right to make the decision for him. Having been a lawyer for so many years, she knows the importance of interpersonal relationships. There is no need to offend so many people just to satisfy your momentary desire. Although, she looked down on these snobs from the bottom of her heart. Just as everyone was talking and criticizing Chang Kuan. Squeak! The door of the private room was pushed open. Everyone's voices suddenly stopped, and they subconsciously looked towards the door. Chang Kuan walked in with a calm expression. And beside him, there was a woman. A woman who was breathtakingly beautiful. The woman was tall and wore a black suit that showed off her almost perfect figure to the fullest. On that exquisite oval face, there are a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, which seem to be able to suck people's souls in. She had a unique temperament of laziness and charm, which made all the men present stare at her. What surprised everyone was that this stunning beauty was holding Chang Kuan's arm intimately at this moment. Half of her body was almost pressed against him, with a happy and satisfied smile on her face. The atmosphere in the entire private room seemed to be muted, without any sound. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they had seen something incredible. What is going on? Where did this loser Chang Kuan kidnap such a gorgeous woman? The smug smile on Wang Hao's face froze. He looked at Lei Zi with his eyes almost popping out, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and he kept swallowing his saliva. The faces of the others were also filled with jealousy and disbelief. Who is this woman? How could she be with a loser like Chang Kuan? And, so intimate? Zhang Wei also looked at the two people at the door with surprise. She was also amazed by Lei Zi's beauty and temperament. As a strong woman, she could feel the confident and calm temperament of this woman. This woman is the same kind as her. What is the relationship between her and Chang Kuan? Zhang Wei inexplicably felt a sour feeling in her heart. Ding! Zhang Wei's jealousy value +7. A system prompt sounded in Chang Kuan's mind. He glanced at Zhang Wei and saw that she was looking at Lei Zi with a scrutinizing and wary look. Chang Kuan felt a little funny in his heart. Women's sixth sense is really sharp. Let me introduce him to everyone. Chang Kuan broke the silence as if he hadn't noticed the wonderful expressions on everyone's faces. This is my friend, Lei Zi. Friend? You're kidding me. Do you have a friend who is so close to you with your arm around him? We just happened to meet her downstairs, so I asked her to come up and sit with us. Do you guys mind? Chang Kuan continued. No. Of course not. Wang Hao was the first to react. He quickly put on what he thought was the most handsome smile, stood up and pulled out the chair next to him. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Wang Hao, and I'm your best friend from Changkuan University. Please take a seat, please take a seat. As he spoke, he diligently went to help Lei Zi get the bag. Lei Zi just glanced at him lightly, showing a polite but distant smile, and ignored his courtesy. She took Chang Kuan's arm and walked straight to the other side of Zhang Wei, where she sat down leisurely. During the entire process, her hand never left Chang Kuan's arm. Wang Hao's outstretched hand stopped awkwardly in mid-air. His face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. The atmosphere in the private room became extremely weird. Everyone looked at Chang Kuan, then looked at the stunning beauty with a strong aura beside him, and all kinds of speculations came to their minds. Could it be that this loser Chang Kuan is being kept by a rich woman? Yes. That must be it. Otherwise, how do you explain why there is a woman of this level around him? Thinking of this, many men felt a surge of jealousy in their hearts. Damn, this guy is so lucky. Being a gigolo, I can actually eat such delicious food. Wang Hao obviously thought so too. He sat back in his seat, looking at Lei Zi with eyes full of greed and desire. The look he gave Chang Kuan was full of contempt and disdain. He's just a gigolo who relies on women. What's there to be proud of? He cleared his throat and decided to expose Chang Kuan's true face in public and embarrass him and this rich woman together. He picked up the wineglass and said to Chang Kuan in a sarcastic tone. Chang Kuan, that's really not nice of you. You made such a beautiful friend, but you didn't tell us earlier. He deliberately emphasized the word friends. Your friend seems quite remarkable, with a wonderful temperament. I wonder where he is employed. He wanted to find out Lei Zi's background. Lei Zi picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and said with a smile, I'm just a car salesman, just trying to make a living. Selling cars? Everyone was stunned. Can a car salesman have this kind of temperament? Who are you kidding? Wang Hao was even more unconvinced. He sneered, beautiful women are really good at joking. If all car salesmen were like you, then those of us doing business would have no chance of survival. He paused, then changed the subject and turned to Chang Kuan again. But speaking of which, Chang Kuan, you just said you were unemployed. It can't be that. I rely entirely on this beautiful friend of yours to support me, right? Everyone in the room could clearly hear the meaning in his tone. This was essentially calling Chang Kuan a gigolo to his face. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Chang Kuan. They all wanted to see what Chang Kuan, who was accused of being a gigolo, would say in defense. Chapter 36. Chang Kuan was very calm. Faced with Wang Hao's humiliation, Chang Kuan simply picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up a piece of steamed sea bass for Lei Zi beside him. Try this, it tastes pretty good. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Lei Zi smiled sweetly, opened his mouth naturally, and accepted the food from Chang Kuan. The intimate and natural interaction between the two completely ignored the other people around them. This loving look of theirs, oblivious to the people around them, deeply hurt the eyes of many people present. Wang Hao felt like his lungs were about to explode. He felt like a clown performing hard on the stage, but the protagonist didn't even bother to look at him. This feeling of being ignored made him feel more uncomfortable than being scolded directly. Chang Kuan. What the hell do you mean? Wang Hao slammed the table, finally tearing off his disguise, and roared, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? His lackeys also fanned the flames. That's right, Chang Kuan, Wang Hao cares about you too. We are all classmates. What exactly are you doing now? Is it so shameful? Or are you really just a gigolo and too embarrassed to say it out loud? What's wrong with being a gigolo? A cold voice suddenly rang out. It's Lei Zi. She slowly swallowed the fish in her mouth, wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin, then raised her charming peach blossom eyes and looked at Wang Hao and that lackey with a half smile. I'm happy to keep him. Do you have any objections? I just like him. I'm willing to spend all my money on him. I'm willing to let him eat my food and use my things. Is this illegal? As Lei Zi spoke, he pressed his body closer to Chang Kuan, holding his arms tighter with a provocative smile on his face. If you are envious, go find someone who can support you. Oh, yes, I forgot. She slapped her forehead in a pretense of sudden enlightenment. I'm afraid it's impossible for people like you to find a sponsor willing to support you, right? These words were cruel and vicious, and were simply pointing at their noses and scolding them for being incompetent and not even qualified to be a gigolo. Wang Hao and Guchui's faces turned green instantly. You. Wang Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Lei Zi and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. The other people in the private room didn't dare to make a sound. This woman is so tough. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has such a great mouth. Chang Kuan also laughed secretly in his heart. This Lei Zi is really a treasure. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very powerful. She is simply a perfect teammate for giving assists and slaps in the face. Ding. Love from Lei Zi plus 10. Ding. Zhang Wei shock value plus 20. Ding. Shock value from Li Qin plus 5. Ding. Shock value from Wang Yuan plus 5. The system prompt sounded, and Chang Kuan looked at Zhang Wei in surprise. There's nothing strange about the other female students adding 5 points. But Zhang Wei, what the hell is this 20 points? Do you really think I am so rich because I am a gigolo? On the other side, Wang Hao was speechless after being rebuked by Lei Zi, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. He rolled his eyes and decided to change the direction of attack. Since he couldn't win the argument with this woman, he continued to attack Chang Kuan's sore spot. Good. Good. You're so cruel. Wang Hao pointed at Lei Zi and said through gritted teeth, I admit that it's Chang Kuan's ability to find a wealthy woman like you. He changed the subject and a sinister smile appeared on his face. However, there are some things that money can't change. For example, the inherent poverty and cowardice of some people. As he spoke, he began to describe in vivid detail the various embarrassing things that happened to him at Changkuan University. Do you remember? The winter of my sophomore year was incredibly cold. Everyone in our dorm had changed into down jackets, but Chang Kuan was still wearing that washed-out, tattered jacket, freezing like a bastard. I felt sorry for him and offered to lend him a piece of clothing. Guess what he said? He said he wasn't cold. I laughed to death. He was so obsessed with saving face. Also, when Zhang Wei had her birthday, he ate steamed buns and pickles every day in order to buy her a decent gift, saving money for more than a month. In the end, he just bought a silver chain worth a few dozen yuan and had the nerve to show it off. Unlike me, I just gave Wei Wei the latest iPhone. The funniest thing is that he even promised Zhang Wei that he would buy her a nice gift after he graduated and made some money. The result? I was unemployed right after graduation, couldn't find a job, and ended up working as a punching bag in a small company. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao became more and more excited as he spoke, and he started gesticulating with joy. Those lackeys would also add a few words from time to time, belittling Chang Kuan as worthless. The classmates around him also remembered many of Chang Kuan's embarrassing moments at that time and joined in the fun. They seemed to enjoy the process of getting pleasure from trampling on the dignity of others. Zhang Wei's face became more and more ugly, and her teeth were grinding. These people were really going too far. Just when she couldn't help but explode and reveal Chang Kuan's identity, a simple and honest voice sounded. Wang Hao, have you said enough? Li Jian stood up again. That happened many years ago. Is it interesting to bring it up now? Li Jian's face flushed red, and he said angrily, everyone has their own difficulties. Do you really need to be so aggressive and expose my scars? Wang Hao didn't expect Li Jian to contradict him again. His face darkened and he cursed. Li Jian, do you have the right to speak here? What, you're a pauper like him, so you feel sympathy for each other? I'm telling you, if you say one more word, I'll make you lose your job tomorrow. You. Li Jian was so angry that he couldn't speak. Zhang Wei also stood up and said coldly, Wang Hao, don't go too far. This class reunion isn't the place for you to start a denunciation meeting. If you do this again, I won't contact you anymore. Oh my, Zhang Wei, you're starting to protect him too? Wang Hao was probably drunk, and he called Zhang Wei's name and sneered. Zhang Wei, I really don't understand. What kind of magic potion did that useless Chang Kuan give you to make you protect him like this? The tension in the private room was growing stronger and stronger, and it was about to be a complete fallout. Chang Kuan, who had been silent all this time, finally took action. He picked up the bottle and poured a glass of wine for himself and Li Jian. Then he picked up the wine glass and smiled at Li Jian. Jianzi, don't bother with a dog. He turned his head and looked calmly at the furious Wang Hao, saying calmly, "Let him bark. The louder the dog barks, the more scared it is." After saying that, he raised his glass to Li Jian. "Come on, brother, let's drink." "Okay." Li Jian nodded heavily, picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Chang Kuan, and drank it all in one gulp. At this moment, a classmate suggested to ease the atmosphere. "Oh, it's so boring to just eat and drink. We're almost done eating anyway, let's go sing. I know there's a KTV upstairs at Dihao, and the environment is great." "Good idea." This proposal received an immediate response from everyone. Wang Hao's mind cleared up a bit at this time. Perhaps he wanted to repair his relationship with Zhang Wei. After thinking for a while, he said loudly, "Okay. I'm happy today. We'll sing later, and all expenses will be on me." He wanted to use this method to show off his financial strength and save some face. Everyone cheered. So, a group of people stood up and walked out of the private room. Chapter 37: Breaking Through. The group walked out of the peony hall and headed towards the main hall. Wang Hao walked in front with an arrogant look on his face. In his opinion, the unpleasantness at the dinner table was just a minor episode. The following KTV session is his real home turf. He wanted to use the money to hit Chang Kuan so hard that the poor man couldn't raise his head, and to hit the beautiful woman so hard that she regretted her choice. Chang Kuan walked slowly at the back of the crowd. Lei Zi held his arm intimately and whispered something in his ear. The two smiled at each other from time to time. Zhang Wei and Li Jian walked on the other side of Chang Kuan. Soon, everyone arrived at the hall. In the magnificent hall, people come and go, and many well-dressed men and women are waiting for the elevator. Just as everyone was waiting for the elevator, an angry voice suddenly came from not far away. "Lei Zi." Hearing this voice, Lei Zi's body trembled violently, panic flashed across his face, and he subconsciously grabbed Chang Kuan's arm. Chang Kuan looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. They saw two middle-aged men with dark faces walking towards them quickly. Walking in front was a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but his eyes revealed a shrewd and gloomy look. Following behind him was a fat man with a beer belly, a greasy face and a big gold chain around his neck. The fat man's eyes were now fixed on Lei Zi, filled with undisguised desire and anger. It was the sales manager that Lei Zi mentioned, manager's son, and the customer who attempted to do something wrong to her, Mr. Liu. Chang Kuan's classmates looked at this sudden scene with curiosity. Wang Hao's eyes lit up and a gloating expression appeared on his face. There's something interesting to watch. He could see that there must be something going on between this woman named Lei Zi and these two men. Moreover, it seems that she is in the wrong. Manager's son and General Manager Liu walked up to the crowd in just a few steps. Manager's son looked at the flustered Lei Zi and asked in a cold tone, "Lei Zi, didn't you say you weren't feeling well and wanted to go home and rest after drinking too much?" He pointed at Chang Kuan, and his voice suddenly rose an octave. "What's going on? You're being affectionate with this pretty boy again? What do you think of me and Mr. Liu? Are you kidding me?" His voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. Lei Zi bit his lip and couldn't say a word. She never expected that she would be caught by them. The fat Mr. Liu also came up at this moment. He looked Chang Kuan up and down, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Xiao Lei, I really misjudged you." Mr. Liu said sarcastically, "I thought you were a pure and innocent girl, but I didn't expect you to be a fickle woman who likes pretty boys." He moved closer to Lei Zi, lowered his voice, and said with a lewd smile in a voice that only they could hear, "Why, this pretty boy can satisfy you? Or is he better than me? Otherwise, come with me tonight and let's try it. I promise to show you what a real man is." His words were filthy. Lei Zi's face turned red and white with anger, and he felt so disgusted that he almost vomited. You are shameless," she cursed in a trembling voice. "I'm shameless?" Mr. Liu sneered, "I think you're the shameless one. To avoid me, you even lied to me and said you weren't feeling well. What? Do you look down on me, Liu?" His expression instantly darkened, and his tone was filled with threats. "I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll make sure you're kicked out of Mercedes-Benz tomorrow, not to mention the order for those 20 cars. I, Liu, have some connections in the city. I guarantee that you will have no place in the entire auto sales industry in the future." These words can be said to be quite vicious. This is equivalent to completely cutting off Lei Zi's livelihood. Manager Sun was also standing by, adding fuel to the fire. Lazy, don't be so ungrateful. Mr. Lu is our company's most important client. If you offend him, you've offended me and the entire company. I order you to apologize to Mr. Lu right now, immediately, right now. He paused, glanced at Wang Hao and the others who were watching the show, and said, wait a moment, just come with us and sing a song and drink with Mr. Lu. Today's incident is over. This is not a discussion, this is clearly an order. It's to force Lazy to submit. Lazy's body swayed and he almost couldn't stand. On one side is one's future and career, and on the other side is one's bottom line that one cannot give up no matter what. She felt like she was pushed to the edge of a cliff, with no way out. Chang Kuen's classmates around her all looked at her with eyes that seemed to be enjoying a good show. Wang Hao couldn't stop smiling. He walked quickly to Mr. Lu with a flattering smile on his face, quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket with his right hand, and handed it to Manager Sun respectfully. At the same time, he bowed slightly, nodded and said, hello, Mr. Lu. I have long heard of your name. It is a great honor to meet you today. Then, he straightened up slightly and pointed at Chang Kuan and Lazy who were standing beside him. He continued, Manager Sun, Mr. Lu, look, this woman has nothing to do with us. She is my classmate, and I don't know where she came from. You should deal with her, but please don't involve us. When he said this, his tone was sincere, as if he really had nothing to do with Lazy. However, he did this simply to quickly draw a clear line between himself and Lazy to avoid being dragged into this storm. Not only that, he also deliberately emphasized in front of General Manager Lu and Manager Sun that Lazy was hooked up, which undoubtedly added fuel to the fire and pushed Chang Kuan and Lazy completely to the forefront. After hearing what Wang Hao said, Mr. Lu just glanced at him indifferently. He had heard a little about Wang's trading, but it was just a medium-sized company. He took the cigarette handed to him by Wang Hao slowly, put it to his lips, and lit it with a lighter. Then he took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, and nodded indifferently, giving Wang Hao face. Afterwards, Mr. Lu's gaze fell on Lazy again, and his eyes were as cold as ice, making people shudder. He said expressionlessly, Lazy, I will give you another chance. If you follow us obediently. Or do you want me to call security and ask you to come over? The last hope was shattered. A look of despair appeared on Lazy's face. She subconsciously looked at Chang Kuan, who gave her a glimmer of hope, her eyes full of pleading and helplessness. Chapter 38 Chang Kuan comes to the rescue. Just when Lazy was feeling desperate and everyone around him was waiting to see the show, Chang Kuan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He first gently patted the back of Lazy's hand, which was cold due to nervousness, and gave her a reassuring look. Then, he took a step forward, completely protecting Lazy behind him, and faced the two disgusting faces of Manager Sun and General Manager Lu alone. She's not going anywhere tonight. She'll be with me. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Manager Sun and Mr. Lu both looked at Chang Kuan, who appeared, with a look as if he were a fool. His appearance can only be considered pretty. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a poor student who just graduated. Where did he get the courage to talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? Manager Sun frowned and shouted impatiently, do you have the right to speak here? Get out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll take care of you too. Wang Hao was also nearby, fanning the flames in a sarcastic tone. That's right, Chang Kuan, why are you trying to be a hero? Does this have anything to do with you? Are Mr. Lu and Manager Sun people you can afford to offend? Don't risk your life for a woman, it's not worth it. He hoped that Chang Kuan would make a big fuss, the bigger the better. In this way, he could see the tragic scene of Chang Kuan being severely beaten. Chang Kuan ignored these two clowns at all. His gaze passed Manager Sun and fell directly on the greasy-faced General Manager Lu. Your surname is Lu? Chang Kuan asked indifferently. So what? Mr. Lu said arrogantly, with a beer belly. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. I'm going to sleep with this woman tonight. Not even Jesus can stop me, I say. Oh. Chang Kuan nodded, a playful smile on his face. You want to buy 20 cars? That's right. When Mr. Lu mentioned this, a smug look suddenly appeared on his face. He patted his chest and boasted loudly. 20 Mercedes-Benz E-Class cars. The latest model. Fully paid. A multi-million-dollar order. What do you think, kid? You've never seen so much money in your life. Are you shocked? He thought that by reporting this number, he could scare the poor boy in front of him. However, after hearing this, Chang Koan was not frightened at all. Instead, he burst out laughing as if he had heard a funny joke. 20 E-class machines? He shook his head, his face full of disdain and ridicule. Is this little thing enough for you to show off here? He turned his head, looked at Lei Zi behind him, and asked softly, Baby, 20 E-class machines, is that a big order for you? Lei Zi was stunned for a moment and shook his head subconsciously. Although 20 E-class cars is indeed not a small order, it is nothing compared to the Maybach she sold to Chang Koan before. What's more, she knew that since Chang Koan asked this, he must have his own intentions. What she had to do now was to cooperate with him unconditionally. Seeing Lei Zi shaking his head, Mr. Lu and Manager Sun's expressions turned a little ugly. The classmates around him also looked confused. What the hell is Chang Koan doing? How dare he, a pauper, look down on an order worth millions? Is he crazy? Just when everyone was puzzled, Chang Koan said to Lei Zi in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. That Maybach is fine to drive, but it's too high profile. It's not very convenient for commuting. Let's do this. Chang Koan's tone was as casual as buying cabbage at the vegetable market. Please order me another 20 S-class cars. I want the top of the line S580, with every last bit of equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall froze in place as if they were under a spell. Everyone had their eyes wide open, their mouths agape, their faces filled with dullness and disbelief. 20 S580S? Or the top configuration? So, what's the concept? A top-of-the-line S580 costs at least over 2 million yuan. 20 units, that's 50 million. Oh my god. What on earth is going on? This world must have gone crazy. Wang Hao's eyes widened like bells, and his body shook uncontrollably, as if he would collapse to the ground in the next moment. Jiang Wei, who was standing by, had her heart pounding. She covered her chest with her hands, her eyes filled with shock. Of course she knew that Chang Koan was rich, but she never dreamed that he would be so rich. This has far exceeded the scope of being rich, he is simply a wealthy man. No, it can even be said that it is the god of wealth descending to earth. Looking at Manager Sun and General Manager Lu again, they seemed to have been struck by lightning. They were completely frozen and completely unable to understand what was happening before their eyes. However, Chang Koan's performance has just begun. He seemed to think that 20 was not enough, so after thinking for a while, he stretched out 2 more fingers. Forget it, let's make it an even number, 22. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jian, who was also petrified. Kenko, you take 1. Then, he glanced at Jiang Wei, whose beautiful eyes were shining brightly. Lawyer Zhang, you take 1 too. I'll keep the remaining 20 for myself. If I'm in a good mood, I'll drive 1 a day. After saying that, he turned his gaze back to Manager Sun, who was almost scared to death. So? Chang Koan looked at him with a smile and said, do you think your order for 20 E-class machines is still important now? Or, do you think Miss Lei Zi should deal with your big business first? Or should you first serve me, a poor fellow who bought 22 S580s at once? Ding. Admiration from Lei Zi plus 15. Ding. Jiang Wei's shock value plus 15. Ding. Li Qian's shock value plus 15. Ding. Shock value from Wang Yuan plus 15. Ding. Shock value from Zheng Tianai plus 15. Ding. Shock value from waiters A, B, C, and D plus 55. In Chang Koan's mind, the system prompt sound rang frantically. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to burst his eardrums. He could clearly feel that the eyes of everyone in the hall were focused on him like spotlights. Those gazes were like blazing flames, as if to melt him completely. Manager Sun and General Manager Lu standing in front of him had faces as red as pig livers, turning from red to purple, and then from purple to black. Their fingers trembled as they pointed directly at Chang Koan, and they roared angrily. Are you blowing your M? Chapter 39. Everyone is shocked. Are you blowing your M? Manager Sun and Mr. Lu shouted at the same time. The classmates around him also looked at Chang Koan as if he was a fool. Who doesn't know how to brag? You're asking for a 50 million renminbi order right off the bat, and you're even giving one away to each of your friends. Who do you think you are? The richest man in the world? Wang Hao laughed out loud. He thought Chang Koan must be crazy and started talking nonsense because he was forced into a corner. Boast? Chang Koan looked at Manager Sun and President Lu as if they were 2 mentally handicapped children. I never brag. After saying that, he ignored the two idiots who had already lost their minds and took out his cell phone in front of everyone. Seeing his action, the mockery on Wang Hao's face became even stronger. What? You're out of things to say? Are you calling for help? He said sarcastically, I advise you not to waste your energy. In this city, there are few people who dare not give face to our general manager Liu. Mr. Liu also looked very proud with his huge beer belly, as if Wang Hao's words had expressed his true feelings. Chang Cohen ignored him and continued searching through his phone's address book. Everyone around him thought he was pretending in buying time. Only Lei Zi, who was protected behind him, thought of something. Soon, Chang Cohen found a number, dialed it, and considerately pressed the hands-free button. Beep beep. The waiting tone for the phone to be connected sounded in the hall. Although Manager Sun and General Manager Liu spoke tough, they inexplicably began to feel a little uneasy in their hearts. What the hell is this kid doing? The phone rang twice and then was picked up. A middle-aged man's voice, with a hint of respect, came from the phone. Mr. Chang? Hello? I'm Wang Xiaoming from the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. What can I do for you? Wang Xiaoming? Manager Sun was stunned when he heard the name. That's the sales general manager of their store. Although Mr. Liu didn't know who Wang Xiaoming was, he could see something strange on Manager Sun's face. Wang Hao and his classmates looked confused. Hello, Manager Wang. Chang Cohen's tone was very flat, as if he was chatting with an ordinary friend. It's nothing serious, I just want to confirm something with you. Mr. Chang, you say it. You say it. Xiaoming on the other end of the phone sounded more humble. Are you kidding? This guy is a real rich man who casually bought a top-of-the-line Maybach. How dare he be negligent? I just wanted to order 22 top-of-the-line S580s from your store, Chang Cohen said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiaoming on the other end of the phone was stunned. 22? Top-of-the-line S580s? Wang Defa's voice changed, filled with ecstasy and disbelief. Mr. Chang. Are you telling the truth? An order worth more than 50 million. If this is accomplished, their store will be the sales champion this year. No, the sales champion in the country, they will be the undisputed winner. This is like pie in the sky. And it comes with a golden rim. That's what I was planning. Chang Cohen's tone suddenly changed and became a little cold. However, Mr. Sun, a manager in your store, seems to have some doubts about my purchasing power. He also teamed up with a client named Liu to say I was bragging. Chang Cohen paused and glanced at Manager Sun, who looked confused. Manager Wang, I'm in the lobby of the Imperial Hotel right now. Do you think it's necessary to place this order? Or, in other words, you, Mercedes-Benz, don't welcome customers like me? There was silence on the other end of the phone. It took a full 5 seconds before Wang Xiaoming's roar filled with rage exploded from the phone. Sun. Ming. Liang. When Manager Sun heard his name, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Mr. Chang. Please calm down. Please calm down. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Sun Mingliang, that bastard, is so blind that he offended you. I'll deal with him right away. I'll deal with him right away. Wang Xiaoming knew too well how terrifying the power of someone who could spend 50 million to buy a car without blinking an eye was. If I offend a wealthy man of this level, even if he is even a little bit dissatisfied, I, as the general manager, may have to pack up and leave. At this moment, Manager Sun's cell phone rang frantically. With trembling hands, he took out his cell phone and saw the name Mr. Wang on the caller ID, which made him feel like he had seen the king of hell calling for his death. He didn't dare refuse. I swiped the answer button tremblingly, before he could speak. Sun Mingliang. Do you fucking want to die? Wang Defa's roar, which could blow the roof off the roof, came from the receiver, making his ears buzz. Do you know who you've offended? That's Mr. Chang. Our most valued customer. Are your eyes on your ass? I'm telling you, you're fired. Now. Immediately. Right now. Get out of here. Also, because your foolish behavior has caused huge losses to the company will hold you legally responsible. Just wait for the lawyer's letter. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. Manager Sun held the phone in his hand, and he stood there stiffly, as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out, his eyes empty and his face ashen. It's over. It's all over. Not only did he lose his job, he was also sued in court. His life was completely ruined at this moment. And all this was just because he offended the poor boy in front of him whom he looked down upon. The entire hall was silent. Everyone was so shocked by this dramatic reversal that they were completely stunned. Wang Hao's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg, and the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. Isn't he a pauper? Isn't he a gigolo? How could he possibly know the general manager of Mercedes-Benz? And how could he fire a sales manager with just one word? What is going on? Mr. Lu's fat body was shaking uncontrollably, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead like rain. He finally realized what a hard iron plate he had kicked. No, that's not iron. That's fucking super alloy steel. A 50 million order. Compared with them, my 20 E-Class cars worth millions are nothing. He even dared to show off in front of others and say that even Jesus couldn't stop him? Now he feels that not only Jesus but even the Jade Emperor cannot save him. Thump. Mr. Lu could no longer hold on, and his fat body collapsed to the ground, with a pool of yellow water quickly spreading in his crotch. He was actually scared to death. Ding. Admiration from Lei Zi, emotion value plus 15. Ding. Zhang Wei's shock, emotion value plus 30. Ding. Li Qin's shock, emotion value plus 18. Ding. Wang Yuan's shock, emotion value plus 23. Ding. Zhang Tianai's shock, emotion value plus 20. Chang Cohen didn't even bother to look at these two losers. He glanced at the students who were already dumbfounded, and gave Wang Hao a meaningful smile. Then, he took Lei Zi's hand and said softly, "Let's go. The air here is too dirty." Lei Zi nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes shining with admiration and love. Ding. Admiration from Lei Zi, emotion value plus 15. She held Chang Cohen's hand tightly with her backhand, and walked into the elevator step by step under the awe and fear of everyone's gaze. Zhang Wei looked at Chang Cohen's departing back with a complicated look in her eyes. Shocked, curious, and a little moved. She gritted her teeth and didn't care about the group of people behind her. She picked up her bag and ran into another elevator in her high heels. Chapter 40 tonight, it depends on your performance. In front of the Imperial Hotel. The cool evening breeze blew away the lingering smell of alcohol in the air, but it could not blow away the shock in people's hearts. As Chang Cohen and Lei Zi walked out of the hotel, the doorman who had received the tip from before ran over respectfully and asked him if he needed a designated driver. Before Chang Cohen could answer, Zhang Wei's voice sounded from behind. Chang Cohen. The two looked back and saw Zhang Wei jogging after them in high heels. Because she ran a little fast, her breathing was a little rapid, and her hair, which was always combed meticulously. A few strands of hair were blown by the wind and stuck to the smooth forehead. When Lei Zi saw her, she subconsciously held Chang Cohen's arm tighter again, and a trace of imperceptible vigilance flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her woman's intuition told her that this woman named Zhang Wei had special feelings for Chang Cohen. Is there something wrong? Chang Cohen asked doubtfully. Zhang Wei ran up to the two of them, stopped, first calmed her breathing, then raised her head and looked at Chang Cohen. Chang Cohen, I'm sorry. She bit her lip and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry that you were wronged at the class reunion tonight. Wang Hao and the others, they went too far, She wanted to say, I should have stood up and spoken for you earlier. But when the words came to my lips, they felt so pale and powerless. In the face of Chang Cohen's overwhelming strength, what does her insignificant help count for? It's ridiculous that she was still questioning why Chang Cohen didn't refute and just stood there without saying anything. It turns out that people just don't bother to care. It's none of your business. Chang Cohen interrupted her, "You don't have to apologize." His tone was polite, but this politeness was like an invisible wall, keeping the two of them far apart. Zhang Wei felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Their relationship was not like this when they were having dinner before. I just feel so sorry. She was a little incoherent. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It's all over. Chang Cohen didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. It's great to see you and Jianzi today. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. After saying that, he pulled Lei Zi and turned around to leave. Wait. Zhang Wei called him again. She mustered up her courage and met Chang Cohen's gaze. That case. There was a hint of pleading on her face. She really didn't want to lose contact with Chang Cohen and lose her business because of this kind of thing. Chang Kuan looked at her and was silent for a few seconds. He could feel Zhang Wei's emotions at the moment and guess what she was thinking. But he didn't expose it. Some things, once they are over, are over. It's really okay. He finally nodded and said, just let me know if there's any progress on the case. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and told the doorman to keep an eye on the car and he would come to pick it up tomorrow. Then he walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, opened the door, and got in with Lei Zi. To the Ritz-Carlton. The car started slowly, soon merged into the traffic flow, and disappeared into the night. Zhang Wei stood alone on the side of the road, looking at the taillights of the receding cars, without moving for a long time. In a taxi. The atmosphere is quiet. Lei Zi secretly looked at Chang Kuan beside him. From the moment he got on the car, he had been looking out the window. The profile of his face looked somewhat deep under the neon lights of the city, making it difficult to tell what he was thinking. The woman named Zhang Wei just now obviously likes him. Lei Zi felt a little sour. She really wanted to ask what their relationship was. But she didn't dare ask. She was afraid that if she asked, she would get an answer that would make her unhappy. In front of Chang Kuan, she is just a friend, far from being a woman who can ask about his private affairs. What are you thinking about? Just when Lei Zi was daydreaming, Chang Kuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ah? No, nothing. Lei Zi was startled and shook his head quickly. Chang Kuan turned his head and looked at her with a smile on his face. Are you thinking about me and Zhang Wei? Lei Zi's heart skipped a beat. How does he know? Seeing her panicked, deer-like eyes, Chang Kuan's smile grew even wider. He reached out and gently took her into his arms, letting her lean on his shoulder. I pursued her in college, but failed. Chang Kuan's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Lei Zi was stunned. She didn't expect Chang Kuan to tell her so bluntly. Then you. It's all over. Chang Kuan patted her back gently. We always have to look forward, don't we? Lei Zi leaned in his arms, feeling the warmth of his chest and his steady, strong heartbeat. The slight bitterness in his heart instantly disappeared. Yes, it's all over. Now, the person who accompanies him is me. That's enough. She stopped talking and just nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, enjoying this rare tenderness. Soon, the car stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated 5-star hotel. Chang Kuan took Lei Zi directly to the presidential suite on the top floor. When the heavy door was pushed open, Chang Kuan directly put his arms around Lei Zi's slender waist and sprayed his warm breath on her ears. Lei Zi's body softened instantly. Mr. Chang, we. Before she could finish her words, Chang Kuan had already kissed her small earlobe. Lei Zi only felt a current that instantly spread from her ears throughout her body, giving her goosebumps all over. She turned around and raised her breathtakingly beautiful face. Her peach blossom eyes were rippling with confusion and madness. Mr. Chang. Her voice is so charming that it could drip water. Chang Kuan lowered his head and looked at the tempting red lips in front of him, and could no longer control himself. He leaned down and kissed her fiercely. Lei Zi moaned and responded to him enthusiastically. Everything will come naturally. Chang Kuan picked her up and strode into the room. After putting Lei Zi on the bed, Chang Kuan looked down at her condescendingly. Under the light, her clothes were half removed, her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were blurred, like a rose waiting to be picked, emitting fatal temptation. Chang Kuan's breathing became heavy. He leaned over and whispered in her ear in a hoarse voice full of possessiveness. Tonight, let's see how you perform. Chapter 41 All Cash. The night deepens. In the room, there is a tranquility after the beauty. Lei Zi curled up in Chang Kuan's arms and fell into a deep sleep. There was a satisfied and happy smile on her lips, and she had obviously had a beautiful dream. Chang Kuan, however, had no desire to sleep at all. He lay on his side, one hand gently resting on Lei Zi's smooth back, the other hand under his head, his eyes calmly looking at the night view outside the window. After physical satisfaction, there is unprecedented spiritual clarity. He began to take stock of his harvest. With a thought, a virtual panel with a faint blue light that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Host, Chang Kuan. Emotional value, 785 points. Lottery, low level 10 points time, intermediate level 100 points time, high level 1000 points time. Chang Kuan was very happy when he saw the numbers in the emotion value column. 385 points. The harvest was simply plentiful. From arguing with Wang Hao at the dinner table, to publicly slapping manager Sun and general manager Lu in the face in the hall, and finally to blowing up the whole place with an order of 50 million. The shock, jealousy, and fear of the classmates, the horror and despair of manager Sun and President Lu, the disbelief of Wang Hao, and the admiration and love of Zhang Wei and Lei Zi. All the emotions of the opposite sex present were transformed into real points. Especially the last wave, it was like detonating an emotional bomb, and the points soared by 1 or 200. This feeling is really fucking great. Chang Kuan said to himself. His eyes moved down and landed on the lottery column. He no longer had any interest in the low-level lottery, which took place at 10 o'clock. Most of the prizes he won were tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, or some small skills that were of no great use. Advanced lottery, 1,000 points each time, he doesn't have enough points now. Then, the only option is the intermediate lottery. 100 points at a time. According to previous experience, there is a chance of winning millions or even tens of millions of cash prizes in the intermediate lottery, and occasionally there will be some more practical skills or items. The price-performance ratio is quite good. He now has 385 points and can draw 3 times. Chang Kuan focused his attention on the intermediate lottery button. Do you want to consume 100 points of emotion and participate in an intermediate lottery? Yes. He muttered to himself. On the virtual panel in front of him, a huge golden roulette appeared out of thin air and began to spin rapidly. The roulette wheel is divided into dozens of grids, and most of the grids have different amounts of cash written on them, ranging from 1 million to 10 million. There were also a few grids that flashed with different lights, with words like skills and items written on them. It must be a good thing. Chang Kuan muttered to himself. The roulette wheel spins slower and slower. The pointer moved across each grid. Chang Kuan's heart also rose slightly along with the beating of the pointer. Finally, as Chang Kuan expected, the pointer trembled and stopped at a box with 7.88 million in cash written on it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 7.88 million yuan. The reward has been automatically transferred to your designated bank account, please check it carefully. Almost at the same time as the system notification sounded, the screen of Chang Kuan's mobile phone on the bedside table lit up, and a text message notification from the bank popped up. Dear customer, 7,880,000 renminbi was credited to your savings card account at 2358 on XX. The current account balance is... Chang Kuan was too lazy to count the long string of numbers that followed. Not bad, a good start. Chang Kuan nodded with satisfaction. I won nearly 8 million on my first try, so I was pretty lucky. He didn't stop and immediately made a second draw. Do you want to consume 100 points of emotion and participate in an intermediate lottery? Yes. The golden roulette wheel began to spin rapidly again. This time, Chang Kuan's mentality was calmer. He even had the leisure to admire the peaceful sleeping face of Lei Zi in his arms, and reached out to help her push a strand of knotty hair behind her ear. The speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down. Every jump of the pointer seems neither fast nor slow. Finally, the pointer stopped steadily on another golden square. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 9.5 million yuan. The reward has been automatically transferred to your designated bank account, please check it carefully. Another bank text message popped up on time. Hey, I'm lucky tonight. Chang Kuan was happy. The 2 lotteries brought in more than 17 million. The speed of making money is faster than a money printing machine. He glanced at his emotional value, which was still at 185 points. Strike while the iron is hot, come again. Do you want to consume 100 points of emotion and participate in an intermediate lottery? Yes. The roulette wheel spins for the 3rd time. This time, Chang Kuan's eyes were fixed on the roulette wheel. He didn't care about how much money he could win, but he was curious about the skill and item grids that were flashing with special light. I don't know what interesting things can be drawn. However, things don't always go as planned. After spinning a few times, the pointer finally fell into an ordinary cash box. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 6.2 million yuan. The reward has been automatically transferred to your designated bank account, please check it carefully. The 3rd bank text message followed. Well, cash again. Chang Kuan was a little disappointed, but soon felt relieved. 3 mid-level draws, total revenue, 788 plus 950 plus 620 is equal to 23.58 million. I got more than 20 million for free, what else is there to be dissatisfied about? He glanced at the remaining 85 points of emotion and continued to work hard. After closing the system panel, Chang Cohen turned his gaze out the window again. Wealth, beauty, power. As long as he wants, there seems to be nothing he can't get. This feeling fascinated him immensely. This is just the beginning. In the future, there will be more interesting games waiting for him. He gently kissed Lei Zi on the forehead and closed his eyes. No words were spoken that night. Chapter 42, Free Car. The next day, Chang Cohen woke up very early. His mental excitement prevented him from sleeping deeply. Without waking up Lei Zi, who was still sleeping, he got out of bed quietly and did some simple stretching in the suite. When he finished his shower, changed into a clean bathrobe and walked out, Lei Zi also slowly woke up. Good morning, Mr. Chang. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up from the quilt. The silky quilt slid off her smooth shoulders, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone, which was an alluring sight. Good morning. Chang Cohen walked to the bedside, leaned over, and kissed her smooth forehead. Did you sleep well? Yeah. Lei Zi's pretty face flushed and she nodded. Her voice was still a little lazy and hoarse from just waking up, which made her sound particularly alluring. It was the most comfortable sleep I've ever had. That's the truth. Last night, she emptied herself more thoroughly than the previous 2 times, leaving all the stress and worries behind. She devoted herself to it, feeling every impact that Chang Cohen brought to her. That feeling made her sink and become obsessed. Are you hungry? I ordered breakfast. Chang Cohen smiled and rubbed her hair. Yeah, a little. Lei Zi nodded obediently, then lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt a soreness in her knees, which made her cry out ouch and almost fall down. Chang Cohen was quick to pick her up and hold her horizontally in his arms. I told you not to move. He pretended to be serious and frowned. Lei Zi's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She buried her head in Chang Cohen's chest, feeling shy and embarrassed, and punched him lightly with her fist. It's all your fault. The sound was as small as a mosquito's hum. Chang Cohen laughed and strode into the bathroom with her in his arms. A sumptuous breakfast filled the huge dining table. There is a wide variety of Chinese soy milk and fried dough sticks, Western bacon, and fried eggs, as well as a variety of exquisite pastries and fresh fruits. The two sat facing each other, enjoying this rare leisure time. Lei Zi drank the milk in small sips, but his eyes would occasionally glance at Chang Cohen opposite him. In the morning light, he was wearing a comfortable bathrobe and his hair was still a little wet. The whole person looked less domineering and fierce than last night, and more lazy and easygoing at home. But even with this look, Lei Zi's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She had something hidden in her heart and hesitated for a long time, but finally she couldn't help but put down the cup in her hand. Mr. Chang. She spoke nervously, her voice a little tight. Last night, you said you wanted to buy a car. She still couldn't believe it. An order of over 50 million was so exaggerated that it made her feel like she was dreaming. She was very scared. This was just a huge lie that Chang Cohen told to help her out. When you wake up from the dream, everything becomes empty. Chang Cohen was cutting the fried eggs on the plate. When he heard her words, he didn't even raise his head and said as a matter of course. What? You think I'm joking? No, it's not. Lei Zi quickly waved his hands. I just feel it's too unreal. Nothing is untrue. Chang Tian put a piece of fried egg into Lei Zi's plate and said, I will keep my promise. He raised his head, looked at Lei Zi's peach blossom eyes, which seemed a little helpless because of nervousness, and smiled. But 22 S-Class cars are a bit too many. I can't drive them all by myself, and there's no place to park them. Hearing this, Lei Zi's heart sank. Really? Is he still going to regret it? A huge sense of loss instantly swept over her whole body. She forced a smile, trying not to show her disappointment too obviously. It's okay, Mr. Chang, I understand. Actually, I am already very, very grateful that you stood up and helped me yesterday. Looking at Lei Zi's pitiful appearance, Chang Cohen found it a little funny. This woman really shows everything on her face. What are you thinking about? He tapped her plate lightly with his fork. What I mean is, you don't need to buy so much for now. Let's do this. Chang Koan thought for a moment and said, "Order 3 first. One for Li Jian and one for Zhang Wei. That's what I promised them. The remaining one." He deliberately prolonged his voice and looked at Lei Zi with burning eyes. Lei Zi's heart instantly rose to her throat. She held her breath and looked at Chang Tian without blinking, waiting for his next words. "The remaining one is for you. Just think of it as a reward for your gold medal sales." Boom! Lei Zi felt like his brain exploded. Give it to me? A top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S580, just like that, given to myself? That SA luxury car worth more than 2 million. She worked hard selling cars for several years, even without eating or drinking, but she still couldn't save enough money to buy this car. And now, this man just casually gave it to himself as a reward. "Mr. Chang, this is too expensive, I can't accept it." She shook her head shyly. "No matter what, you still need to be polite and courteous, so that this man doesn't think you are just a superficial woman. If I say you can have it, you can have it." Chang Koan said seriously, "Or do you despise the gift I gave you?" "I didn't. I really didn't." Lei Zi waved his hands repeatedly. "Then take it." Chang Koan stood up, walked to her side and said softly, "Next time, just let go a little more." Lei Zi's face turned red for the umpteenth time. She suddenly threw herself into his arms, stretched out her arms, hugged his waist tightly, and bit him. "Hiss. Be gentle." After a long time, Lei Zi raised his head and rolled his eyes at Chang Koan. Those peach blossom eyes were so charming that he couldn't help but sit up straight. "Okay, go rinse your mouth and then go to work." Chang Koan pinched her cheek and said, "Today is a good day for you to be proud of yourself." After Lei Zi left, Chang Koan did not leave in a hurry. In the suite, he leisurely drank a cup of coffee before slowly picking up his phone. It's time to deal with the other 2 cars. He first called Li Jian. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Li Jian's voice came from the other end, which was a bit noisy and a little tired. "Hello? Kunzi? Jianzi, where are you?" Chang Koan asked. I'm at the construction site, Brother Koan. I just finished inspecting the site with the master." Li Jian's voice sounded a little breathless. Do you have something to talk to me about?" "Of course there is something." Chang Koan smiled and said, "Do you remember what we said at the hotel last night?" "Remember." Li Jian's voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat gloating. "You didn't know last night, but after you left, Wang Hao and his gang looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. It was so satisfying." Li Jian was obviously still immersed in the excitement of last night. "Ha, that's just an appetizer." Chang Koan said calmly, "Let me get down to business now. Now, put down your work and go to the Mercedes-Benz Four Sons store in the Auto City." Why are we going there?" Li Jian was a little confused. "Pick up the car." "Pick up a car? What car?" Li Jian was even more confused. "Mercedes-Benz S580, top of the line." There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Only the sound of noisy wind and the roar of machines could be heard faintly. After more than 10 seconds, Li Jian's voice, filled with extreme shock and disbelief, came out stutteringly. "Koan Kunzi, no Brother Koan. You are not kidding me? That car costs over 2 million. I. Li Jian was incoherent. He never dared to imagine that he would have anything to do with a luxury car of this level in his life. He thought that Chang Koan's statement yesterday in the hotel that he would give him a car was just a polite remark to save face in front of Wang Hao and the others. He didn't take it seriously at all. But now, Chang Koan actually asked him to pick up the car. This is crazy. Do I look like I'm kidding you?" Chang Koan said with a grin, "I told you, we are brothers. You helped me so much in college, and now that I'm rich, isn't it only natural for me to give you a car? If I tell you to go, just go, don't talk nonsense to me. When you get there, just look for that beautiful lady from last night. She'll have arranged everything for you." When Chang Koan finished speaking, Li Jian's eyes on the other end of the phone instantly turned red. He recalled that when he was in college, his family was a little better off and he often helped Chang Koan, who was short of living expenses. At that time, he didn't think about any reward, he just simply felt that Chang Koan was his good brother, and he couldn't bear to see his brother starve. He didn't expect that after so many years, Chang Koan still kept it in his heart. Moreover, the first move was such a earth-shattering one. Kunzi. Li Jian's voice was choked with sobs. A 30-year-old man was holding his cell phone and crying like a child on a noisy construction site. Okay, stop fussing. Go quickly and send me pictures when you pick up the car. After Chang Kuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He knew that for an honest man like Li Jian, no amount of words could compare to this most direct and practical action. After dealing with Li Jian, Chang Kuan found Zhang Wei's number. His feelings towards Zhang Wei were more complicated. There is the throbbing of youth, the loss when being rejected, and the indifference after reunion. And last night. He hesitated for a moment, but still dialed the number. The call was connected quickly, and Zhang Wei's cold yet slightly magnetic voice came through. Chang Kuan? There was a subtle hint of surprise and nervousness in her tone. It's me, Lawyer Zhang. I hope I didn't disturb you at work. Chang Kuan's tone was still the same as last night, polite yet distant. No. I'm not busy. Zhang Wei said quickly, what can I do for you? Yeah, something. Chang Kuan got straight to the point. I made a promise in front of so many people at the hotel yesterday. I can't go back on my word. I've also ordered a car for you, a Mercedes-Benz S580. When you're free, go pick it up at the store in the south of the city. When Zhang Wei on the other end of the phone heard this, she fell silent just like Li Jian. But unlike Li Jian's shock, Zhang Wei's silence was more of a complex and inexplicable emotion. She is a successful lawyer, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and driving a nice BMW. For her, a car worth more than 2 million yuan, although expensive, is not out of reach. But the key point is that the person who delivered the car was Chang Kuan. And, in this way. Chang Kuan, what do you mean? Zhang Wei's voice tightened a little as she hurriedly said, I can't accept it. This is too expensive. Just think of it as a graduation gift from me to you. The silver chain I gave you back then was indeed a bit shabby. I've always felt really sorry for you. Boom. These words instantly touched the softest part of Zhang Wei's heart. How could she not remember that silver chain? It was her junior year, and it was her birthday. Chang Kuan saved money for more than a month and ran around jewelry stores all over the city before he picked out a birthday present for her. She never expected that he still remembered. Zhang Wei opened her mouth, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't utter a word. Okay, it's settled. When you get there, just go find Lazy. Chang Kuan didn't give her a chance to refuse and hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on her cell phone, Zhang Wei sat blankly in her spacious and bright lawyer's office, lost in thought for a long time. Chapter 43 The Beautiful Neighbor's Wife. After dealing with the car issue, Chang Kuan left the hotel and returned to his large flat. After entering the house, Chang Kuan threw himself onto the soft sofa and let out a long sigh. A little weak. Then he took out his cell phone and habitually wanted to call Lu Qing. He has never been able to contact Lu Qing since his last phone call with her. He doesn't answer the phone or reply to WeChat messages, as if he has disappeared from the face of the earth. Chang Kuan guessed that this girl's cell phone was probably taken away by her mother and she was receiving ideological education at home. Oh, what's going on? Chang Kuan shook his head, feeling a little sorry for Lu Qing. It's really unfortunate to have such a snobbish mother and sister. However, he wasn't too worried. Although her mother is annoying, she wouldn't do anything to her own daughter. After a while, when her anger has subsided, she will probably release Lu Qing. After lying on the sofa for a while, Chang Kuan felt a little bored. He glanced at the somewhat messy living room and decided to find something to do. Even after a man becomes rich, he cannot be too lazy, otherwise he will be wasted. He threw the clothes he had taken off a few days ago into the washing machine, and then tidied up the living room and bedroom simply. Finally, he picked up a full garbage bag at the door and prepared to take it to the garbage room on the floor to throw it away. Guanlan Mansion is a luxury residential community, so the service is naturally top-notch. Each floor is equipped with a dedicated garbage room, which is cleaned regularly by cleaning staff, so the owners don't have to worry about it at all. Chang Kuan, wearing home clothes and slippers, walked out of the house slowly carrying a garbage bag. However, at the same moment he closed the door. With a click. The door opposite him was also opened from the inside. A woman, also carrying a bag of garbage, came out. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned. Chang Kuan's eyes lit up instantly. Damn it! What is this top-notch product? The woman in front of him looked to be around 30 years old, with long, smooth black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a beige silk nightgown of excellent texture, the hem of which just covered her knees, revealing a pair of fair and well-proportioned calves. What is most amazing is her face with delicate features and a pair of almond-shaped eyes as warm as water. When her eyes move, she has a gentle and quiet temperament like the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River. She also exudes a gentleness and elegance that makes people feel like a spring breeze. This is a stunningly beautiful woman who can make any man want to protect her. While Chang Koan was looking at her, the woman was also looking at Chang Koan. Seeing Chang Koan's handsome face and tall stature, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had thought that the man living next door would be a greasy, middle-aged wealthy businessman. "Hello." It was the woman who reacted first. She gave Chang Koan a gentle smile and took the initiative to greet him. The sound is also very nice, soft, and sticky. "Hello." Chang Koan also came back to his senses and smiled a little embarrassedly. "I just moved in not long ago, and I didn't know my neighbor was you. I just moved here last month." The woman said softly, "My last name is Lin Wan. What's yours?" "My name is Chang Koan." "Hello, Mr. Chang." Lin Wan nodded with a polite smile. While chatting, the two walked side by side towards the garbage room at the end of the corridor. "Sister Lin, you guys must be very busy. I haven't seen you and your husband very often." "Well, yes, my husband is very busy at work and often travels, so I am usually alone at home." Lin Wan explained casually. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chang Koan nodded, understanding. "No wonder, I've never seen it before." It turned out to be a beautiful young woman living alone in an empty room. He was thinking wildly in his mind, while asking, "What about you, Sister Lin? What do you do for a living?" "Me?" Lin Wan smiled. "I used to teach piano, but after I got married, I stopped working. Full-time housewife." She is also an excellent full-time wife with such outstanding temperament. In her heart, Chang Koan couldn't help but feel a little jealous of her husband, whom she had never met. This guy must have saved the galaxy in his previous life? The two of them quickly reached the door of the garbage room. The garbage room is not big, but it is clean and has no odor. "Let me go in first," Lin Wan said, then carried the garbage bag and walked in first. Chang Koan followed behind her. The trash can is in the corner of the room, a little low. Lin Wan walked to the trash can, bent down naturally, and prepared to throw the trash bag in her hand into the can. Chang Koan was standing slightly to her right. From his angle, following Lin Wan's bending movement, his eyes naturally fell on the neckline of her silk nightgown that was open because of her bending over. Then, Chang Koan's breathing stopped instantly. His pupils also suddenly dilated at that moment. The neckline of the nightgown was very open. Inside, it was empty. A dazzling expanse of white in a deep, charming ravine appeared before Chang Koan's eyes. Full, upright, and with perfect curves. Even a hint of bright red is faintly visible. Fuck. Chang Koan's brain crashed on the spot. He was frozen in place as if he had been cast under a spell. His eyes were wide open, staring motionlessly at the scenery that was enough to drive any man crazy. Lin Wan threw away the garbage and stood up. When she looked up, she saw Chang Koan's expression as if he had seen a ghost. She was stunned for a moment, followed Chang Koan's gaze with some confusion, and looked down at her chest. Then, she felt like she was electrocuted, and she suddenly covered her chest with her hands, and her face was flushed from cheeks to ears. Chang Koan also came back to his senses suddenly with this scream. Only then did he realize what he had just done. Sister Lin, I didn't mean it." He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. His face turned red and he explained incoherently. The two of them just stared at each other in this small garbage room. There was an indescribable awkwardness in the air. In the end, it was Lin Wan who was defeated first. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chang Koan again. She covered her chest and ran away from him like a frightened little rabbit. Bang! Following the heavy closing sound of the garbage room door. Chang Koan was the only one left, still holding the bag of garbage that he hadn't had time to throw away, standing there stupidly. Chapter 44 is another amazing coincidence. After throwing away the garbage, Chang Koan returned home and leaned against the door with a dazed look on his face. He raised his hand and touched his still hot cheek, his mind in a mess. That thrilling scene, like a high-definition movie, played repeatedly in his mind frame by frame. That dazzling white. That deep ravine. That vague point. So exciting. Calm down. Calm down. Chang Kuan felt a little hot in his nasal cavity. He shook his head, trying hard to get rid of the vivid picture from his mind. I can't think about it anymore. If I keep thinking about it, something bad will happen. As a normal man full of vigor and vitality, he could not withstand this level of temptation. What's even worse is that the other person is your neighbor. You'll see him every day in the future. How embarrassing it will be. In order to divert his attention, he picked up his cell phone and wanted to find someone to chat with. Flipping through the address book, he saw Su Wanwan's name. Come to think of it, I haven't contacted you for several days. I don't know what you're doing. He called Su Wanwan. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. A cold system prompt tone came from the phone. Can't get through? Chang Kuan frowned and tried again, but the result was the same. What the hell is this woman doing? Is her phone dead? Or is something else wrong? A trace of worry flashed through Chang Kuan's mind. Could it be that Wang Dahai was up to something weird again? But then he thought again, it shouldn't be the case. Maybe the phone was out of battery or the signal was bad. He put down his phone and was about to drink some water. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up casually. Hello? Brother Cohen. Li Jian's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong, Kenko? Brother Cohen. I brought it to the car. Li Jian stuttered, fuck you. I'm in the car right now. This is too awesome. I never thought in my life that I could drive a car like this. Brother Cohen. Li Jian was completely incoherent, repeating the same few sentences over and over again. Chang Kuan laughed out loud. He could imagine that Li Jian must be so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Okay, as long as you like it. Chang Kuan stopped laughing and soothed Li Jian's excitement. When you go out in the future, don't squeeze into the bus or subway anymore. Let others see that you, Li Jian, are also a respectable person. Yes. Yes. Brother Cohen. You are my real brother. If you have any problems in the future, just say the word and I, Li Jian, will go through fire and water without even frowning. Alright, stop with all this nonsense. Just drive carefully and be safe. Okay. Brother Cohen. After hanging up the phone with Li Jian, Chang Kuan's mood improved a lot. Being able to help your good brothers live a good life is a better feeling than making money yourself. Not long after he put down his phone, it rang again. This time, it was Zhang Wei who called. Chang Kuan. I'm at the 4S store. She paused and said, Ms. Lazy is very enthusiastic and has helped me with all the paperwork. This car, I take it. Chang Kuan interrupted her before she could finish, just think of it as a gift from a friend. He deliberately emphasized the word friends. Zhang Wei on the other end of the phone was silent. Chang Kuan knew that she understood what he meant. After a long time, she finally hummed softly. Thank you, Chang Kuan. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, before Chang Kuan had time to catch his breath, Lazy called again. Mr. Chang. Lazy's voice was full of excitement and joy, like a happy lark. Our store is going crazy today. As soon as I received your order for 3S580S, our CEO, Mr. Wang, called me into his office and gave me a lavish compliment. He also said he would give me a promotion and a raise. He also said he would make me the sales director of our group. Listening to Lazy chattering over there, a smile appeared on Chang Kuan's face. You deserve it. By the way, Mr. Chang, Mr. Li, and Ms. Zhang's cars have all been picked up. They all asked me to thank you on their behalf. New. Afterwards, Lazy actually found an empty meeting room and chatted with Chang Kuan for the entire afternoon. The anger that had been extinguished in him was rekindled. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chang Kuan and Lazy hung up the phone, and he came out of the bathroom to clean up. I'm hungry. He was too lazy to cook or order takeout, so he decided to eat out. He changed into casual clothes, walked to the door and opened it. However, the moment he opened the door, a coincidence that he did not expect happened. The door opposite him was open from the inside almost at the same time. Their eyes met. The air, at this moment, solidified again. Chang Koan looked at Lin Wan at the door, and Lin Wan looked at Chang Koan at the door. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? How come we meet again? Lin Wan obviously didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. She was uneasy all day, and the embarrassing scene in the garbage room at noon kept appearing in her mind uncontrollably. The shame of having her private parts peeped at, intertwined with an inexplicable throbbing that even she herself couldn't explain, made her distracted for the entire afternoon. My husband is on a business trip again. The huge house is deserted and there is no one to talk to. After an afternoon, she felt a little bored and prepared to go out to eat something and relax. Who knew that as soon as she opened the door, she would bump into the culprit who made her feel ashamed and embarrassed. Chang Koan was also filled with embarrassment. Looking at Lin Wan's slightly flushed face and her gentle almond-shaped eyes that seemed a little evasive, he knew that she must still remember what happened at noon. This atmosphere is so fucking awkward. The two people just stood at their respective doors, neither of them spoke first, nor did they show any intention of leaving. Ahem. In the end, Chang Koan felt that as a grown man, he had nothing to be afraid of. He took the initiative to break the suffocating silence, forced a natural smile on his face, and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Sister Lin, what a coincidence, you're going out too. Yeah. Lin Wan nodded gently, looking at the ground, not daring to look at Chang Koan. I'm so sorry about what happened at noon. Chang Koan felt that he had to speak out, otherwise this neighbor would be in trouble in the future. I swear, I really didn't mean to do it. It was just an accident. When Lin Wan heard him mention what happened at noon again, her face turned even redder, and even her fair neck was dyed a beautiful pink. She glared at Chang Koan in reproach, with a hint of shame and annoyance in her eyes, but no real anger. You still say that? This glance was so charming that Chang Koan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly waved his hands. Stop talking. It's my fault. He looked at Lin Wan, who had also changed into a dress for going out and was holding a small bag in her hand. An idea suddenly came to his mind. This might be a good opportunity to break the awkwardness. Sister Lin, it looks like you're planning to go out for dinner too? Chang Koan asked tentatively. Yeah. Lin Wan nodded again. Or. Chang Koan said hesitantly. To express my apology, why not treat you to a meal today? Just consider it as making amends for your sin. He looked at Lin Wan sincerely. When Lin Wan heard his words, she looked at Chang Koan in surprise. Treat me to dinner? Her first reaction was to refuse. After all, something embarrassing had just happened between them today. It seems a little inappropriate for a man and a woman to go out to eat together now. However, looking at Chang Koan's sincere yet nervous eyes, it was difficult for him to say no. She actually felt a little conflicted. On the one hand, she felt that she should keep her distance from this young neighbor. But on the other hand, she felt a little curious about this handsome and seemingly interesting man. Besides, as she thought, they were all adults. Having a meal with neighbors doesn't seem like a big deal. It's better than being so awkward when we meet next time. She hesitated for a moment, feeling torn between her conscience and her desires. Finally, she nodded gently. Oh well. Seeing that she agreed, Chang Koan felt relieved. Great. Then, Sister Lin, what do you want to eat? Chinese, Western, or Japanese food, take your pick. Whatever, I'm fine with it. Lin Wan's voice regained some of its usual gentleness. Okay, I know a good private restaurant nearby with a great environment and authentic food. Shall we go there? Well, I'll follow your arrangements. The two reached an agreement, and the atmosphere was finally less tense. They walked into the elevator together, and Chang Koan pressed the elevator button very gentlemanly. The space in the elevator is small. The faint, orchid-like fragrance from Lin Wan drifted into Chang Koan's nose. He couldn't help but secretly glance at the beautiful woman beside him out of the corner of his eye. She was wearing a light blue long dress today. The waist-hugging design perfectly outlined her slender waist and plump breasts. The scene he saw at noon reappeared in Chang Koan's mind. He quickly withdrew his gaze and silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra in his mind. Don't look at what is indecent, don't look at what is indecent. Lin Wan seemed to have noticed his gaze. Her body tensed slightly, her pretty face flushed again, and she silently took a half step to the side. Bite. The elevator finally reached the first floor. The two of them seemed to be liberated, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly walked out of the elevator. Chapter 45 I Like Your Style. The private restaurant that Chang Kuan chose is located in a quiet alley. It was transformed from an old courtyard house. The environment is quiet, elegant, and very stylish. The two sat down in a private room by the window. After ordering the dishes, the atmosphere was still a bit stiff at first. However, Chang Kuan has seen big scenes after all, so he is still able to adjust the atmosphere. He took the initiative to bring up some light-hearted topics, from weather to food, from movies to travel, and he was witty and humorous, with extraordinary conversation. Lin Wan was a little hesitant at first, she just smiled and listened quietly. But gradually, she was attracted by Chang Kuan's topic and started to talk. Only then did Chang Kuan realize that the beautiful woman in front of him was not only beautiful and gentle, but also quite knowledgeable. She has a deep understanding of classical music and literature. When she speaks, she quotes from classics, but her words never sound boring or pretentious. The two of them got along better and better as they talked, and the previous awkwardness had long since disappeared. "Come, Sister Lin, I'll toast you another glass as a formal apology to you." Chang Kuan picked up the wine glass and asked for a bottle of fruit wine with a low alcohol content, which was sour and sweet and very suitable for ladies to drink. "I already said it's okay, why are you still bringing it up?" Lin Wan gave him a reproachful look, but still picked up the wine glass and clinked it lightly with his. After a few glasses of fruit wine, two touching blushes appeared on Lin Wan's pretty face as white as jade. Her eyes also became a little blurred, adding a bit of intoxicating charm. She spoke more and more. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, or perhaps it was Chang Kuan, the listener, who made her feel very comfortable. She began, consciously or unconsciously, to complain about her husband. "He's just a workaholic." Lin Wan shook the wineglass in her hand, her eyes a little lonely. 365 days a year, I'm on business trips for 300 days. This home is like a hotel to him. Sometimes I wonder, in his heart, which is more important, work or me as his wife. There was a hint of resentment and grievance in her voice. Chang Kuan listened quietly without interrupting. This is someone else's family affair, and as an outsider, he can't say much. All he could do was be a qualified listener, occasionally adding more wine to her glass and picking up some food for her. "Look at me, I've had a few drinks and I'm telling you this." Lin Wan seemed to realize that she had said too much and smiled a little embarrassedly. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "How could that be?" Chang Kuan said gently, "If you feel uncomfortable, just say it out, it will make you feel better." "I am very tight-lipped and will never tell anyone." Looking at Chang Kuan's sincere eyes, Lin Wan felt a warmth in her heart. She felt that the man in front of her, who was several years younger than her, seemed to have a maturity and thoughtfulness beyond his age, which made her feel very at ease. She shook her head and changed the subject to Chang Kuan. "Let's not talk about me anymore, let's talk about you." She blinked her watery almond eyes and looked at Chang Kuan curiously. "Xiao Kuan, you are so handsome and funny, why don't you find a girlfriend yet? At this age, you are not young anymore." Chang Kuan didn't expect that the fire would suddenly burn himself. I'm not in a hurry yet," he said vaguely. "How can I not be anxious?" Lin Wan suddenly became interested and leaned forward slightly. A pleasant fragrance came to his face and lingered in Chang Kuan's nose. "Would you like me to introduce you to someone? I know a lot of young, beautiful, and outstanding girls. Our former colleagues at the music store, and my friend S sister, there are all kinds of people." Looking at Lin Wan's enthusiastic matchmaker look, Chang Kuan was overwhelmed. No, Sister Lin, there's really no need. I can handle my own affairs." He quickly waved his hand to refuse. "No." Lin Wan refused to give in, and said domineeringly with a hint of drunkenness. "Today I acknowledge you as my younger brother. I must take care of your lifelong affairs as your sister. What type do you like? Tell me, I promise to find you someone who suits your taste." Chang Kuan was cornered by her. He knew that it was impossible to reason with a drunk woman. The more you refuse, the more excited she becomes. It would take a strong dose of medicine to calm her down. Chang Kuan's mind was spinning rapidly, and a bold and somewhat risky idea came to his mind. He put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, looked directly into Lin Wan's blurry eyes, and the expression on his face suddenly became extremely serious. "Then, Sister Lin." His voice was low and full of magnetism. "If you really want to help me, don't bother looking for someone else. Just help me find a woman who looks exactly like you." Lin Wan was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. "Same as me?" Chang Koan looked at her silly and cute appearance, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and moved closer, their faces almost touching. He could clearly see the fine hairs on her face and her rosy lips that were slightly open in surprise. He spoke word by word in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Because I like your style." Boom! These words exploded in Lin Wan's mind. The drunkenness on her face faded away in an instant. The whole person seemed to have been acupunctured and stood there motionless. My heart started beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of my throat. What did he just say? He said, he likes mine? Lin Wan looked at Chang Koan's handsome face with a hint of a smirk. Feeling the warm breath from his breath, I felt that my face was so hot that I could fry an egg on it. What nonsense are you talking about? It took her a long time to find her voice again. She shrank back as if she had been electrocuted, putting some distance between them. She looked away in panic, not daring to look at Chang Koan again. You must have drunk too much. She picked up the tea on the table and took a big gulp to hide her panic. Chang Koan looked at her cute, shy and embarrassed look and laughed secretly in his heart. He knew that his goal had been achieved. He leaned back in his chair, spread his hands, and said innocently, "Look, I just said it casually, and you reacted so strongly, Sister Lin. Now you should believe that I'm really not in a hurry to find a partner, right?" He cleverly interpreted the earth-shattering confession just now as a joke to reject her matchmaking proposal. When Lin Wan heard what he said, she felt a little relieved, but for some reason, she also felt a little lost. So, it was just a joke. She didn't know what she was missing. The meal ended in such a strange and ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 46, Brother, let me give you some benefits. On the way home, neither of them said anything more. The atmosphere is even more subtle than when we came. Lin Wan kept her head down, looking at her toes. No one knew what she was thinking, and the blush on her face never completely faded away. Chang Koan walked beside her, occasionally glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. He was actually a little nervous, because what he said at the dinner table just now was indeed a bit too much. If I scare this beautiful neighbor and she really ignores me in the future, it would be a waste of time and effort. However, judging by her current reaction, it seems she's not really angry. The two of them walked in silence all the way back downstairs and walked into the elevator together. The elevator was still as quiet as ever, making your heart beat faster. Soon, the elevator arrived at their floor. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. The two walked out one after the other and arrived at their respective doorsteps. Sister Lin, thank you for coming to see me tonight. Chang Koan stood at his door and felt that he should say something. I should be the one thanking you for treating me to dinner. Lin Wan also stopped, turned around and gave Chang Koan a somewhat unnatural smile. Then, rest early. Yeah, you too. Seeing that this awkward encounter was about to end in such a dull way. Just as Chang Koan was about to open the door, Lin Wan suddenly spoke again. That? Chang Koan. Ha? Chang Koan turned around. Lin Wan bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. She took out her phone and said to Chang Koan, "Let's add each other on WeChat. From now on, we'll all be neighbors, so we can look out for each other. If anything happens, we can easily contact each other." She found a reason that sounded very reasonable. Chang Koan was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Okay. He couldn't ask for more. The two took out their mobile phones, scanned the QR code, and added each other as friends. Looking at the new contact with a white orchid as his profile picture in his WeChat address book, Chang Koan's mood inexplicably improved. Then I'll go in first. Good. The two said goodbye to each other and went home. When Chang Koan returned home, the first thing he did was rush into the bathroom and take a nice cold shower. Today is so exciting. Both visually and psychologically. He tossed and turned in bed, his mind full of Lin Wan's pretty face that could show both joy and anger, and her cute look of shyness and annoyance at the dinner table. And that touch of Snow White. What a goblin. Chang Koan gave a thumbs up to this beautiful neighbor in his heart. A fairy who is as gentle as water, but can steal a man's soul inadvertently. He picked up his phone and opened Lin Wan's circle of friends. Her circle of friends is very clean, with not much content, just a few photos of scenery and food, not even a selfie. He seems to be a very low-key person. Chang Koan flipped through the pages for a while and felt a little bored, so he threw his phone aside and prepared to go to bed. However, just as he closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep. Ding dong! A crisp WeChat notification sound was particularly clear in the quiet room. Chang Kuan's heart moved and he opened his eyes. It's so late, who could it be? On the other side, Lin Wan returned home and took a shower. In the hazy steam in the bathroom, the slender white figure is faintly visible. After taking a shower, Lin Wan sat on the sofa and turned on the TV while wiping her wet hair. After watching a few episodes of variety shows, she always felt a little uneasy. She couldn't help but think of what happened today. What happened today was simply too magical. In her 30 years of life, this was the first time she felt so embarrassed. It turns out that what people say online about digging out a 3-bedroom apartment with just your toes is not an exaggeration at all. However, it doesn't matter whether it's during the day or when you just get home and take a shower. After the embarrassment, she felt a surge of her own inexplicable feelings in her body. Every time I think of the scene of throwing away garbage and what Chang Kuan's younger brother said while eating, she felt very itchy. Could it be drunk? Lin Wan felt a little hot and murmured. Thinking of this, she picked up the phone on the sofa, opened WeChat and clicked on her husband's chat box. Get ready for a friendly exchange. However, the chat history between her husband and her has not been updated for 3 days. Ever since we last video called each other late at night and chatted twice, we haven't said another word since then. Humph. You stinky man, after finishing your work, you don't even bother to look for your wife who was alone in the empty room. I don't know if she is pregnant outside. Lin Wan was extremely resentful and was about to quit WeChat to go about her daily routine of applying a facial mask. But the next second, her eyes fell on the profile picture of Chang Kuan, whom she had just added on WeChat. She thought of the unbearable scene today and her face began to turn red again. Humph, all men are the same. Lin Wan secretly complained in her heart, but then she suddenly remembered Chang Kuan's half-smile when he was eating today, and she bit her lip secretly. Humph, this brat played a trick on me today, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Then her fingertips trembled slightly and she opened Chang Kuan's chat box. Ding dong. The WeChat notification sound rang in the quiet room. Chang Kuan picked up the phone in confusion. It was so late, who could it be? He opened his phone and clicked on WeChat, only to see a new message prompt on the chat interface with a red dot. The person who sent the message was none other than his newly added neighbor, Lin Wan. Chang Kuan's heart was instantly lifted. What does she want from me? He clicked on the message with a feeling of nervousness and anticipation. The message was simple, just 5 words. Are you asleep, brother? When Chang Kuan saw the word brother, his eyelids twitched. You call him Xiao Kuan during the day, but he becomes your younger brother at night? This name sounds a bit wrong. He hesitated, not knowing how to respond. After thinking about it, he decided to act serious first and test the other party's intentions. He typed back, not yet, getting ready for bed. Sister Lin, didn't you drink quite a bit of wine? Why haven't you slept yet? The other party's messages replied almost instantly. I can't sleep. Following that, there was an aggrieved expression. Chang Kuan looked at the 2 words, as if he could imagine Lin Wan lying alone on the empty big bed, tossing and turning. My heart couldn't help but be moved. Then, Sister Lin, you should go to bed early. Drinking and staying up late are not good for your health. He continued to play the role of a gentleman. Yeah, I know. Lin Wan replied, and then sent another message. Brother, thank you so much for treating me to dinner tonight. You're welcome, Sister Lin, you're too polite. To express my gratitude. Lin Wan's message suddenly paused here. Chang Kuan's heart also began to lift. Grateful? How would you like to thank me? Just as he was daydreaming, Lin Wan's next message came. I'll give you some benefits. Following that, there was a playful winking expression. Welfare? What benefits? Chang Kuan hasn't reacted yet. Next second. A picture was sent without any warning. Chang Kuan clicked it subconsciously. Then, his breathing stagnated. The whole person felt like being struck by a bolt of lightning, and felt a surge of hot blood rushing from the chest to the forehead. Then, it rushed out of the nasal cavity uncontrollably. Fuck. Chang Kuan stared with wide eyes at the picture on the phone screen that could turn any man into a beast in an instant. Nosebleeds started instantly. Chapter 47. Who can resist this benefit? Chang Kuan felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. Immediately afterwards, a stream of scalding liquid flowed out of the nose uncontrollably. He subconsciously wiped it with his hand, and it was sticky and covered in blood. Fuck! He cursed in his heart and was completely dumbfounded. He was not a young boy who had never seen the world. He had seen many scenes in various movies, but compared with the photo on the screen of his mobile phone, those were simply child's play. The background of the photo should be in the bathroom of Lin Wan's house. The hazy water vapor has not completely dissipated, casting a vague veil over the entire picture. Lin Wan was standing in front of the mirror, wearing a beige silk nightgown, but at this moment, the shoulder strap of the nightgown had slipped to one side. She leaned sideways, taking a selfie with her phone in one hand, and with the other hand, seemingly casually lifting her wet long hair. This movement shows off her already perfect body curves to the fullest. The worst thing is that because of the side angle and the looseness of the nightgown, the piece of white that was caught a glimpse in the garbage room was now presented to the camera almost without reservation. The full curve, the deep ravine, and even the very top, are all vaguely visible. Coupled with the half-smile on her face, which was a bit provocative and a bit shy, she was the perfect combination of innocence and temptation. Who the hell can stand this? Chang Kuan felt his breathing become heavy, and his heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He quickly raised his head and stuffed his nose with a tissue, while his other hand tightly grasped his cell phone, not wanting to take his eyes off the photo for even a second. A goblin, what a goblin! He muttered to himself, his mind a mess. This Sister Lin is really good at having fun. During the day, she is gentle and quiet, and will blush if someone looks at her for a second. How come at night, she turns into such a charming and enchanting enchantress? The contrast is too great. Just when he was feeling agitated, the cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Lin Wan's shyness provocation anticipation, emotion value plus 75. Hearing the system prompt, Chang Kuan suddenly came back to his senses. It turns out that when she posted this photo, she was also feeling very nervous. Shy, provocative, and even expectant? What to expect? Are you expecting my reaction? Chang Kuan's mind started to work rapidly. He knew that he absolutely could not back down now. For a woman, especially at this time, the more impatient you act, the more she will look down on you. We must take the initiative and seize the chance. He forced himself to calm down, first hurriedly stopped the nosebleed, then leaned against the head of the bed and took several deep breaths. He looked at Lin Wan's avatar on the phone screen, and a sly smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. You want to see me embarrass myself? You want to see me turn into a beast? Sister, you are still a little naive. He stretched out his fingers and began typing slowly on the screen. On the other side, Lin was visiting someone else. After Lin Wan sent the photo, she seemed to be exhausted and threw her phone far away. Then he threw himself into the soft sofa and covered his face tightly with the pillow. Ah! What the hell am I doing? Her face was so hot that you could fry an egg on it. My heart was beating wildly and I felt like my whole body was shaking. She had lived for 30 years and had never done anything so outrageous or daring. Sending this kind of almost private photo to a man I just officially met today. She simply couldn't imagine how Chang Kuan would react after seeing the photo. Will he think that I am a very casual and frivolous woman? Would he feel sick? Or, will he say something very explicit to me like a hungry wolf? Countless possibilities swirled in her mind, making her feel upset. She didn't know why she was so impulsive. Maybe it was really because he drank some wine and got drunk. Or perhaps, it was because of her husband's neglect that she accumulated too much grievance and loneliness in her heart. But more likely, it was because of the earth-shattering words Chang Kuan said at the dinner table today. I like your style. Those words were like a stone thrown into the stagnant lake of her heart, causing ripples one after another. Although he later explained that he was joking, Lin Wan could feel that his eyes were serious when he said that. That look full of aggression and possessiveness made her feel both scared and filled with an inexplicable thrill that made her heart beat faster. Humph, you little brat, I let you tease me, now let's see how you respond. Lin Wan raised her head from the pillow. Although she was sulking, her eyes were full of nervousness and anticipation. She was like a little girl who had succeeded in a prank but was afraid of being discovered by the teacher. She was both excited and nervous. Time passes by minute. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Chang Kuan, however, did not respond yet. Lin Wan's heart sank little by little. Why doesn't he reply to me? Is he scared by me? Or is he just thinking I'm disgusting and blocking me? The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became, and an indescribable sense of loss and grievance welled up in her heart. She couldn't help it, so she carefully picked up her phone and opened WeChat. The chat interface was still stuck on the photo she had sent. No new news. There was no notification of being blacklisted. What is he doing? Just when Lin Wan was confused. Ding dong. A crisp prompt sound suddenly rang out. Lin Wan's hand trembled and her phone almost fell to the ground. She quickly looked over and saw a new message appear under Chang Koen's avatar. Her heart instantly rose to her throat. She clicked on the message with a feeling as if she was awaiting trial. Chapter 48 Sister, playing with fire will get you burned. Lin Wan stared at the phone screen nervously. Chang Koen's reply was very simple, just one sentence. Sister Lin, it's not good to post this so late at night, right? Followed by a helpless expression of spreading hands. Seeing this message, Lin Wan was stunned. That's it? No shock? No impatience? No obscene language? This reaction is too bland, isn't it? It was so dull that the little pleasure of revenge in her heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there is an inexplicable sense of loss. It's like I carefully prepared a big show, but the audience didn't react at all. This made her feel like a clown. Snort! Lin Wan curled her lips in dissatisfaction and tapped her fingers quickly on the screen. Why? Don't you like it, brother? She deliberately typed out the word brother again, with a hint of provocation. I just don't believe that you can remain calm. On the other side, Chang Koen looked at the message she replied to immediately, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. She was anxious. He could imagine that Lin Wan must be pouting her lips at this moment, looking cute and angry. He typed slowly in reply, I like it, but I'm a little irritated. Puff. When Lin Wan saw this reply, she couldn't help but laugh. The sense of loss and embarrassment just now disappeared in an instant. This brat is quite good at talking. Her mood inexplicably improved and she became a little bolder. Are you getting angry? Do you want me to help you cool down? After sending this message, she was shocked herself. Oh my god, how could I say such explicit words? This is no longer just testing the edge of driving, this is simply stepping on the accelerator to the bottom. When Chang Koen saw this message, his eyelids twitched. Damn, is this such a big deal? This is no longer a hint, it is an explicit statement. He felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. This enchantress is determined to seduce me. He licked his dry lips, paused his fingers on the screen for a moment, and then typed a line of words. Okay, how is Sister Lin going to help me calm down? He decided to take advantage of the situation and see how bold this beautiful neighbor could be. Lin Wan looked at his reply and her cheeks began to feel hot again. She felt like she was on a roller coaster tonight, her heart was going up and down, it was so exciting. How to help him cool down? How would she know how to help? She just said that casually because she was quick-witted. Now that Chang Koen asked her this question, she didn't know how to respond. You can't just say, come here, sister will help you. That's too shameless. She bit her lip, her mind in a mess. After thinking for a long time, she came up with an excuse that sounded reasonable. I have ice water in my refrigerator. Do you want to come over and have some? After sending it, she herself felt that this reason was really lame. In the middle of the night, running to the neighbor's house to drink ice water? Who would believe this if I told them? Chang Koen almost laughed out loud when he saw the message. Ice water? Sister Lin, your excuse is so lame. However, he did not expose her. He knew that women needed a way out at times like this. He pretended to be very surprised and replied, really? That's great. I'm thirsty. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. After sending the message, he immediately jumped out of bed and quickly put on a t-shirt and shorts. He looked in the mirror and saw himself with shining eyes and an excited face, and his heart was also excited. There's a good show to watch tonight. As for Lin Wan, she was completely stunned when she saw Chang Koen's reply. He really wants to come? She originally thought that Chang Koen would tease her or find a reason to refuse. Who knew that he actually took it seriously? Knock, knock, knock. Just when she was at a loss, there were suddenly a few soft knocks on the door. Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat and almost jumped out of her throat. So fast? She glanced at the time on her phone. It had been less than a minute since Chang Cohen said he was coming over. Does he live at the doorstep? Oh, yes, he lives just across the street. Lin Wan felt her palms starting to sweat. What should I do? What should I do? Do you really want to open the door for him? A single man and a single woman, late at night. I can't imagine what would happen if he were allowed in. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. There was fear, nervousness, and shyness, but more than that, there was a secret expectation that even she herself could not explain. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door came again, a little harder than before. As if urging her. Lin Wan gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. At this point, there is no turning back. She took a deep breath, stood up from the sofa, and walked towards the door step by step. With every step she took, she felt her heartbeat quickening. When she reached the door, she stopped and put her hand on the door handle, but she didn't have the courage to open the door. Sister Lin? Are you there? From outside the door came Chang Cohen's voice, which was accompanied by a hint of smile. Do you regret it? Hearing his words, Lin Wan's competitive spirit was aroused again. Who regrets it? I, Lin Wan, have grown up, but I still don't know how to write the word regret. She made up her mind and opened the door suddenly. At the door, Chang Cohen was leaning against the doorframe, with a half smile on his face, looking at her leisurely. I thought, Sister Lin, you didn't dare to open the door? His voice was low and full of magnetism. Lin Wan looked at his handsome face and those eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and felt her face getting even hotter. She pretended to be calm, turned sideways and made way. Who doesn't dare? Isn't it just a glass of ice water? Come in. Her voice trembled slightly. The curve of Chang Cohen's mouth became even bigger. He did not go in immediately, but took a step forward, almost close to Lin Wan's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Sister, playing with fire will burn you. Chapter 49. A single man and a single woman, knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Chang Cohen's warm breath sprayed on Lin Wan's sensitive earlobe, making her tremble all over. A tingling sensation instantly spread from my ears to my whole body. Her legs felt a little weak. What nonsense are you talking about? She took a step back as if she had been electrocuted, putting some distance between herself and Chang Cohen. Her pretty face was so red that it seemed to be bleeding. She didn't dare look into Chang Cohen's eyes again. She lowered her head guiltily and spoke in a voice as small as a mosquito. Come in quickly, or else it will be bad if someone sees us. Chang Cohen looked at her cute, shy and embarrassed look and laughed secretly in his heart. There are only 2 families on this floor. Besides you and me, who else can see it? However, he also knew that the time was almost right. If you keep teasing it, you might end up scaring the frightened little rabbit away, and that would be more trouble than it's worth. He stopped teasing her and walked into Lin Wan's home. As soon as I entered the door, a faint fragrance, the same as Lin Wan's, hit me in the face. It smells good and makes people feel excited. Chang Cohen looked around Lin Wan's house calmly. The house is large and tastefully decorated in a modern minimalist style that is understatedly luxurious. The living room is spotlessly clean, and all the furnishings are in perfect order. It can be seen that the hostess is a person who loves cleanliness and has a great interest in life. You, just sit down first. I'll get you some ice water. After Lin Wan finished speaking, she lowered her head and walked quickly towards the kitchen as if escaping. Her back looked a little flustered, as if she was running away. Chang Cohen looked at her back, the smile on his face never stopping. He didn't hesitate and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The sofa was very soft and still retained Lin Wan's body temperature and fragrance. Chang Cohen leaned back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and felt like he was about to get drunk. Soon, Lin Wan came out of the kitchen with a glass of ice water. She walked up to Chang Cohen and handed him the cup. Give. Her eyes were still somewhat evasive, and she didn't dare to look Chang Cohen in the eye. Thank you, Sister Lin. Chang Cohen took the cup and touched her fingertips lightly as if unintentionally. Lin Wan's fingers were icy cold. But when he touched her like that, she shrank back suddenly as if she had been burned by fire. Chang Cohen felt even more itchy in his heart when he saw her shy and timid look. He took a sip of ice water, and the cold liquid flowed down his throat, but it did not extinguish the fire in his heart at all. Instead, it made the fire burn even more vigorously. There was a brief silence in the living room. The atmosphere became a little subtle. Lin Wan stood there at a loss, not knowing what to say or what to do. She felt like a lamb being targeted by a hunter, and the hunter was sitting on her sofa, leisurely enjoying her panic. This feeling made her feel both scared and inexplicably excited. In the end, it was Chang Cohen who spoke first. He put down the water cup, looked at Lin Wan, and asked with pretended concern, "Sister Lin, your husband, isn't he back yet?" He asked this question even though he knew the answer. If her husband was at home, would she dare to send me that kind of photo in the middle of the night and ask me to come over? When Lin Wan heard him mention her husband, her eyes dimmed instantly. She shook her head, a hint of loneliness in her voice. "No, he's on a business trip again. He said he'll be abroad for half a month." "Oh, I see." Chang Cohen nodded, with just the right amount of sympathy on his face. "Sister Lin, aren't you bored at home alone?" Lin Wan nodded gently and said nothing more. But that one word contains too much loneliness and grievance. Chang Cohen stood up and walked in front of her. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. Lin Wan could clearly smell the refreshing masculine scent of Chang Cohen with a hint of shower gel. Her heartbeat began to accelerate again. "Sister Lin." Chang Cohen's voice became unusually gentle. He reached out and gently lifted a strand of her hair that fell on her cheek. His movements were light and gentle, as if he was handling a rare treasure. Lin Wan's whole body stiffened, and she froze in place. She could feel Chang Cohen's fingertips, with a hint of warmth, brushing across her cheek. That feeling made her brain go blank in an instant. "You." She was about to say something but was interrupted by Chang Cohen's next action. Chang Cohen's other hand gently embraced her slender waist, which was so thin that it could not be grasped with one hand. "Then, apply a little force." Lin Wan couldn't help but fall into his arms. "Ah!" she exclaimed and subconsciously put her hands on Chang Cohen's chest, trying to push him away. However, her little strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Chang Cohen. Chang Cohen's arms were like iron clamps, holding her tightly in his arms. "Make her unable to move." Chang Cohen, you let me go." There was a hint of panic and shame in Lin Wan's voice. She struggled, but to the man, her struggle was more like an invitation that was half-heartedly accepted. Chang Cohen didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and looked at her quietly with those deep eyes that seemed to be able to suck people in. His eyes were filled with heat and desire, which made Lin Wan flustered, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye again. "Sister Lin." After a long while, Chang Cohen slowly spoke, "Do you know how charming you are tonight?" After saying this, he suddenly lowered his head without waiting for Lin Wan to answer.